Hello. Welcome to Saturday's live stream. Hope everyone's having a really good Saturday. Let me do some troubleshooting. Sorry for the delay. I know I posted the link to the live stream, and then all of a sudden my puppy got hungry, and then there's just a lot going on. Then I had to use the washroom. It's just, y'all already know how it goes. So I hope everyone had a wonderful Saturday. I hope you guys can hear me. Hold on, let me move the mic closer. I always feel like sometimes it's hard to deal with these type of podcast mics because I'm always like, okay, can you hear me? Can you not hear me? So yeah, hope everyone's having a good Saturday. I'm gonna wait for some people to come in. That art girl, how are you, sis? Welcome. Bought home. Hello, I made it on time. Yes, you did. Congrats. I know yeah. I know. I feel like a lot of influencers have a structured time. Unfortunately, with your girl here, there's never gonna be no structured time, but I will be here. I may not be on time, but I'm gonna come. I'm always gonna pop in. Bella Mia, how are you? Hey, Romy, I'm from Germany. Hey, how are you, sis? I hope you're doing well. And welcome from Germany. That's a long way. What time is it in Germany? Hold up. We might need to do a world clock. Isn't it late in Germany? Hold up. Let me check the world clock here. What time is it? Time in Germany. Let's figure this out. Oh my God, it's midnight. Y'all are crazy. Don't stay too late. But thank you for joining and thank you for popping in to say hi. You said hope your Saturday was good too. It was. Devonda, hey sis, how are you, sis? Harper Polo, you said hi, Romy. Have you seen the drama? What drama? Yeah, y'all gotta let me know what drama. What drama we talking about here? Yeah, I had a great Saturday. Mimi had a play date with one of my friends. She has a puppy, or not a puppy. Her dog's not a puppy anymore. He's 3 years old, human years, so he'd be 20 something years old in dog years, I think. But yeah, Mimi had a play date with him and it went really well. So I was really excited. So now she has a new playmate, which is awesome. Girl, tell me what's the drama? What's the drama? You said Bellamia, you said it's midnight. I'm so sorry. I know listen. The problem is the times, y'all, the times. Cause I live on the West Coast. So for me, right now, my time is 3 o'clock, 3:24. And unfortunately, it's I be feeling so bad because I want to go live earlier for my European folks so we could kind of all be synchronized. For my European folks, for people on the continent, for people from different time zones, and then also for Eastern time zone and Western time zone because I'm always going to be delayed. But it's just your girl, man. Your girl. On Saturday. Count me out on Saturday. Saturdays is crazy. But Sundays, I could definitely make an effort to come in earlier. So I got y'all on Sundays. Sundays, I'm going to start coming in earlier. I'm really going to push myself to do it. I think I just get Sunday mornings, you get kind of lazy and stuff. And you're just I just want to rest a little bit more or longer. And then you just kind of take your time. But from now on, I think I'll go earlier on Sundays because it works out anyways because a lot of us have to work on Mondays anyways. And I don't want to do long streams on Sundays anymore. So I'm going to stop it. Yeah, I must stop it. So I will force myself to come on earlier. So yeah, so at least then. So I think I can definitely I can't make promises, but I can give you okay, I got to be careful with that too. I will do my best. I think that's what I'll say. I'll try my best on Sundays to come in earlier so you guys can all kind of synchronize the time for all the time zones. Yeah, let me know what the drama. You said, oh no, I hope you feel better. Try ginger tea. Ginger tea. Me? Oh, Zendaya, the drama. Oh, Rose was sick. Okay. You said, hey, you guys, I'm sick as F. Oh, Rose, I hope you feel better as well. I thought somebody was telling me to try ginger tea. I was like, what does my voice sound that deep? I was about to say, damn. I mean, I know my voice a little deep, but it ain't that deep today. Yes, please feel better, rest well. Is the season for the because of the change in weather, and it's kind of like y'all already know. Whenever there's like some seasonal changes, there's always gonna be some type of like ailments coming out and illnesses. So please take care of yourself, sis. The movie called The Drama. Oh no, I haven't seen it, but I should. I love Zendaya, so I should watch it. The last movie I watched with Zendaya was Dune 2. Yeah, that was a good movie. I liked it. With her and Mr. Marty McFly himself. What's her name? What's the sister's name? Not she's not a sister, but the sister of Kim Kardashian. What's the name again? Kylie Jenner's boy, her man, Timothy Chalamet. That was the last movie I saw with Zendaya, but I could definitely go give it a watch. What are we talking about today? That our girl. We're talking about a lot of things. So we're gonna talk about Coco Gauff. We're also going to talk about let's run it down. Influencers in Dubai. All of these videos were sent to me through the Discord. Shout out to my Discorders who sent it to me. Elle, Devonda, Sophie. Shout out to you guys for sending me stories. And if I forgot anyone, I'm so sorry. But those are the people I could see their handles. We're gonna talk about Brandy and Wanye, that whole situation. I didn't get to touch up on that. And then we'll do a few other videos as well. I forgot, y'all. It's somewhere in the thumbnail. Whatever you see on the thumbnail is what we gonna talk about. So I'll read a few comments and then we're gonna start, y'all. And then I do have to do some housekeeping and an announcement, and then we're gonna get into it. Some girl, hey sis, you said at Rose, I hope you get better. I caught a cold for the first time in my life. In your life? Shout out to your immune system. In your life? What? Okay, your immune system is on another level, sis. You might need to be in the incubator or something, because they're like that's insane, and that's really good actually. But it's finally going away. Finally, something is in the air. You took Theraflu? Yeah, Theraflu's a good one. Theraflu is a good one to take. That Argo, you said there's a virus going around in India right now, so everyone please keep safe. Yes, I heard about that. It hasn't hit the C19 levels, but it's something to be watchful around, especially if you're traveling. If you're traveling, you better make sure that you stay very well protected. That's all I'm gonna say. We may end up having another lockdown. Y'all don't say that again. Oh my gosh, there were pros and cons, but the cons outweighed the pros. It was really sad how many people passed away during COVID, but do we need another lockdown? We might need to. Everybody going crazy. So we might need a little lockdown for people to act right. We might need another lockdown for people to act right for real. So I don't know. We'll have to see, y'all. So let me get into the announcements, and then we're gonna get started with our first story. This is not supposed to be here. Hold on, I got the wrong Windows capture. So let me capture the right window. And okay, here we are. This is the right window. Let me move it over. Wait. What's going on here? Hold on. What? One second. Give me one momento. Uno momento. Hold on one moment. Before we start, I wanted to shout out Rhea from our Discord. Let me get the browser up so I can see y'all when I'm chatting here. Shout out to Rhea from the Discord. She started her own YouTube channel. I'm extremely proud of her. She's doing some amazing work, and she said that I could advertise for her. So, I love to promote everyone, like, especially if you're on this channel. I think we should all like support each other. So her content is about like femininity and fashion. So if you're into that, and I know she does social commentary as well, if I'm not mistaken, Rhea, you could let me know if you're in here, or in the comments, drop a comment. If you're into just any type of fashion, I love her content. I watched it, and I watched a few videos of hers. The editing is on point, and y'all, she needs to teach me how to speak, because her speaking pace is very, very excellent. Me, I be all slow, and I be going around in circles and stuff. She gets straight to the point, and she gives really great commentary. So y'all go give her a follow. Her channel is Valone, And it's in French. So if you would like to, if you're a French speaker, this is a great channel for you. And if you're learning how to speak French, this is another great channel for you. And we need a lot of French promotion for channels. I've noticed that. I don't know if I'm not in the algorithm, but definitely if you're into French content, I would highly recommend that you go and support our sis right here. And I think she's doing some amazing work, and I can't wait to see what else she publishes. So y'all go give her a follow, and I will put the link of her channel. Actually, I should have done that. I'll put it in the description box of this video so y'all could go give her a follow. Let me do that right now because I am liable to forget, because I am very forgetful. But yeah, I think it's really awesome, y'all, because French channels, I don't know, like, I think it's really, like, it's hard to watch channels in other languages or to find good channels in other languages. So when she told me she was doing a French channel, I was like, bet, this is going to be amazing. So here you go. Y'all could go give her a follow for all my French. Si vous parlez en français. And even if you're, si vous pratiquez parler en français, go give her a follow. It's really good. Because I'm a watcher. I'm like, yo, I need to brush up on my French. My French has deteriorated. Just like my Korean. I got to follow some Korean channels too. So shout out to sis. And I'm so proud of you. And yeah, you're gonna go on and go forward, and stay consistent though, because I shouted you out, so you better stay consistent. All right, y'all, so let's get started on our first topic of today. I don't know how we want to do it. Let me see the stories. Oh boy. Okay, this might be towards the end. Oh boy, this definitely gonna be a funny one. This might be the palate cleanser, because I know I'm gonna laugh at this one. Should we start? Okay, let's start off light, y'all. So let's start off with the influencers of Dubai during World War III. I mean, it's not really World War III yet. It hasn't been officially named, but, you know, there's some regional tension going on. We'll just call it that. Some proxy tension right here. And shout out to Crybaby Kate. Yeah, I haven't watched this video yet. I haven't watched any of the videos yet. So we're going to all watch it together. And I'm assuming that it's about influencers who are in Dubai acting amok. That's what I'm assuming. And you guys know that, like, let me say something. Like, you know, it's so interesting to see how dystopian this world is. That's number one. And number two, it's the influencer, like, I guess, I don't want to say genre. It's not really a genre. The lifestyle, like influencer, lifestyle of social influencers, that needs to be studied. I mean, I think we really need to study this, because the more that people have access to, you know, financial gain and opportunities, which is not a bad thing, but the issue is that there's this disconnect from reality that I'm seeing going on here. And it's not just with the parasocial parasites. It is also with the influencers who are not being, who are not living in reality. Let's just put it that way. So I'm hoping that this video is not what I think it is, but I have a high probability and there's a high chance that it is exactly what I think it is. That's influencers acting a whole damn fool. And we are also, I didn't get a chance to put it on the thumbnail, but I think we'll discuss it tomorrow about Coachella. Oh, Lord. We'll talk about Coachella and the camping, people camping at Coachella. That's a whole nother topic we're going to talk about. So without further ado, let's get to this video. Hold on. Let me, I'm just going to close the door real quick because there's a lot of noise going on here. And I want to make sure that I can focus, y'all. I can focus. So just give me a second. Let me just close my door a little bit. All right. So let's start watching, y'all. Again, I'm going into this blind.
We was running for our lives. I was on the phone to my mum, telling my mum I loved her in case I didn't see her anymore.
You're making videos whilst there are bombs going around.
Hold on.
This is where people need to be grounded. They need to be logical. They need to be calm. Hearing missiles is uncomfortable. It's unusual. People live very sheltered lives. You are 100% safer in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in anywhere in the Middle East than you are walking down the street after 6 p.m. in Manchester, Birmingham, London.
Down the stairs, take my flip-flops off. We was running for our lives. I was on the phone to my mum, telling my mum I loved her in case I didn't see her anymore.
You're making videos whilst there are bombs going around. You're less concerned with the fact that a Iranian drone could enter your window, your apartment at any point, enter your nyash and blow your BBL to smithereens. You're more concerned with the fact that it doesn't fit your aesthetics.
Wait, he said Nyash? I've heard that word before. I think it's from the continent. Okay, so you're going to let us know. Identify where you're from. I think he's from the continent. Now, I knew it was going to be some foolishness. All right, let's keep watching, y'all.
That it has ruined your content creating, your video making opportunities, your get ready with me videos. You don't even know how you're getting back home, what flight you're going to catch. Your peak concern is content, and the fact that Iran has ruined it. If you care so much, please go take up a pen and paper and write to the Iranian government and complain.
In the past 2 decades, the city of Dubai has experienced exponential growth made possible by vigorous foreign investment and its robust tourism industry. However, beneath the glossy visage of the city lies a foundation of pervasive human rights violations, primarily slavery. Slavery presents itself primarily in the construction industry, enabled by the exploitation of immigrant construction workers. Additionally, many of the wealthy elite manipulate immigration processes in order to keep immigrant women as their personal domestic servants.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Shout out to Elle who sent me this video. I didn't know it was going to take this turn, but that's okay. We talk about everything on this channel, and I like to get into some topics here. So, trigger warning. If these topics are very sensitive for you and to you, I recommend that you hop off, and you can join us when we start our next topic. But I think this is really important. Dubai, yes, Dubai is known for that. Not only for the indentured servants that they have there and the modern day slavery, but also I've heard about trafficking. I've heard about a lot of different activities going on over there, as with other countries. So we got to make that very clear in case somebody from the UAE want to come and tussle with me. But I must say that the topic of today is Dubai, and we're going to talk about it and talk about this. We're not going to watch all of it. It's 55 minutes. That's a pretty long video, but I'm going to try to get as much information as possible, and then we might have to break it into parts because 55 minutes is a bit long for today. But I will say though that it's quite interesting, the the different perspectives that came up, because the first guy was saying that there's nothing wrong with being in Dubai at this point in time, even though there's a whole war going on. But then the other two folks disputed what he said. So we're gonna keep watching.
Subjecting them to a life of indentured servitude and slavery. The sex trade is also prevalent in Dubai, as many women are trafficked from all over the world to serve as prostitutes for businessmen clientele. Additionally, many women arrive there willingly, signing contracts to become domestic workers or work in businesses, only to have employers confiscate their passports and force them to work as prostitutes. This is enabled by the abuse of the United Arab Emirates resident visa system. That is the opening of a study called City of Gold, City of Slaves, Slavery and Indentured Servitude in Dubai. So I will leave that linked below. I will also leave a few other studies that I've been researching, that I've been reading about slavery in Dubai. So it's basically a well-known fact that Dubai has been built off slavery and is still currently run by modern day slavery.
But you see, this is why it's important to have, this is nothing to do with what sis is saying. She is saying something factual, 100%. But I want to add more to the conversation. So I took a woman and human rights course while I was in grad school in Korea, and it really opened my eyes, y'all. I saw a lot of stuff. And I mean, you hear about things like this every day, but it's not just, like, I want to make it very clear. It's not just Dubai. This is worldwide. It's a global problem. And I know she's highlighting Dubai for the purposes of this video, but I want to make it very clear that it is even happening in North America. This is something that is very prevalent. There are a lot of fake job scams. Speaking of fake job scams, I'm sure some of y'all know about them LinkedIn scams that be going on. LinkedIn scams, scams for, like, people to pay for, like, visas. Some people put their whole life savings to get to gain entry into the country through, like, a fictitious, like, fictitious employment opportunity, and they end up being indentured servants. I remember when I was young, there was a book called Restavec in Haiti that was similar to this, where they would have children who were orphans or who lost parents. Haiti's it wasn't before. It was a pretty rich country, but then impoverished over time and politically unstable. That's my ancestral homeland. Shout out to Haiti. There used to be young servants who would come to the United States or, wherever, they would have family, and then they would basically be living like nothing. Like, they would be treated really badly. They would be basically like working all types of hours with no payment. They were treated like housemaids, or like, they called them restavex. And then in Korea, there's a lot of women, especially North Korean women, who would try to escape North Korea. And through their escape, they would get brokered into China. And then there you go. And then they would get stuck there, and they're still there till now. And some of them could never escape. They would get, trafficked into the corn industry and into brothels. And, this happens in Europe too. It's a global issue. And also we have domestic workers who, in Saudi Arabia or in other countries where they would go for a better life, and they would, again, not get paid what they're worth, or they would get passports confiscated, especially women from the continent. They would go to those places, especially men from the continent too, that would go to a lot of these countries and experience modern day slavery. So again, I just wanted to highlight this because I want to make sure that we understand that it's not just a Dubai problem. It's like a global problem, but I'm glad that she's highlighting Dubai because that starts the conversation of what's going on.
As of 2023, there were 132,000 people living in modern day slavery in the United Arab Emirates. And I think a lot of people think that because there's no like chains and whips, and because there's no they're locked in cages, like when we think about like slavery and we look in our history books and we watch movies and we think about slavery, we often think that these people are chained up and they can't actually physically leave. But modern day slavery looks completely different. It looks like taking away someone's passport. It looks like grooming people, large groups of people. It looks like controlling them via other ways. Okay, so it isn't chains and whips, it isn't cages. Just because someone is free to actually walk away does not mean that they are actually free to walk away. Do you know what I mean? So we're not talking about Dubai slavery today. I just wanted to put that in there because it's very important for me to say that I already feel a certain way about people who move to Dubai, go on holidays in Dubai, and choose to be there knowing that, and maybe some people don't know that. So we'll give 1% benefit of the doubt.
But then you see, this is why we gotta keep it 100. We gotta keep it 100. If you're going to have this type of, and no, again, this is a conversation, right? So sis, if you're gonna have this type of opinion about people who travel to Dubai, knowing what's going on in Dubai, then you could say that's every country. I shouldn't even be in Canada. None of us should be in America. We shouldn't be traveling, period. Because every country has a historical background. And not only that, but they're still practicing certain elements of this today. Is it right? No, but we have to be very realistic. That means you're never going to travel, including your country. I'm sure that there are certain things happening in your country that could be seen as the same as, maybe not to the same extent, but that would be the similar, like, you can't escape it. It's everywhere. It's seeped in through everything. So I gotta be honest, like, I don't think that is fair to, and again, I'm not defending the influencers because I think that a lot of the lifestyle is very self-absorbed. And not only that, but a lot of like influencers, not all, but a lot of influencers are extremely materialistic and wasteful. To me, that's not a lifestyle that I would like to lead. But at the same time, I wouldn't put it on them for the simple fact that they wanted to go somewhere and travel, because then a lot of us wouldn't be able to we wouldn't be able to travel or live anywhere. If that's the case, you're just gonna stay home. And even then, we gotta be honest, y'all.
For people who don't know that, and for people who didn't look into the place properly that they were going or that they were choosing to live, which is still kind of, it's a decision. it's a decision. But if you're only moving there because it's warm and you get tax breaks, like whatever, who cares about the slavery? But anyway, that's not why we're gathered here today. We're gathered here today to talk about the influencers that I have found on TikTok mostly, obviously, and they find themselves trapped in Dubai, stuck in Dubai, and they're all over TikTok talking about it. So I wanted to talk about that. I have a few different angles from a few different influencers that I've seen, and it's just very annoying that a lot of these influencers have kept their mouths shut. Like what's been going on in Palestine since 2023, it's obviously been going on a lot longer, but now it's important to speak about because it's affecting them, you know? Like how many children have died? How many children died in Iran a few days ago? 150 schoolgirls died because of Israeli strikes in Iran. And but no, your flight got cancelled. And
yeah, I agree with her on that. I think that, yeah, there's a social responsibility, and a lot of people have not talked about it because they don't want their pockets to be touched. And I think that, you know, as an influencer, you're so, in my opinion, that's my opinion, I think that as an influencer, it depends on what, well, first of all, okay, first we have to think of what are they influencing? Like what genre are they in? What type of like niche market are they in? Or is it a fashion influencer? Because then I think that like there's also, I could see both sides, because there's one side of it where it's like, should you talk about political things when you're not in a political, like you're not in the political realm? You're not a political commentator. You're not a social commentary like influencer. You're not a journalist. So then do we put too much pressure on influencers to speak up about their political affiliations? But then at the same time, as a consumer, you should know their political affiliation. You should know who they align themselves with, and you should know what they think politically. So I can see both sides. But at the same time, do I expect a fashion influencer to speak about what's going on in Palestine? I don't really. For me, it's like, okay, if I want to watch somebody to talk about Palestine, I can definitely watch other influencers. But do I want to know where they stand on the issue? Yes, I do need to know. If it's a question of whether you need to know where they stand on the issue, I think that's very valid. But do I expect them to talk about it? No. I can watch somebody and not have them talk about anything political. But the day they do, and I know where they align, and I could see what their rhetoric is. I mean, you don't even need them to say anything. You could literally watch their content and see and hear how they speak, hear what they talk about, hear little things. Like there's always little cues of who they can support. I know I can sniff I can sniff an Orange Man supporter from a mile away. The way they talk, you just know it's a little different. They just speak different. You just ask, you know, the way that they talk, the way that they operate in life, their views on things, their opinions. That's how I know. And I automatically, as soon as it starts, let me tell you how I know. As soon as I start scrolling, like if it comes, like sometimes it's like I've built my For You page brick by brick. So it's very rare that riffraff comes through. But sometimes people send me stuff. And then if I hear a little bit of a, I can tell as soon as my spirit gets bothered, red flag, then I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. But do I think that celebrities or influencers, we should look to them for political advice? Hell no. I would never ever follow anybody that doesn't have any idea of how the world works and what it entails to let me know what's going on in about a situation, right? So I feel like it's a nuanced conversation. I don't particularly watch influencers to see or hear them talk about politics. I personally watch them for whatever I need to watch them for. So that's just me, because I know my political stance. I know my political views. So at the end of the day, like, I can watch an influencer and I don't think about, I wonder what they think about this. I wonder what they think about that. I don't think about none of that. I'm just watching it to watch it, right? But if it comes down to it, though, and if I see that they say something that rubs me the wrong way, then we gonna have a conversation and a quick block and unfollow, right? So sometimes, like, you can have those kind of situations happen, but I just think that it's kind of unfair to expect them to always speak about things or to speak out when people want them to speak out. I think that, speaking about things that are political, it's very sensitive to other people. I don't mind talking about it because I don't, that was my major, so I don't give a damn. But for others, it may not be so comfortable, and they mostly don't really know about that stuff. They don't even know why they follow people. Let's just continue, y'all.
It's very inconvenient. So I'm here to talk about the influencers that are in Dubai and all of that kind of stuff. I'm not going to talk about the geopolitics of that area. I'm going to leave some resources below if you want to actually get really detailed information about all the stuff that's going on. If you want to know my stance on all of this, it is fuck Israel until the day I die. So let me just leave that there and let's get into the video.
I'm literally watching all of the ground staff taking the bags off the planes. So that's how you know that we're not going anywhere and we're going to have to go back out and back to an airport because they are literally running around on the tarmac like crazy, unloading all the baggage off the planes. I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't had any text messages. I assume we're going to have to check into a hotel somewhere.
Why is it so
It's
quiet?
really annoying actually because we have got events and I'm just like, now I'm trying to schedule in my head like, right, what artists are available? Job, like what have we got next week? We've got meetings.
Like, I do understand that it is an inconvenience that your flight's been messed up, your hotel's been messed up, and that you had things planned and now that's not happening anymore. But again, 150 schoolgirls died a few days ago in Iran, and you're getting on the internet talking about how annoying it is that you've been wrapped up in all of this nonsense, all of this conflict, and you know what I mean? It's just like there's a certain part of me that's like, well, everyone documents their life to a certain extent. If these are influencers and they document their life, is it going to be normal and is it going to be reasonable to expect that if there was something huge like this going on, that they're going to whip out their phones and they're going to make content out of it? Yeah, okay, I do understand that, and it's expected for sure, but is it also expected for people to have opinions about it and for people to be like, oh my god, read the room, 150 school children?
But yeah, but sis, they don't give a damn. Red flag. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. Because at the end of the day, there's probably somebody who passed away just down the street from them and they could bat an eyelash. These are the same people that when somebody is crying for help outside, they're going to whip out their phones or walk around the person as if they don't see them. This happens. Like they would definitely fall under the bystander effect. Hell, we see a lot of atrocities going out when the whole police brutality stuff was going on, when, people were getting unalived by the popos, or people getting unalived by other people, women getting unalived by their husbands every single day, or boyfriends or spouses, partners, whatever, the intimate partner violence. Like, there's violence that happens every single day. And this is a thing, we become so desensitized to it that it's like another number. And that's the sad part about it. So yes, I agree with you. Where's the humanity? I would not be thinking about booking a flight or going to a country when there's an active situation going on. Matter of fact, I would feel almost disgusted that I would even want, like anybody who would want to go there in that time. I'm not talking about prior to that. I'm talking about during that time, and you're complaining about things that are like really insignificant compared to the lives of people who are being lost. But at the same time, you're speaking of a very selfish society. We don't care about each other, most people, and most people could care less. It's just another number. And I think this is what happens when things become too accessible, when social media is at, like, when you're scrolling and you see so much content at, like, it's at nauseum. Like, at any time you can scroll and see so much content, and it makes you desensitized because you see horrible news every day, and to you or to others, and even myself, I'm included in that. Sometimes I'll watch a story and it's like, this happened. And then you're just like, okay, and then what's for dinner? I mean, we all do it to a certain capacity. So I want to make it very clear that this is a humanity problem. This is not just an individual, like, oh, these influencers, like, oh, they're so bad. We all do it to a certain extent. How many times have we watched the news of bombing somewhere, or like a war situation going on right now, and most of us are like going through our day to day. I just said Mimi had a play date with her friend Bowie, or with her new puppy friend Bowie, and probably right after the stream, after I talk about something very serious, I'm gonna go eat dinner, and I'm gonna be like, oh, let me go to the pharmacy, or let me go to the grocery store. We do it to a certain extent, just not online. And I think that this is another conversation we need to have. It's because, yes, she's complaining online, and so we see it, and so it disturbs us. But how many times have we've seen a situation happen, and we have meetings. Like, imagine you're at work and then you have a really horrible situation that happened, like, you know, something got bombed, or there's like, you know, a horrible situation happened somewhere else in the world, and you have a meeting at 10 o'clock. Oh, we're going to talk about this. Okay, are you ready for the meeting? Okay, yeah. Yeah, oh, moment of silence, done, gone. That's it. There was a school shooting in Tumbler Ridge in British Columbia a few months ago, a month or so ago. We've already moved on. No one's talking about it. And I'm sure the families are still grieving. The families are still struggling. There was a Lapu-Lapu festival, a Filipino festival last year, where this maniac ran over people, pedestrians, in the middle of the festival. Many people lost their lives that day. And yet, here we are. Nobody talks about it. They take a moment of silence. Everybody does what they need to do. And then after that, you move on. Somebody unalived themselves. I didn't even share it with you guys. In my building. He used to be our property manager, a co-property manager. No, co-resident. I don't remember, but he was working in the management office downstairs. This is the same guy. When I walked in, when we got this apartment, he's the one who showed us the place. He's the one who took us on tours. He's the one who set up our air conditioning system. I used to always see him in the hallway. He lived right there, like literally, like my unit's here. His unit is like, there's an elevator in between us, and he lives in the unit right there. A few weeks ago, I didn't talk about it because it was just really, really sad. But he unalived himself, and I was there. I wasn't there but I was in my apartment, and I didn't know what was going on. There was just like a whole bunch of situations going on. Like, it was like really crazy that day. And all of a sudden, I looked outside. It was like hella police cars outside, and then a cop knocked on my door. And Mimi was barking the whole day, the whole afternoon. I was like, what is wrong with her? And then as soon as I opened the door, the cop was like, oh, like, do you know this person in this unit? Or do you know who they are? And at first I was like, I don't know who they are. I don't really know. And then I talked to Dom. Like, after that, I called Dom, and then he was like, oh, I think it's the guy, the property manager. I think he lives there. And then I was like, oh, he lives in that unit? And then the cop came again and asked me more questions, like, oh, how well do you know people? Did you hear anything? And then I'm like, no, I was in my meetings the whole time. I was just like, whatever. And then come to find out, he like literally like right there. And I heard his wife, like, she was screaming. That's what made me come out the apartment. That's how I knew something happened. And he unalived himself right there with a pew-pew. And I didn't hear anything. Mind you, I was in this apartment. He's over there, not even that far from me. I couldn't hear nothing. And so now, it's been a few weeks since this happened, but guess what? Like, remember, he's the co-resident manager. And when he passed, I just was so devastated, because I was like, wow, like, this is very sad. One, nobody knew what was going on in his mind. And two, we all didn't know what was going on, but guess what? That same night, I had dinner. That same night, I had to go out and eat or to play with Mimi. That same night, I had to keep going. I had to keep moving on. I did a live stream that Saturday. I even posted videos. I even did so many things during that time. And then, you know, they had a memorial for him. And guess what? Now they got somebody new downstairs. Life goes on, right? The unit's already up for rent. Ain't that crazy? And I'm not excusing it, but I'm just giving an example of how that's why that person was just talking about their flight. They're not, because to them it's an afterthought. It's like life goes on. That's it. We all got to move on. Since the time he passed, mind you, he was right there. I used to see him all the time. Matter of fact, I saw him like a week before he passed. I remember I work from home. So I'm always seeing everybody, saying hi to everybody, but my life still moves on. And so do those people's lives. So I just had to mention that and say, like, we got to start kind of being really honest and accountable and have honest conversation. We're going to be all the way 100. We're going to be all the way 100. We're going to keep it all the way 100.
Ages between 7 and 12 died, and they were buried in a mass grave because their bodies were ripped to pieces. And your flight's been cancelled. So
Literally, these shoes are everything that Dubai stands for, right? So, over there is where the Fairmont was hit the other night. And me and the girls were actually just walking past. So we seen the drone debris hit and obviously ran to the beach. It's quite scary at the time. And I lost said sliders in the process. Obviously, 3 days later, I'm now coming back and I thought there's no chance that they're still going to be there. My really nice Hermes sandals. Go into the first restaurant. She goes into Lost and Found, and here they are. Honestly, this is literally everything that Dubai stands for. Like, the safety, how the government have handled this is just incredible. And honestly, I feel so safe, and I'm so proud of what's going on right now and how it's being handled.
I think she's actually correct. I think her losing her Hermes sandals during a bomb, what's it called, siren, go to safety, and she was running and she lost her Hermes sandals, and then she went back and she found them and she's like, this is what Dubai is all about. I actually think she's correct. I actually think she is correct, actually, to be honest. Yeah, but again, I'm like, this is something that I've noticed over and over and over again watching these videos and finding these videos, is how often the influencers and the people who are the content creators or whatever that will keep reaffirming how safe it is and how safe they feel. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying that Dubai is going to be demolished or eviscerated or whatever. Like, I don't want anywhere to be demolished or eviscerated. I don't want any civilians being harmed in any way, shape or form. Let me just make that clear. Let me just make that absolutely clear. I'm not like praying for Dubai to get flattened. I'm not praying for people to be hurt at all. I'm really not. There's just something about these influencers who have stayed silent about what is going on in the region that they chose to live in, the country that they chose to live in, which is, you know, pretty, you know, in bed with Israel, and creating a lot of other conflict around the world, Sudan, and is now wrapped up in what retaliations by Iran. And a lot of these influencers have not said a word about Palestine because it didn't bother them, it didn't affect them.
But then you see that, yeah. I'm sorry. And again, this is not funny. I'm just laughing because I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm just like, this is an uncomfortable laughter because they chose to go to Dubai and they're in bed with Israel, like you said, but so are Americans. So, yeah. It's like, you know, we like, again, like, and I'm not saying I disagree with what she's saying. I actually agree with what she's saying. I'm just saying that there needs to be more, like, we need to, and you know, maybe that's why I'm talking about it, because I can provide another lens. I think that it's very I'm trying to choose the right word. It's very privileged to say that people, like, and again, I know she's talking about the influencers, right? So we'll leave it at that. But I think it's very privileged to say, like, how can you go to a country that's currently under war and in bed with Israel? There are thousands, maybe millions of people who travel to America yearly while they're in bed with Israel. People moving to America every day. Matter of fact, people literally processing green cards as we speak, or going through permanent residency. You know, and again, they're not influencers, so they're not showing what's really going on in the background. But we also have to talk about countries that have been in war for years. There are people who still go to work every day in Haiti. There are people who still go to work every day, like you said, in Sudan. There are people in some regions on the continent, the homeland, the motherland, who still go to work every day, go to school every day in the midst of war zone. You just haven't seen it. To you, it's preposterous because it hasn't hit you. But to other people, this is a daily life. Matter of fact, in Korea, When I was in Korea, there was always the threat of that because, again, there is the war never ended. There's just a ceasefire. That's it. So at any moment, Kim Jong-un could decide he want to decimate Korea. I was there. I was teaching. I went to school there. I was still living my daily life there. So you would say the same thing to me and other people who are living there currently. You would say the same thing to people who are in Latin America. You would say the same thing to people who are living in Mexico. You would say the same thing. People travel to Mexico every day. Y'all saw what happened a few weeks ago with El Gordito. I don't remember his damn name. So it's like, and again, I think that we have to be careful a little bit because when we're thinking about those things, we have to have an honest conversation. Does the world stop? That's the problem because bills still got to be paid. Bills still got to be paid. So unfortunately, capitalism makes it that way. And we have to attack, instead of attacking and again, I'm not defending the influencers because yes, I do believe that it is very insensitive to get online and to do that. I do believe that is very, it's almost like I said, dystopian at the beginning of the conversation. But at the same time, they need to make money, don't they? That's their job, to influence and to, get people to watch them and to travel and to do all these extravagant things to keep food on the table, to keep the cars spinning, to buy the mansions, to buy whatever. You got to hustle, work. Capitalism does not allow you to mourn. It doesn't allow you to have that the kind of, utopian world that most people should be. Like, we should have humanity. We should be able to take time off to mourn people. We should feel appalled and disgusted by what's going on the other side of the world and also what's going on in our own countries. We should absolutely feel that way, but we're not allowed to. We can't mourn. We don't have time. There's no time because the bills are still running. Bills got to be paid. That Hermes, remember the lady said she ran with the Hermes? Who paid for that? Exactly. Somebody had to pay for it. Whether it's her or her sugar daddy, I don't know, her husband, he had to work. Somebody had to work to pay for it. So it's like, we gotta be honest, y'all. I'm gonna just watch a few minutes because I know it's gonna take me forever to get through this video. I'll just watch a few more minutes. I'm gonna read some comments. I'm very interested to see what you guys and what your perspective is. And this is a very open conversation. There's no right or wrong answer. I think it's mostly just like different perspectives, right?
And also, they didn't want to lose any money. They didn't want to lose their brand deals. But now, all of a sudden, it's getting very close to home and there's rockets going over and they're like turning it into content and monetizing.
They got to get paid.
Proximity to this war or to this conflict or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And it only matters now because it affects them and it's a little bit close to home.
Scared. I'm actually so scared. I'm in JDC right now and I can see it's not meant to be happening here.
Here. It's not meant to be happening here. Those are the words uttered by hundreds of white people that never thought the violence of the regimes they were supporting would be facing them face to face.
I agree.
She then goes on to universalize, but she clearly doesn't believe it. Oh, I don't believe anyone should be hurt, but I'm really concerned that I'm considering being hurt. And I shouldn't have to handhold very.
Wait, I'm confused. Why can't they go home though? That's what I'm gonna say. Red flag. Go home. Take your ass on home. Why can't they go home? See, this is where we need to talk because that's where I will have to say that, okay, no matter where you go in the world, there's always going to be some type of injustice going on. There are so many human rights abuses that happen every day, everywhere, even down the street from your house. That we can agree on. We can also agree that, capitalism makes it so you can't stop and mourn and that you got to keep running. You got to keep going. You got to hustle harder, work harder, go to that meeting, 10 o'clock. If Mary Sue passes away at your job by 10 o'clock, there's another meeting. Oh, sorry, Mary Sue passed away. We are really saddened to hear this loss or whatever. They're going to send any grief. They send you the little email saying, oh, if you need grief counselors or something, go hit up the, they send you on your merry way to click the link and go to a counselor. And then I can guarantee you 2 minutes later, I'm going to get a request for a meeting. You have to attend this meeting. Oh, we need to do this. Oh, have you done this? Have you done the scope of practice changes? Have you, or whatever they, my branch does or whatever. Yeah. Romy, have you done this? Have you checked this? Did any correspondences come in? Yeah. In the midst of the morning. Let's just keep it 100. However, I will say though that why haven't they gone home? They're just like the sis I said last week in Ukraine. When the bombs was dropping and she's sitting here with the flag. Take your ass on over home. Why are you there? That's where I have a problem at this point.
How callous and privileged and disgusting this is, but it is an interesting admission of all of those things, because it admits how the understanding that we are safe as privileged white people comes with the tacit understanding that other people are not. But that is denied from our understanding. Exactly. It is rejected from our collective consciousness by the idea that discussing it is political. You can live in the UAE, you can support it, you can visit it and fund it. And it's political or not acceptable to discuss how they are getting their hands dirty in Congo or Sudan by committing genocide. But the second that it affects you, suddenly you are very, very aware of how here is different than there. And as the American empire and its proxies in the United Arab Emirates and Israel fall, we are seeing that difference split. We are seeing the privilege of being within the empire, the privilege not being subject to the American empire's violence, slowly break away. And it won't happen all the time, and I don't think it'll singularly be from Iran, but that privilege is breaking. And as we see it break, the admission of that privilege is becoming clearer. To recognize that you are safe in the empire is to recognize that everyone else is unsafe because of the empire. So if you suddenly realize that the violence of this extremist genocidal empire is harmful, the most effective way you can undermine it is by dismantling that genocidal empire and its violence, not just bemoaning when the natural and entirely inevitable effect of its extreme aggression happens, retribution.
I could not have put it better myself.
Yep, mic drop. That's it. That's case closed. So he literally put in a nutshell. He literally put it in a nutshell was what I was trying to say. It's very privileged of you to say, how can you work somewhere? Or how can you go somewhere where there's a war? Where can you live? People do it every day. They just, life goes on. Bills got to be paid. Now, I'm going to read a few comments and we moving on, y'all. But shout out to sis for this video. This is very informative. Aaliyah Jackson, how are you, sis? You said some girl. You said, I know that they do it a lot in the UK too. Yep. Facts. And also like it's everywhere. Matter of fact, I know that recently there was like I think it was a year or so ago. I mean, it happens all the time, but like there's always going to be people who abuse the system. And yeah, there are signs where you can see like, if people are in distress, even at restaurants, even at, like people you can encounter every day and you don't even know the story behind the eyes, right? So we have to definitely put that in perspective that it can happen anywhere at any time. You said these things happen in every country. However, I still agree that something about that country is evil. Yeah, and you know what? I can agree with that too, 100%. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that country. 100. I can agree with what you're saying too. I was just trying to bring another element to the conversation to say that they're not the only ones. It's just everywhere, unfortunately. You said, I think some people forget that not everyone has empathy. Some people can understand it but not feel it. Yeah, exactly. And some people can move on very quite quickly. Like it's really crazy to me. Like it's just everyone is so different, right? And I don't think there's room for us to grieve. And I think that's the main problem. It's like even if you want to grieve, even if you want to take time off, you can't. Like they only reserve you to take time off for grieving if it directly impacts you. And I think that's the problem with our society, to be quite honest with you. It's like go through, like if you have time, go through your benefits, right? And your days off, your vacation days, all that stuff. And your sometimes you have like days like supplemental days, or you have days where you can grieve, like, and you're gonna check who you're allowed to, like, if you have to take time off for like a funeral or like bereavement loss. It's literally only people directly close to you. Ain't that crazy? So if it's a friend, no, you still gotta show up. Just take your vacation days, your own paid time off. You got to take off. Red flag. Bereavement is only for like mom, dad. There's specific people who you can go and get the days off, meaning paid time off, PTO, for bereavement loss. Ain't that crazy? But what if it's your best friend? What if it's your best friend's mom? What if it's your boyfriend's mother? Nope, doesn't count. You just gonna have to do it on your own time. Take your own days. Ain't that crazy? So that's why I'm saying it's like they don't give you a chance to even grieve. And that's the way our system is set up, unfortunately. Grief shouldn't be only for people who are the closest to you. You can still be affected by the loss of someone, even if they're not in your family, or even if they're not even a distant, like they're not even a relative. They could just be, it can even be a situation that has nothing to do with you, and you can still feel the impacts of it. But unfortunately, that's not how our world works. Miri Sparkle's like, well, how are you, sis? Amina, how are you, sis? You said that's rough. I'm sorry that you experienced this. Oh, thank you. And I'm okay now. I was pretty shaken up. I'm not gonna lie. It was really sad. I was sad for a little bit, but now I can talk about it a little bit more. I was really sad about it because he was really a nice guy, y'all. He was very nice, and trust me, I hate saying that. Trust and believe me, because you never know who's really nice and stuff. But he was so genuine. Always helped me out. Always helped me and us out. He always looked out for us, and it was very sad. Very, very sad. And you never know what someone's going through. You never know what situation they're in. You never know how they're like dealing with life. And it's really sad. And he's the last person that anyone ever expected would do something like that. But I, from what I've heard, is that he was thinking about it for a while. So it's not like something that was sudden, but some people you never know. And so that's why I said, like, you got to be kind to people, always be nice to people. You never know when it's the last time you're going to see them, right? But what should these people do? Even if they talk about it, nothing will happen. Some girl. Exactly. And this is another nuanced conversation. That's what I'm saying. Like, they talk about it, but then it's like, that's why I said, like, that's why I don't really fault people for not talking about it. I don't really look to influencers to talk about stuff like that. If I want to talk about politics, I'm going to turn on a political channel. But I think it's like, again, it's that expectation because they are seen as like our new celebrities, right? So before you used to expect like celebrities to talk about stuff like that, or like, the artist, your favorite artist. But now it's like you expect influencers to talk about these things. And again, like, even if they talk about it, and even if they say something about it, then there's going to be the expectation that you always have to say something about it. And I think some people, they want a time to escape. They also deserve a time to escape too. And I think a lot of it has to also do with escapism. Because no one wants to think about, everybody knows the gravity of the situation. That we cannot deny. But the problem is that no one wants to think about it because it's very depressing. And we're already dealing with depressing lives, y'all. Trust and believe me, don't nobody want to think about that all day long. So that's why I'm saying, that's why you probably watch my live streams or my case studies, right? Because you can escape. So it's just, again, the world that we live in and the way it was structured. Sarah, you said people who live in extremely difficult circumstances still make an effort to live a normal life. Yes, I agree. And I think that helps them stay here. Imagine if you're living in a war, like in a situation of constant worry and war. And what are you supposed to do? Are you just going to just sit there and just think about it all day? No, you're going to try to have some some normalcy and a sense of normalcy in your life. And so that's why it's so important to have these conversations, because I don't think it's I don't want to say a bad thing. I don't think that trying to live a normal life during those times is a bad thing. Especially if it's the only thing keeping you here. That's another thing we have to think about too. But I do agree with the influencer. The sis, the YouTuber. I do agree with her though that I think that seeing it is what is unsettling. But a lot of people live that way and they're not online. That's the sad part about it. I'm sure you know people like that in your real life, right? That Argo, you said it's crazy how people can now get paid for just filming themselves and other people suffering. This is what I think we have to have a boundary upon. But then again, it's like, that's what the algorithm feeds. And so then we have to think about, like, the influencer is doing it because they're allowed to. And so then it becomes a conversation of, are these social media platforms being responsible? Because the algorithm is only going to do what the algorithm does, and that is push the negative things, right? But it's never going to push the positive stuff, or it's never going to push the things that actually people should hear. It's always going to push the negative things. Why? Because people click on it. People want to see that. People want to see what life is like. People are very extremely attracted to devastation and tragedy. They are. And that's another conversation too. It's like, should we profit off of that? Yeah, it's a lot. It's like true crime channels. I remember there was a whole controversy about true crime channels, and like, if the influence, or not the influence, I keep saying influencers because that's what I gotta get that word out of my head. If the social media, how can I say, the YouTubers, we'll just say YouTubers. But I hate that they call us all influencers, or people influencers. But if the social media content creators, let's call them that, the content creators, if they should be doing true crime stories, because again, like, they're monetizing off of someone's grief and devastation, and those type of things. So it goes so much deeper than that too. It's like, okay, like, then we have to, like, as consumers, it's like, are we like, who's clicking on it? Because somebody's clicking on them for them to even do that. Like, and then also people are interested. I can guarantee you, if I go into the comments of any of those folks who are filming in Dubai, is going to be, of course, some divisive comments, but most of it's like, oh my God, how's your daily life? Like, what, can you film you going to the coffee shop? Like, they like to see those things, and it helps them feel better about their situation in a weird, twisted way. It's just, y'all, it's crazy. It's a mess out here. Red flag to everybody. All of us, including myself. Some girl, you said these influencers are scavengers. They don't really care. The core of them won't change regardless of the complaints. I agree with that. And because they keep getting monetized and they get platformed. So you got somebody like those influencers, they're never going to get demonetized. They're never going to get deplatformed. But then other people who actually are speaking the truth and who are actually telling real stories and actually giving real information that can help thousands and a multitude of people, they're the ones who are going to feel the effects of that, and they're the ones getting deplatformed and demonetized. Ain't that crazy? It's like you get rewarded for doing shitty things. That's literally what it is, right? Hey sis, how are you, Elle? Hey Karma. You said, hey y'all, just came from Diana case study. Do they even like each other? Y'all, keep that in the members only. It's soon gonna be on Rumble, those. For those of you, do not fret. Time is coming, y'all. Just give me a few weeks. I gotta wrap it up in the membership channel, and then everything is going to be open sesame on my Rumble channel. I will put all the members only case studies over there. Do they even like each other? That's what I'm trying to figure out, sis. I'm trying to figure that out. But now I see why people recommended for me to do that couple. I try to stay away from them because I actually do like her. I think I really want her to win, and they might. Oh Lord, yeah, I know. We'll talk about that in the members only. But what I will say though is that some relationships can get like that. You get tired of each other after a while, right? You start to be sometimes the love is lost for some couples, yo. But yes, I agree with you, sis. I was like, oh Lord, when I was doing that case study, I was like, I almost, no joke, I almost pulled the plug on them. Because I was like, why y'all want me to watch this? Like, this is just, passive aggressive. And then it started to get interesting. I was like, oh, that's why y'all recommended it to me. I ain't gonna lie. I was about to pull the plug and be like, man, it's over with. Y'all only getting 4 parts. I'm done with these people. Wrap this right up. But yeah, there's a lot to talk about and to discuss with their whole situation. Let me see what else you guys can. And thank you. You said that's sad, and yeah, it was very sad. Very, very sad. Rest in peace to him. Mary, how are you, sis? You said, I believe it's catch-22 situation where some individuals appear to be engaging in performative activism rather than genuine involvement, while others exploit these issues for their own gain. That's a very interesting perspective. And yes, yep. Cause then this is the thing, and that's why I said we got to keep it a stack. And let me tell you, I'm a very transparent person, and I'm not afraid to admit I'm a red flag. I could be a red flag too. That's the thing. Like, as a social media content creator, I am also doing that as well. When I report on things, I just do it responsibly, but at the same time, like, we all are engaging in some shape or form into the destruction of other people, whether you like to admit it or not. Our tax dollars, where we spend money. If you have an iPhone, your choices in fashion, where you shop, the hair you buy, y'all, we gonna talk about it when we get to the Coco Gauff situation. We're all connected to it. And so we can all kind of try to be like, oh, these influencers, they're just, what they are is literally like a reflection of us. Oh, mic drop. They're a reflection of society. They are. And that's the thing we have to come to terms with. The over excessive waste, the opulent lifestyle. And not all of us live that lifestyle. Don't get me wrong by any means. But at the same time, there are a lot of people who do. They are just there to highlight they're just there to kind of show us, give us a mirror to what's going on in society. Because how are they popular? Is because people feel and can resonate with them. What do people want to see? They want to see that. So then we have a bigger problem on our hands. Because if those influencers are still over there and they're able to monetize off of the pain and suffering of others who actually live there. And that's the crazy thing too, is they don't live there, so they can leave at any time, but there's people whose lives are there. And these are the people getting pushed through the algorithm. These are the people getting, 100,000, 200,000 followers, 300,000 plus, making bank off of TikTok, YouTube, whatever, Facebook, I don't know. Then that's a bigger problem for society, because who's watching them and who's promoting them? That's another conversation, right? So it's like, yeah, you're right. It's a catch-22. We can all sit on our high horse and say, oh, these influencers, they overconsume, they da-da-da. But a lot of us do it in like micro ways, like, right? So you could do it in a micro way or a macro way. They're just macro about it. But some of us are doing it in a micro way and we don't even realize it. The food we buy, the sources we buy. If you go at your grocery store and you don't buy local food, you don't know where they're getting, you don't know where that food coming from. You don't know where. You don't know whose indentured hands had to go farm that food for you. You just want it at the table, you eat it, you stuff your stomach, and then you go to bed. You don't know who's working at that Chick-fil-A. No, maybe not Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A. Okay, we'll use Chick-fil-A for example. You don't know who's working in that kitchen in Chick-fil-A. Who's not there, who ain't got no papers. Who's literally like working under the grid into the underground, and who's getting exploited every day. And then you sitting up here, can I have hello? Can I take your order? Yes, I'ma have the chicken strips with the fries and the whatever with the whatever. I don't know what's at Chick-fil-A, y'all. We ain't got it in Canada. Or McDonald's, can I get a number one with the hash brown? Oh, not hash brown, that's breakfast. Can I get it with the fries and the blah, blah, blah? Okay, that'll be whatever. Yo, Big Mac's expensive now. That'll be $12, whatever. Okay, you run into the window. Ooh, you drive through the window. You don't know who's taking your order. Who's going through that? You don't know nothing. Somebody's out there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like we're all in this system in some way, shape, or form. If we want to even take it deeper, whatever's going on in Izzy land, your tax dollars, they going towards that. You can't even, when you file, a lot of y'all filed your tax return. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I'm getting my money back. Funding. Whoop. Go right over there. Right over there. Even if you're speaking out against it. Your tax, you gotta pay Uncle Sam. You gotta pay the government of Canada, le gouvernement du Canada. Because we speak French and English. And you don't know what the hell where that money going. You don't know where it's going. It's going somewhere. And then you speaking out against it every Sunday or every Saturday. Yeah, I can't. Your money going right there. It's messed up, ain't it? That's what I'm saying. So anyway, shout out to sis, man. Shout out to sis, and thank you, Elle, for sending this. This was actually a really good video. You said in either case, I think local initiatives and charities are the most effective solutions. The globalization of social media bombards us with news from various countries simultaneously, which gradually diminishes our empathy with every scroll. Yes. And that's another thing too. I know there's conversations about limiting social media, but then, in another way, they're trying to push AI, and it's just going to get worse, to be quite honest with you. I think as humanity declines, and that's another thing, it's like, this is obviously done by design. Like we know it, like we're not crazy. We know it. The underfunding of schools, it's been for years. It's not even something that just happened. This has been gradually happening for years. Many, many years. Underfunding schools, underfunding programs. Parents are not teaching their kids anymore. There's a lack of social responsibility, and also a lack of, like, I would say, humanity. And that's why we need the social sciences and the humanities. And I think I said that in a live stream. We need the arts. We need that. Because that's the only way that society can continue to have that. Like, to have that sense of, like, humanness. Because now and they have their part to play in society too, but now we're, like, overstemmed. Meaning, like, people are underfunding the social sciences, the sociology, humanities, the political science, those type of field, anthropology, even though anthropology, we'll talk about that another time. But we need the music, the arts, but these programs are underfunded, and there's a specific reason why. And not only that, not only are they underfunded and undervalued, but at the same time, now it's so hard to get into those programs because they don't pay as much. And so you're not even, like, it's not valued at all. So if you want to be a professor, you want to be a sociologist, you want to teach people about things going, or you want to do history or whatever, Latin, I don't know, people learn different things or they have different majors. They basically make it so hard for you to find something worthwhile afterwards. So it's like you're literally thinking, well, it's not worth it to get this degree, or it's not worth it to learn about this, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to make money doing that. So I'll go into banking, finance, I'll go into tech, I'll go into those kind of fields where there's less of that, in those fields. It's more about numbers. It's more about, more about the analytical part of your brain, right? In that sense, mathematical, all that stuff, right? So when it comes down to it, we need those. We need the history. We need to remind ourselves of what's going on. We need to keep the humanness of our society, but we can see that it's getting slowly chipping away. And eventually, like, it's rotting. We got to be honest. There's a fundamental problem. If you can go to another country, pop and open your camera. First of all, the fact that you can fly to the other country is very problematic. Because how the hell can we still have planes going there? That's a red flag. How? So you got planes going in and out of there. You can travel there. There are still hotels there. There's still, restaurants there. Everything is still up and running for you. You turn on your camera. You go on somewhere and then you show what the devastation is going on. And you're selling war. And then you get millions of views. And then you get monetized. How? Lack of humanity. And now everything is judged by the algorithm. So right now, I could be speaking real truth right now. Algorithm is not going to even push this video. But it's going to push the other videos of them going in Dubai and talking about, breaking heels or whatever from Hermes. And selling you some content, selling you whatever. Oh, I got a course, I got this, I got that. That's crazy, in my opinion. But then again, is the society we live in, and that is what's promoted, and it's just, again, a mirror as to what is important to most people. and that is devastation or tragedy. Yep, in my opinion. That art girl, you said it's absolutely disgusting and disturbing that this was allowed and kids are watching the torture videos. It's so demonic. Yep, it is. And there's something really wrong with that. And they think it's a video game. They think life is a video game. They literally think life is a video game. They think like it's nothing. And that's because they're so desensitized. And it's scary, actually, when you think about it. But again, you know, this is a societal problem. And we can talk about it all day long. But at the end of the day, as soon as we finish, I can log off right now. Somebody's son is going to log on TikTok and watch those videos. Somebody's daughter is going to do the same thing. Somebody's going to literally go, you know what's so crazy? I've seen it so many times and it's so disturbing to me. That to me is more disturbing than anything. I will watch a video and somebody's talking about something mad serious, like talking about, you know, what's going on, the war, some situation, really, really high level, like giving you the nitty gritty of how many people passed away, you know, how many people were whatever. And then you'll see in the comments, what's your eyeshadow color? I love your makeup. Makeup tutorial? Why are you talking about something serious? Red flag. They don't care. That's because we have been conditioned that way. Social conditioning. That's why I called it that. Very, very interesting, y'all. All right, we're going to move on. Thank you, sis. Next. I wanted to get that out the way. Who, Lord. I probably should have talked about it later, but I just, you know, I'm just going to go with the flow. Oh my God, I don't have to talk about that. Let's move on to... Oh, they're lying. YouTubers are lying about their lives abroad. Okay, we could watch this one because I was in the middle of watching this and it connects with the first one. So we'll just watch a few minutes of this. I'm going to speed it up though. Shout out to sis, Doctor. I love whenever I click on a video and I see Doctor there. I'm like, okay, Doctor. We got you, Dr. Linda Enos. Bet. So let me do 1.25. And then we're going to watch her.
Into you. This is something that I hear a lot in videos on YouTube, talking about how content creators don't tell the truth about their move abroad experience. And I wanted to share a few points about that and what I think about this statement and why I strongly believe that it is a disservice to yourself if you are relying your move solely on what you see on YouTube. So here's the thing. I'm going to give you two examples. I'm going to give you the examples of in the business world as well as in the move abroad context. When it comes to the business world, when you see a lot of claims like, I made $1 million in 6 months or something like that, these could be true. However, you have to dig a little deeper. What does that mean? That means revenue, right? It doesn't mean profit. Somebody can make $1 million and run ads at, I don't know, $10,000 a month and have other expenses like an office or maybe they have staff and things like that. And maybe they only keep $10,000 at the end of the day.
Hold on. I don't know why this does this. Give me a second, y'all. Oh, I hate when it does this. Give me a second. Let's pop it back up. It kind of like slows. I've noticed that with some streams, it'll, I think it's because I put it too wide. So let's just do it like this. I think this will be fine. My bad, y'all. All right, let's listen.
December. Or maybe they don't keep anything. They still made $1 million in 6 months or 12 months, doesn't matter. However, what does it really, really mean? And we're so focused on the big claims and we miss the discernment. We miss critical thinking because we just take blank statements like this and we're like, oh my goodness, $1 million in 6 months, I can do that too. Yes, you can, but we don't see the behind the scenes of what happened, what expenses there were, what sacrifices there were, all of the things that helped, under the surface to help what came out of the surface for all of you and I to see. When we see ads, for example, Colgate or anything like a dental thing, and they say 9 out of 10 dentists recommended Colgate. When you're looking at statistics, you have to understand the meanings behind the numbers.
The sis, they don't give a damn. Just like I told the sis the last video. What's her name? I forgot her name. This is that was talking about the Dubai folks, the influencers in Dubai. I'm gonna tell you, sis, they don't care about the numbers. They don't care about the proof. They don't care about the evidence. They do not care. They just care about the hope and the dream. That's it. That's it. That's all. If I can get my family out of poverty and go to another country, then I'm gonna do it. That's what they're thinking. They never cared about the struggle. They're not going to, because for them, they just want a way out of this, this rat race. So that's why they'll believe somebody who says, I sold $1 million off of blah 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 in Thailand. Come and holler at me. Link is in the bio. You'll see so many people. Like, I've seen so many live streams of content creators, and I just, TikTok, they sometimes you land in so many different places. You can land all over the world on TikTok. It's not like YouTube with the live streams, right? And there was one woman, and shout out to sis, she's really good. She almost got me. I was like, ooh, this is good. It was for something else, though. It wasn't for traveling. But then I started thinking about it, and I was like, wait, I haven't seen the product yet. Why would I join your masterclass and I haven't seen the product yet? But it's, you fill people's hopes and dreams because they see themselves in that situation. And you could be a really good marketer. If you're a good marketer and you have good marketing skills, you can sell anything. So that's why that person in the first video, the last video, there was one TikToker who said, oh, Dubai's safe. Don't worry about what's going on here. It's still good. And people will still fly over though. Still got their tickets in hand. Matter of fact, let's go check right now. Let's go to, let me go to an airline. Flights from Victoria to Dubai. Let's check from my city right here. Look at this, y'all. Air Canada, y'all. Hold up. Can I go to Dubai today? Today, mind you. I want to go today. YYJ to Abu Dhabi. Is that how you spell it? Yeah. I'm going to leave tomorrow because I just, tomorrow, I don't feel like going today. Let's go tomorrow. Let's go fly there tomorrow so I could do some content. All right. We're going to stay there for a few days. So from the 19th to the 24th. Here we go. Let's see if they're going to give me what I need. Here we go. Okay. It's the browser's going. Yeah, that's how slow our stuff is here. Here we go. Round trip. I don't have a promo code. Let's search here. I'm not booking. No, why it gave me YYZ? Hold up. Wait, what's going on? I thought I said Abu Dhabi. It got the wrong one, y'all. It gave me the wrong one. I said Dubai, not Toronto. Hold up. And why is it giving me June? Hold on. Let's do April. What was the date? What's today's date? Today's the 11th. Okay, let's go next. Yeah, let's go next week. Abu Dhabi. I said Abu Dhabi, not Toronto. Red flag. What is going on here? Here we go. So I got one flight, $2,801. Premium economy. That's not that bad. What? $1,014.81. It's actually cheaper to go to Dubai than a lot of other places. And then you have, I leave my house at 17:45, so that's 5:45, and I get to Abu Dhabi at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's right here, y'all. They're gonna go. If they could make, they'll spend the $2,000 to make the $1 million. Done. All right. We'll listen to a few more minutes and then we wrapping sis up too.
If you say 9 out of 10 dentists recommended Colgate, well, what if all of the 10 are people who already are dentists who already use Colgate? Well, of course they're going to recommend it, right? So 9 out of 10. Maybe the last one was using Crest and Colgate and would recommend Crest instead of Colgate, or maybe wouldn't recommend it, or maybe it's just didn't vote. We look at the number and we don't understand what's behind the number. We just look at on the surface and we don't dig deeper into, okay, what does it really mean? Now, in the context of moving abroad, a few people on YouTube complain that content creators don't tell the truth, that they lie about moving abroad. I don't know if I consider myself a content creator, but because I share content on YouTube, let me say that, okay, let me put myself in the shoes of a content creator. I stated in a previous video that what you see on my channel is what I choose to share. What you see on other people's channels is what they choose to share.
Mm-hmm.
Can I share everything? No. Can they share everything? No. Can they only focus on the good side of things? More power to them. That's their choice. It's their channel. They choose to share whatever they want. When you have your channel, you get to choose whatever you want. It's your channel, right? You get to decide. Now, when it comes to moving abroad, I have my notes here because I have a lot of things to say. You have to do your own research, but use critical thinking.
They're not gonna do that, sis. Love you. Yeah, that's it. Wrap it, not her, but we gonna wrap the conversation up because there's no point. Because as much as people like her will come online and say, do your research, you gotta search, you gotta check, you gotta see, there's still going to be a person who is cognitively deficient who will still do that. And it's not just a small percentage, it's a large percentage. Again, society, conditioning. They don't care as long as they can have what you have. Just like the people with the veneers last week. We saw them, all teeth all busted up. They knew that $3,000 wasn't really going to be at a legit dentist, but they didn't care. They wanted to take the risk because as long as I could take the risk, I may get a reward. There you go. So we going to wrap you up, sis. Love you. But yeah. There's nothing else to add to the conversation. People gonna do whatever the hell they want to do. There's people right now flying to Dubai. I done showed y'all the flights right here. They about to fly. They gonna book a ticket, go right there and be like, oh, I see other people making money in Dubai through documenting what's going on in the whole region. I'm gonna go over there and test my luck and I'll go viral. There you go. Next, we're gonna move on, y'all. So who else did I have in the thumbnail? Yeah, the meds are wearing off, y'all. The meds are wearing off. What time is it? Oh no, it hasn't worn off yet. It's still kicking. It's just wearing off. Should we talk about Brandy? Brandy. Okay, let's talk about Brandy. Let me read a few comments. We moving on to Brandy and Wanya. This won't take too long though. I think I'm gonna do a case study on Brandy. I'm adding her to the list. I have added her to the list. I'm gonna add Monica to the list too. And the reason why I want to talk about Brandy is one, her book just came out. Two, her brother is, y'all, Ray J the other day said he gonna go to Haiti, y'all. Because he's interested in, hold on. We're gonna watch Ray J first. And then we'll get to Brandy and Wanya, which is really sad situation. So, hold on. Let me read a few comments. Let me make sure there's no riffraff going on in the comments here. That art girl, you said I was talking about the AI video going around Romy. Oh, my bad. I thought you was talking about the war situation. Yeah. That's how you know. Ever since I turned 40, it's like the auntie chip activated. Before I used to say I was an auntie and I was joking. I'm really an auntie now. Like for real, for legit. This is legit. Like I'm done. As soon as I turn 40, I don't know if it's just me, but it's like the chip just tick. I've become a true auntie now. I don't know what's going on half of the time. I'm lost in the sauce with every conversation. I take things literally, and I used to laugh when my parents used to do that, and now I've become them. I'm getting too old, y'all. It's the time for me, yo. Deja Rue, hey sis, you said I also blame parent sheltering kids too much. I watched a video of middle school history teacher read complaint emails from parents not wanting them to discuss war and government. It's history. That's very sad. That is very sad, and it's just it's very sad because like you have to talk about historical atrocities in order for people to understand, and I think a lot of it has to do with they would rather just ignore it like it didn't happen so people get over it, right? And so they won't have to be accountable to the wrongs that happened. And most of the time, I can almost guarantee that the parents are descendants of the wrongdoers. We just gonna leave it at that. Some girl, you said some people really lucky when traveling. They will go with $30 and someone will fund it. Man, I wish I could be a broke beggar. I think my begging skills are not high enough. I don't know how to beg. That's the problem. I'm not good at it. I need to have a begging spirit because they don't care. Some people get trips funded off of they go and be like they just barter the whole time. Get people to pay for their flights, get people to pay for their hotel accommodations, bunk with people, and they feel no types of ways about it. Go with less than $30 in their checking account, and somehow their trip is funded. Red flag. But at the same time, I'm low key impressed that people can do that. All right, y'all. Ray J. Let's get to Brandy and Wanye and Ray J. Brandy, yeah, we're gonna do a case study on Brandy, so I don't want to talk about this too much, but I do want to go over some of the key points as to this relationship that she had with Wanye. And I remember when they were dating, because I was young at the time, and I remember when they had that song Broken Hearted. I actually really loved that song. And when you're young and you're thinking this relationship is normal, but in hindsight, it was never normal. It was never a relationship that should have ever happened. And in my entire mind, I'm wondering, where was her mama? Red flag. Where was Sonia? Because she everywhere but with her. She's watching her kids, but like she's always with her kids because she was Brandy's manager, and I believe she was Ray J's manager too. But seeing how they both turned out let me know all that I need to know. She's another Matthew Knowles, but she's just Matthew Knowles in a skirt. Let's just put it that way. Let's hear what Ray J had to say about him going to Haiti, child. And no, Haiti, do not let Ray J go into your country. Red flag. He needs to deal with whatever he got going on in America. Hold on. Let's play this.
Haiti, they waiting for me over there.
No, don't wait for him.
Don't go to Haiti. I'm going to Haiti. We got the plane. We got the people, we got the doctors and shit, and I've been falling by the wayside. So, I think Haiti is an important place to hit, not just to see what's out there and to see what can help, but also just to educate people on Haiti and all the positive things that's going on over there. Like, despite and even though it's a lot of crazy shit happening there, there's a lot of good people there. There's a lot of people that's trying to help people, and so the flights have been booked. I'll give you guys the dates real soon. It's coming up in the next few weeks, so y'all pray for me. Stay tuned. We're going to Haiti. It's official. Get ready. It's confirmed.
Okay, so Ray J's going to Haiti, y'all. And, he's right. There's some amazing people in Haiti. I wish I could go to Haiti again. But, circumstances. And he said, people told me not to go. Yeah, you should stay home. You should stay home, Ray J. If this were coming from anyone else, I'd be like, you know what? You're going to be good. But from Ray J, stay your ass home. I have a PSA. I'm going to say it in English and in Creole. In case, and I'm being very serious right now. Any woman who is in Haiti, if you're listening to the sound of my voice, please do not get involved with this man. He has a lot going on in the United States, okay? Please, I know he seems like a celebrity. I get it, but stay away from this man. Please, no. No. Do not touch him with a 10-foot pole. You see him at the airport, you walk the other way. You see him at a restaurant, you serve him, you leave if you're the waitress or the waitstaff. If you're not, there's no reason you should be talking to him like that. Let him deal with the peoples he's with. Now I'm going to make this announcement in Creole. Si, ou est Michel ça? En Haïti, m'a connais si la pour aller Port-au-Prince, si la pour aller au Cap. Mais si ou est Michel ça nèg ça? Nan vilou, marche l'autre côté là. Please. Pas approcher, quitte l'en repos. Michel ça c'est un sans-ave vagabond. Li pas bon du tout. Red flag. Please do not entangle yourself with this man. That was the PSA to all my Haitian sisters out there. Pass the message along to the community. Next, let's get to Brandy. Now this is the sad part of the situation. Brandy, her book came out and she highlighted how her relationship with Wanye started and also what happened during that relationship. So we're going to watch this. I have not read her book. I'm going to buy her book so I can read it. And, if you guys vote for her for the case study, I would love to cover Brandy. I actually think it's appropriate to cover her after Beyonce because she is connected to Beyonce's story and also Kelly Rowland. So I might just do an executive decision and do Brandy after. I don't know if I'm gonna vote or whatever. We'll figure it out, y'all. But let's watch this video. I think there was another video about Brandy. I think it was this one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay, let's watch this from another doctor, Dr. Frida. Shout out to you, sis.
We are live. I'm Dr. Frida, and welcome to our special edition panel. Is she fast or was she groomed? I'm so happy to have you. I am Dr. Frida. I'm a medical doctor. I have been quadruple board certified. I'm a board certified kidney doctor and high blood pressure specialist. I'm board certified in internal medicine. I'm board certified in obesity medicine.
That's what's up, doctor. Shout out to the doctor. Green flag. You know what? We giving you a follow, doctor, because you said kidney and what? Blood pressure? You know that run in my people's family and them. I need to definitely follow you. I hope you give some medical. Well, you know, we're not supposed to take medical advice on the internet, but I might learn something for you, good doctor.
And very importantly for this conversation, after I completed my dual med-peds residency at Georgetown, I earned my board certification in pediatrics. There, I did a lot of adolescent medicine, dealing with young adolescent girls, which brings us to today's topic. Is she fast or was she groomed? This conversation was actually inspired by Brandy's book that she just released, Phases. I have it on Audible. I'm getting my hard copy in the mail. I advise you read it because she shares, among many things, some very intimate details about her relationship with Boyz II Men star Wanya Morris. She shares that she was 15 years old
15?
when she first met him.
Red flag. And you know what? I didn't know she was that young because, again, during that time, they presented girls to be much older than they were. Same thing with Beyonce. Beyonce was a very mature 15, 16-year-old. And matter of fact, I think her and Brandy are around the same age. Hold on, let's check. Beyonce was 1981, I think. So Brandy, I need to see Brandy's age. I think they're all around the same age. 1979. Okay, I think she's a little older than Beyonce. Beyonce's 1981. Yeah, so she's 2 years older than Beyonce. Okay.
And he was 21. They dated, and many of us knew that they dated. Initially, they said that they were not intimate until she was 18, but now she reveals in this book, Phases, that they were first intimate when she was 16 years old.
Red flag. And you know, you see, Wanya, why did you have to mess up the bag? Why did you have to do that? Like, of all the Boyz II Men, you had to mess it up for the group. Now I gotta distance myself away from Boyz II Men too. It's like I can't listen to nothing no more. I used to love Boyz II Men. That's my favorite R&B group. Now I'm gonna have to delete my song. Doing Just Fine. That was my anthem. This is horrible, horrific, all because of that dusty ass Wanya. Nathan and Sean, they passed. Michael, I don't know what happened to him. He kind of went away. Wanya, I heard, and to be honest with you, I've heard, I think it was Candy. I think Candy Burris had worked with them once, and she had an altercation with Wanya. Hold up, let's check it out before we continue this. He has a lore, y'all. He doesn't have a good attitude. And his son Wayne Moore or something, I followed his kids too. They had some good voices. I thought they were about to be the next Jackson 5. Wanya Morris, Candy. I remember he had beef with Candy Burris. Yeah, here. It was like 5 years ago. Some people don't think that plaques still come in. Candy Burris drops receipts after Wanya Morris of Boyz II Men calls her out for not working in music anymore. Yeah, I think there was some situation that happened with them. Here, okay. Oh, no. The Real likes to copyright strike people. So, Candy Burris on Wanya Morris feud. He was disrespectful as F. And then she said, I wasn't making it personal. I was just trying to handle my business, but they were trying to act like they were so important that I should have just been glad to work with them, said Burris, who is sharing more about her contentious collaboration with Boyz II Men. Hold up. We're going to have to see what she had to say. And I believe Candy. I believe her. Candy's somebody called her a yam head when I talked about her and Todd. Candy may be a yam head, but she's not a liar. I trust her. I trust her judgment. Boyz II Men, and I have a feeling it was Wanya's old crusty ass that was having that whole situation. Okay, Candy said it. All right, let's watch Candy, y'all.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your girl, Candy.
And then the reason we're watching this is because I want to give the background of this person's character.
And there were a few things that were running around on the internet about the situation with Boyz II Men and I.
It looks like Boyz II Men star singer Wanya Morris won't be getting on bended knee.
I didn't deal with it because, you know, I was getting ready for...
Red flag, I knew it was his ass. Because they put Boyz II Men as a collective because they're a group. But I can guarantee you it was his old Devo ass that was acting like that. So this gives us an indication as to the type of personality we're dealing with right here.
Versus. And then when we finally finished the autograph signing, people had followed us to the van and was shaking the van.
Excuse me, it was a limo. It was a limo.
Oh, okay. It was a limo.
The van, baby. Baby brought the van to the second album.
Thanks for all who watched it, tuned in, and showed us some love, you know what I mean?
Thanks for bringing everybody safe over from LA, all over the world. But we just want to say thank you for this moment. We give all praise to you, and we just ask that you would just bless this performance and allow us to have a good time. This is a celebration, and because of you, we're able to do this. I'm so grateful, and I just thank you in Jesus' name.
But I did want to address this.
Candy said it all stemmed from a bad studio session.
So, on that note,
Candy, you gotta hurry this up, sis.
when you people came up to me and asked me about the whole situation with Wanya, since Wanya responded or whatever. Okay, I want to make it clear because I did so happen to see just a little clip of what Wanya said on I guess his interview that he was doing, and clearly he did not understand why I was offended because the way he told the story is not how I felt. Okay. And then I noticed he tried to throw a little shade at the end. You need to be a housewife, honey. But it's all good. Anyway, no shade here. I love the group Boyz II Men as far as them being artists. I think they're amazing. And I have no shade about them, their career, or anything like that. But what I will say is I did have a bad experience. And how this whole situation came about. Much love to Eddie Levert. I did this interview with
Eddie Levert. Didn't he pass away or was it his son? I know Gerald passed away. Gerald Levert. Eddie Levert. I think Eddie passed away too. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, damn, he's still alive. Oh, okay, my bad. I thought he passed. Okay, let me not put that on him. All right, you still out there kicking. Him and Ronald Isley. I'll be in shambles if Ronald Isley and Eddie Levert go away.
Eddie Levert, one of the legendary OJs.
And Smokey Robinson too.
I did this interview with Eddie Levert, one of the legendary OJs.
Hey. The little shuffle.
He does a live interview segment weekly on his Instagram page, so you guys should check that out.
He knows how to use
Anyway,
Instagram?
He was asking me questions, and he asked me what was one of my hardest, artists to work with as far as experiences in the studio. I didn't really want to answer the question, but I was just like, okay, I'm gonna go and say it was Boyz II Men, and that's the truth. And so he, I didn't realize that this interview was just gonna catch fire and everybody was gonna be talking about it, but apparently, Wanya had his opinion and he spoke on it. So I feel like it's very important I tell you guys from my side of the story, because from what I gathered from the small clip that I saw, he made it seem like I just had an issue with the splits.
Split sheets are used to determine how much each person involved with a song contributed.
And that is definitely not why I said that they were my worst experience working with an artist. So just to give you a clear picture of how it went down, I thought that I had been cool with Wanya and Sean prior to working with them. We had hung out before, and I thought they was, real cool people or whatever. So I was really looking forward to working with them in the studio. This was years ago, mind you. This was like in 2000 or something like that. I was super excited about working with Boyz II Men. At the time, they had set it up for Shakespeare and I to do 2 songs with Boyz II Men. So the particular day they were coming in, I had already started working on the song, which is called Good Guy.
Candy, you trying to get me copyright?
Matter of fact, he sung a little clip of that in his interview, okay? So the song he was singing in his interview was the one that I was already working on before they even got to the studio. So I was pretty much done. I think I had wrote like the verse, the B section, and the hook was already done before they even got there. That's the majority of the song for people who don't really know. It's like once you get to the second verse, all you're doing is changing lyrics. The melody is already there. So him, Wanye, Sean, and Mike, who's very nice, by the way, you know, they came to the studio that day.
And that's why he left the group. I already know what time it is. Where's Nathan? Y'all, I used to have the biggest crush on Nathan. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, when I was a kid, I'm crazy, y'all. I thought Nathan was so fine with the glasses. Alright, that's neither here nor there. I don't know why that just came out. Yo, I had the biggest crush on Nathan. I ain't gonna lie, yo. That End of the Road video, all the way lonely. And he was on Fresh Prince. You remember that episode where Will had to go do the christening for baby Nikki and Boyz II Men came? I think that was it. Anyways.
Not make it to the
There's
studio.
no reason.
So when they first got
No
here, everything's
reason,
all good. I believe Wanye was like, hey, you want us to help you finish the song? Typically, if I'm working with a group or an artist and they want to collaborate or whatever, I'm more than open because they're the artist. So I was like, yeah, if you want to help, I'm almost done. That's cool or whatever. So they did help finish with the lyrics on the second verse, and I guess that was about it. So then we wrapped that song up, and then we started working on the second song, and the second song is called Beautiful Women. That particular song, we started from scratch, and I felt like realistically, Wanye gave more input, and Sean or whatever. I feel like they gave probably more input than I did as far as like the melody was concerned and the concept of the record. I think one of them came up with or whatever. So I would say they had more input in that particular song, even though we started from scratch or whatever. Mike, he was there, but he wasn't really giving input as far as like the lyric of melodies, the songwriting part. He was there though. We finished the second song as far as writing is concerned. Didn't record anything, just writing whatever. We was talking, laughing, and joking until about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. It was late. So at that point, they were like, okay, we're gonna go. They was going back to their hotel or whatever because the next day they were supposed to come back to the studio and hopefully start recording the songs that had been written that day. It was my experience at that time that if you do collaborate with anybody, you should, try to go ahead and figure out what the splits are as soon as possible while it's fresh on your brain.
Yeah,
if you don't,
absolutely.
People get amnesia about who did what and how.
Hold up. So, Candy, you was with them till 2 in the morning. And this is a problem because remember last week we did the story about Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Mane and they had a whole session at 3 in the morning. Red flag. Why y'all staying out too late? That's way too damn late to remember who the hell did splits. And, that's like you being out. Think about it this way. In our world, non-music world, that's like you being out and working on a deadline with your coworker at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's weird. So, or collaborating with another team at 3 in the morning. Y'all ain't got no 9 to 5 schedules. That's number one. Number two, is there a third party? Like, you guys don't have advisors in the music industry who can be there at that time to say who did what in the splits? This is very interesting that they are the ones left to do and to collaborate on that. I think that is a conflict of interest because what if an artist is more has a very domineering personality, and then you contribute a little bit more, but then they're like, well, I did it, you didn't do it. That can lead to a lot of those type of situations happening. Who else is in the studio that can corroborate this? We need answers, Candy.
How the split should go. So I said, hey guys, how do you normally do your splits?
There is no standard in how to decide what percentage of a song someone gets.
And that's a problem.
Instantly, attitude shifted. And so it was like,
splits? What you mean? How we do our splits?
And I was like, well, I was just wondering, how you do, your splits. Because, everybody kind of have a different way of doing it or whatever.
This is just a business decision that must be made amongst yourselves as business people.
They was like,
first of all, that is the craziest thing I have ever heard in my life. Red flag. You're leaving it up to artists to decide who gets to split what? No wonder we have these kind of issues going on with songwriting. Wait a minute. And remember, at that time, Candy was Escape Candy. She wasn't Candy who we know today. So, and she was still getting in her songwriting bag. This doesn't make sense to me. So this is very arbitrary. All these years. This is concerning. And also, she's a young woman. And I can almost guarantee you that's how he likes to manipulate women. I gotta be honest, allegedly. But just seeing their behavior, that's why you need to know people's behaviors outside of relationships. How do they interact with women who are not their family members? That'll tell you everything you need to know about a man. So he talking about what splits? Well, she was there with you till 2 and 3 in the morning. She deserves a split. Regardless of how you feel about it. She was there. And she was contributing. Now, I don't know the percentage. But at the same time, she was there till 3 in the morning. She deserves her credit. But then again, you know, you have this male type of person. This male who thinks that, you know, this man, I should say, who believes that he is, you know, that she is subservient. You already have that dynamic right here already, and I didn't even finish the video. So then we going to switch over to Brandy after, and then we going to see what happened. That's why I believe her and Candy. Behavior, patterns.
Oh, you want to talk about splits?
And I was like, well, if it's too late, you know, if y'all tired, it's cool. I understand. You know, we can talk about it tomorrow. Because I was like, maybe I'm bringing it up and they tired and they think, why am I bringing it up? Because it's late at night. So they was like,
nah. If you want to talk about the splits, we can talk about the splits.
I was like, okay. So they was like,
so, man, I guess you probably, like Shakespeare probably, because he did the music, you probably give him, you know, he'll get 50%.
Some people decide to split the royalties equally amongst each other.
And I'm like, yeah. And they was like,
well, we normally split the rest equally or whatever.
So I was like, oh, okay, well, what do you mean equally? So they was like, you know, it's 4 of us, so they wanted to do 10, 10, 10, and then give me 10. So I was like, well, that might work on that second song, but the first song, I was pretty much, you know, done with it when y'all got there. So I was like, that ain't gonna really work on that song for me to just only take 10%. Like, that don't make sense. So then they were like, well, you know, we always be split. And then mind you, on top of that, Nate wasn't even there. So I'm like, why are we splitting? And he getting his share, and I'm gonna get the same thing as him.
Because that's Wanye's brother or cousin. I don't remember. Yeah, Nate, Mike, Sean, and Juan. Okay, Wanye and Nate. I think that's his brother. I believe that's his brother. Yeah, that's his brother or his cousin. Yeah, they are brothers. I believe. Hold on. Yeah, they are brothers. So, yeah, that's why. So he gonna look out for his family.
He ain't even here. That didn't make sense to me. So, you know, they was like, well, anyway, they ended up saying, okay, well, you know, we did more on this song, you did more on that song. So let's just say we'll take 25% on your song. You get 25. We'll split 25 amongst ourselves, I guess, amongst themselves. And then give me 25 on the other song. So I was like, okay, well, you know, they'll be taking 25 on the song they did more of, but they were going to give me 25 on the song they did more of. So it sounded fair to me. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work, cool. So they leave out the door. As soon as they got in the car, they called back to my manager. My manager that was still in the studio with, in the room with me. He used to work with them on the road, like he had been working with them before or whatever.
Okay, so there is somebody else that's there. All right, but it's still conflict of interest because he's Candy's manager. They need to have an independent party. They ain't got no third party adjusters or something. What's going on here?
It was cool with him, but he was sitting still in the room then. So they called him back on the phone. He was like,
yeah, man, you know, we just thought about it and
they said we just thought about it and
we decided we ain't giving her the 25% on the other song.
That's a sucker move. Red flag. So they waited till they were in the car. They're so, excuse my French, bitch made. I don't like that. She was right in front of your face and you smile like, yeah, we gonna split it, we gonna do that. And then as soon as you get into the car, you want to cry like a little biatch to the manager. You didn't even call her. That's the thing I don't like. Why didn't he call her, or why didn't they call her and be like, hey, actually, on second thought, let's talk about it again. Tomorrow, let's have a conversation. Let's figure it out. Nope. Want to run behind. They didn't want to deal with her. Wanted to deal with her manager, a man.
She can only get 10 on that, but we still going to keep the 25% on Good Guy.
And now, mind you, my manager's standing right in front of me, so I can hear their voices and hear what they saying and how they saying it. So I was like, no, that's not gonna work. They not just gonna chump me off like that. Like, no. And so he's like, you know, he was talking to them, and so they was like,
and I can't believe she even fixed her mouth to even ask us about some splits.
That's exactly why I'm saying what I'm saying. So this is why I was saying that they need an independent third part, because this power dynamic. He's a man. He's from Boyz II Men. And like I said, at the time, Boyz II Men was bigger than Escape. I mean, if you want to think about it in that way. I don't know. She said it was in the 2000s, so she was probably just starting out in her songwriting career. They took advantage of her. And so now, whoever's going to tell me that Wanya didn't take advantage of Brandy is a goddamn liar. Red flag. He couldn't even stand to look at her. Because how dare this woman want to split with me? How dare she? And then he had to go to her manager instead of talking to her directly and trying to resolve it. He's a punk. He's weak. I don't like men like that. That really, if there's anything that irritates my soul, it's a man who wants to run behind and doesn't want to like confront and talk about a situation face to face, but you want to run behind and do it behind people's backs. I don't like that. And then they call us emotionally and we can't handle things, and then look at her, she's able to handle it, but he can't. He want to run away like a little child.
It's my mouth to ask them about some split. I was like, what the fuck you mean?
Exactly.
I'm gonna fix my mouth. And it was like,
I should be happy that I'm even working on their album.
this is what they're saying.
Manipulation.
On the phone. But he's standing right next to me and they're talking loud enough for me to hear them. Of course, I'm pissed because I'm like, who are you? You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't personal for me. I wasn't making it personal. I was just trying to do business, you know, and handle my business. But they were trying to act like, you know, they were so important that I should have just been so glad to work with them that I should not have even asked them about the splits. At that point, my manager was just trying to be like, okay, well, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Because he knew that I'm getting mad. He's seeing my face, so he's trying to get off the phone, right? So I don't hear anymore. So the next day, you know, so at that point, you know, I'm pissed. I was venting to Shakespeare, who was still in the studio with me or whatever. And I was venting to my manager, obviously, that I was upset or whatever. Because not about the splits, but about how they were handling me, okay? The next day, come to the studio. I'm thinking, okay, well, it's cool. You know, next day, be refreshed, whatever. So I'm at the front of the studio. I'm on the phone. They buzz the door, and they're coming in. So I'm right at the door. I go to open the door for them because I'm right at the door. At this point, the next day, Mike didn't come. It was just Nate, Sean, and Wanya. They walked right by me.
Nate too? Done. Boys to Men, you will not see my Spotify playlist again. And damn, I was just listening to Doing Just Fine and Water Runs Dry. Oh boy. That's another one bites the dust. Oh boy. They walked past her. They couldn't even look at her. They couldn't even talk to her.
One of them even like slightly brushed past me.
And I promise you, Wanya is the ringleader. I can almost guarantee that.
Wasn't that big of a door. It wasn't that big of a space. Right by me. And didn't even speak. And I opened the door for them, okay? Wow. They walked right by me and went on to the back like I wasn't even there. Then they told my manager that they didn't even want me in the room to have the discussion.
Red flag. So it was all good and gravy when she was just like, you know, they thought she was gonna be just like all the other girls they done did this to. I'm positive who have they written songs with? No, we gotta see, man. I need to see who they collaborated with. Who has Boyz II Men? You know what? AI. Who has Boyz II Men collaborated? Who has Boyz II Men collaborated with? I need answers. I need answers. Oh yeah, One Sweet Day. Damn, I gotta get rid of that song too. Damn it, y'all! Y'all think I'm joking? Hold up, this is devastating. Oh my God, y'all, this is devastating. Oh my God, not me having... This was not on my bingo card. I didn't know the situation like that. I just remember they was beefing, but I didn't really... you know, sometimes you remember stuff, right? Y'all, look at this playlist of Boyz II Men. I'm not joking when I say I love Boyz II Men. I even have their whole Black album, the Legacy album. That's on my playlist. I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna need a moment to mourn, y'all. All right, anyways, damn who they collaborated with. It don't matter because how they treated Candy tells me all that I need to know about these people.
About the song and whatever. They only wanted to talk to Shakespeare and my manager. They refused to speak to me.
The misogynoir of it all. That's why I'm canceling their asses. This is a self-cancellation. I don't like misogyny, especially misogynoir. I'ma have to get rid of so many people, yo.
Room to have the discussion about the song and whatever. They only wanted to talk to Shakespeare and my manager. They refused to speak to me and talk to me about the business of the song. So for me, I was pissed, of course, because to me, I'm like, you would have never done another man like that. If I would have died, that wouldn't have happened. They would have never in a million years handled a dude like that.
1,000,000%. I'm backing you up, Candy. I'm with you. You know what? What? Escape. We gonna drop some Escape music. You know what? I'm a go and make sure that I put all my Escape songs on that. I mean, even though you are a yam head, I love you, Candy, for speaking your truth.
So you do think
Brandy's on my playlist already, but I'm doubling down on Brandy. I'm gonna listen. There's gonna be a Brandy marathon this whole weekend.
it's a man thing, or do you think that they just like the Bogart situation? Listen, I felt like it was multiple things. I felt like it was a lot of ego, that they feel that somebody who's writing with them, for them, or whatever shouldn't even be able to ask them about splits. That's for one. And for two, I definitely felt it was a thing of, you know, me being a woman, they felt like they didn't have to do business with me. Like, they didn't have to talk to me or deal with me. Like, I'm only gonna talk to them. It's like, I did not raise my voice at them. I did not curse them. I didn't do anything. And mind you, a matter of fact, at the time, was it the night before, the next day, or whatever, Mike did speak back with my manager, the nice one.
Shout out to Mike.
He apologized to him and said, please tell Candy I'm sorry for how, you know, everybody handled her or whatever. That wasn't cool, whatever. I'm sure he didn't tell them that he apologized, but he did apologize and was just saying, like, he recognized that it wasn't cool. So I was just like, it wasn't just me. I know I ain't crazy. And for me, it's like, it already wasn't that many women song. It's not that many women in the business, period, as far as behind the scenes as songwriters, producers. That's a fact. To me, it just was not cool that when it comes to handling business, that this is how it goes down. It should have never went down that way. Like I said, prior to even working with them, I had hung out with them before, well, two of them anyway, and we had definitely was cool prior.
No, you was cool because you didn't have to deal with them on a more intimate basis. That's all that is. You was cool because you weren't stepping over their money and what they had going on. Everybody gonna be cool, but then when the real situation comes about, that's when you gonna see their true colors. Red flag to Michael's the good one. He's the one who left the group. Red flag to Wanye. Oh, hot dog head ass. Nathan, you see, I said I liked you in your bifocals. I don't like you no more. And Sean, in his old whiny voice. I'm tired of y'all. And I'm so upset. I'm just dragging them right now, but I'm upset I have to delete their songs off of my damn playlist.
So for me, it should have never went down.
Yo, you know what devastated me even more was Brian McKnight, y'all. I was in shambles. It took me a long time to get rid of his music. Oh, deadbeat ass red flag. I was so sad. Brian McKnight. Oh, that one hurt me, y'all. That hurt the heart. It took me a while to do it, y'all. I just was like, I kept playing the song, Don't Waste Your Time, You Should, the one with Maze, and then I played One Last Cry Before I Leave It All Behind. Oh man, Anita Baker, she almost got off of my damn list when she was beefing with Babyface. Oh man, these people are crazy.
I'm not holding grudges about it. Since then, you know, I mean, I definitely have seen them, you know, definitely spoke. So it's not like a thing of me holding grudges. But if someone asked me what was my worst experience, I'm sorry. That is the truth.
And I love you for that, my Taurian sister. That's why I like Tauruses. Y'all are ready. Get straight to business. All right, now let's get to Wanye's old crusty hot dog headed ass. Cause I want to. We're not even gonna listen to him that much. This clip. Oh damn, he talks a lot. Hold up, y'all. Is that him?
Yeah. Just check. Oh, yeah. What's going on? I'm on a live right now. Say hi. What's cracking? Want me to call you back? Everything all right?
Girl Candy just did.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
All right, I'll call you back.
Shut up on your titty clappers.
Okay. All right. Cool enough. All right. Cool. All right.
Yeah, I've been seeing that Wanye. When you started the live, people were saying, Wanye, what do you think about Candy's interview? So she must have said something there.
Who's Candace?
Candy from Real Housewives of Atlanta. She must have said something nasty about boys.
Who was that? Oh,
from Escape.
From Escape?
Yeah, she must have said something because everybody was saying it in the comments. Hey, Amira J, I want her in the season 2. I see her in the comments.
I don't know. What did she say?
Yeah.
Did you know what she said?
I didn't see it because it must have happened when we first started, but I saw it in the comments. People were saying, "Did you see Candy's interview?" So she must have said something nasty for him to call.
First of all, red flag. Look at him being messy. The one in the white suit. You don't even know what she said. You didn't even hear what she said. And then look at him already putting flame to the fire, talking about she must have said something nasty. But how do you know? How do you know? You gotta listen to what she said. This is how stuff gets started. And look at his ass. Look at his reaction.
In the comments, people were saying, "Did you see Candy's interview?" So she must have said something nasty for him to call you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Somebody said, "Did you hear titty flapping?" Yes, that's what they say, titty flapping.
Oh yeah, that's you gotta excuse us. We are weird, okay? Anyway.
Did you hear what flapping? What he said? What she said?
Saying, "Did you see Candy's interview?" So she must have said something nasty for him to call you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Somebody said, "Did you hear titty flapping?" Yes.
Titty flapping? Did you hear titty flapping? Is that, y'all let me know in the comments if my ears are my ears not ringing? Did he say titty flapping?
That's what they say, titty flapping.
Oh yeah, that's you gotta excuse us. We are weird, okay?
Red flag. That's not weird. It's inappropriate. Why are we talking about titties flapping? And then listen to the woman. Titties flapping. Part of the damn situation. This is what goes on here. She wants to. How is this even appropriate? This whole interview. We gonna wrap this up real quick.
Okay. Anyway, that's actually a couple of our passwords with Wi-Fi. You would never know. But anyway, yeah, man, but Jada, man, I tell you, you are an amazing vocalist, and I'm going to definitely.
She said y'all was the worst people to work with. That's what
she said. Y'all attitudes were nasty to her and horrible to work with.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's not true. I'll tell the story if y'all want to hear it. But I'll tell you a little.
Yeah, we want to hear it. We want to hear it.
No, we want to hear how you groomed Brandy and you preyed upon her when you was 21 years old. How about you talk about that story?
Want to hear it, Jane? If you want to hear the story, Jane,
we want to hear the story. What's the tea?
Okay, so she was working.
Maybe we should go on TMZ with the story.
So she was working. So she was working with Shakespeare at the time. Was her man. You know what I mean? And we were writing a song, Good Guys. I believe it was Good Guys. Yeah. Tell me why I be the good guy. Tell me my gratitude coming to the side. Now, we're from the school and Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, they kind of taught us basically, this is how you work. If I write, you write Petty, and Jana writes. We'll split it down the middle. You understand? It really doesn't matter. Lyrically,
they said no, sell it to TMZ, get a check for it.
I don't feel like that. That's not my thought process. I don't give a damn.
We didn't even know how to do that.
Exactly.
TLC,
Who cares? TLC? I love TLC. But we writing the song. We've been taught. You write it. You just split it down the middle. That way, there's no discrepancies or whatever. Blah 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 blah. Right? We finished the song, right? And once we finished the song, she started talking about splits. Now the song wasn't actually finished, but she started talking about splits. Now we from the old school. We from the, hey, you write a lyric, I write a lyric, if you don't write the full, you know what I'm saying? It's really about, just building this.
Yeah, you shaking your head, sis. And I get it, you were enamored with Wanye and his hot dog headed ass and the bumpy head he got going on. Now, I'm going to tell you, like, he has a cone head. Y'all ever seen the show Coneheads? He got a cone head. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Wanye, I'm not doing a group project and we all getting A's. And they ask us, at the end when you do a group assignment, this is similar to that. And they, you have one who didn't even show up. Then you have another one who probably gave a little 20% here and there, but then half of the time they're passed out at the bar doing God knows what on Fridays while you and there's always 2 team members plugging away for the rest of the group and then the rest of them doing whatever shenanigans. You got one of them always has a family emergency. Oh, I can't stay too long. I can't attend this. I'm so sorry. Very rare that you have everyone kind of do their parts in the group assignment. And then at the end when the professor asks, hey, like, who did what, because you get, you did your assignment, whatever, you did your presentation. And then towards the end, when they ask you who did what, who contributed to what, you could give feedback. You really think that I'm going to split it equally? Red flag! No, the hell I ain't. He did 20%. He barely showed up. And then she's always sick out. Me and her, we did all the work. Done. Ain't got time for all this appeasing. This is not the old school. Welcome to real world. People got to get paid. Okay? We're not doing splits. Nate wasn't even there with his damn bifocals. He wasn't even there. Coke bottle glasses. And then you want him to split. Why? Because it benefits your crusty ass.
This whole thing together. And she started talking about splits. So we sat there. We was like, splits? First of all, we didn't even finish singing the song yet. We didn't finish writing the song yet. Why would we talk about splits? I mean, well, because I came up with the hook. And I'm like, and the hook is a major part of the song. It's like, I don't care what the hook is a major. We're like literally, like we've been in the game long enough to say, hold on a second. That's not how it worked. Now, that's how it became. We understand that's how it became, but we don't ride in that lane. You understand? We're in a whole nother thought process when it comes to creative, simply because that can be stagnating. It can stagnate the whole...
I don't believe nothing what you talking about, because you was talking about titties flapping. As soon as you said that, you done lost the plot, mister. Now, how long is this? I don't give a damn. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I just am trying to give him the opportunity to tell his raggedy ass side of the story.
You know, I could take her or leave her. Now, I think that she's a cool person. I think that, you know, when I watch her on TV or whatnot, I think that she has very valid things to say. I think that she keeps things on a level when it comes to her personality. I have nothing bad to say about Candy. It's just we work differently. And we try to keep things on a 100% up and up, you know, and be honest about everything that we do. So unfortunately, that just didn't turn out right. I didn't know that we were the worst to work with, but I mean, after TLC and Boys to Men and a couple of other people, she hasn't worked since, right? Like music wise, she's just been doing like reunions with Escape.
She hasn't worked since. What did he say?
Music wise, she's just been doing like reunions with Escape. I mean, she's doing TV, which is awesome, but I haven't heard a song that I was like, yo, go Candy. Like,
Wanye, you have the internet just like I do. But then you want to say something. So, okay, let's do this. You said she hasn't had anything since TLC. Let's see. And even if she hasn't, look at her. Okay, let's look at all of her credits here. These are all of her credits, right? And don't forget, you better put some respect on Old Lady Gang. Don't play with it. Where's yours? I need to do a side by side. But no, we're gonna give it same Wikipedia thing we've done before. Where's his song credits, y'all? Let's do his song credits, y'all. Oh, that's it? That's you? Red flag! You talking all that yak. You talking all that yak. And all you did was Boys to Men. Boys to Men. Boys to Men. Boys to Men. And then look at hers. Look, top songs as a songwriter. Okay, y'all better not play with me. Yes, all of it is Boys to Men. You've only worked on your songs with your group. And with Brian McKnight. Oh, how very convenient. Nicholas McKnight. Oh, poor guy. And he the one who passed away. Rest in peace to the son. You did Beyonce's Countdown. And then you did Last Time with Nathan Morris. That's it. It's only your group, Mariah Carey, Uncle Sam, Brian McKnight, and Beyonce. And then look at Candy. Don't play with her. Even though she's a yam head. She's still a good yam head. Don't play with her. Here, where's her songwriting credits? Where's she at? Hold on. I looked it up before. Here we go. Come on now. Put some respect on her name. Red flag. You and your raggedy ass PR agent. I don't know who's in the background. But she signs mighty, mighty familiar. Don't play with it. When we gonna get right back to this talking about Brandy, y'all. I had to paint a picture for y'all in case you guys do not know who Wanye is.
Like I did when she was doing, the records for like TLC and those other records. Like it's been a dormant season, and it's a dormant season for a lot of artists.
And for you too, weren't you just on the you guys were on the show with the mask? You know when they wear the crab heads or whatever? What's that damn show? Unmasked Singer. What's your tea, Wanye? Because hell, I know about her more than you. I only know about you because I loved your group, but now we gonna have to delete. We gonna have to delete. Boys to Men. What was it? The show with I think it's called Unmasked Season or something like that. Unmasked, whatever. This what you was on a year ago. What you doing now? You still trying to run your son's boy group that's not going nowhere? I still haven't seen their album. What's their name? One More, whatever their name is. And no offense to the kids. They ain't got nothing to do with this. Sorry to the babies. But still, I mean, they're not kids anymore. But here, what's going on with them? What's going on with the group that you were trying to fund? Your sons and daughter. It's still going nowhere. Okay? Shut up! Continuing.
That time, because music has changed, and that's just what it is. But, she can't get on here and sing better than Jana Brown. She can't get on here and sing better than Leah Motti. She can't get on here and sing better than Ex Bria. Songbird Eye, she can't do that. Morris. That's just. It's all right. I'm just saying, it's just, but I respect her opinion.
Mrs. Assistant or whoever you are next, is that your wife? Is that your wife? It better be your wife, because if not, we got a problem here. Well, we been had a problem with somebody dealing with your ass. We could tell he's the one who has the problem. So he seems like the ringleader. There's always a ringleader. He's the one that has everybody falling back. So if Wanye doesn't like it, Nathan's not going to like it, Sean's not going to like it. Red flag. At least Michael stood on his own. This is craziness.
I respect what she says. And just like a song that we did a long time ago by Troy Taylor and Charles Farrar that didn't actually go on our album. The song was called Can't Be Liked by Everybody. Congratulations. That's the way I look at life.
And maybe you guys were young, like now you guys are like the best to work with.
Okay. You see that lady right there? Who's his wife, y'all? There's another Wanye Morris? Oh, I put Wayne. My bad. That's his wife, y'all. They've been married for 22 years. Here we go. Okay, so... Oh, wait, sorry. That's his new wife. Oh, of course. We already know. I need to know what his zodiac sign is. We gonna get to that, y'all. So the one he married was a sister, y'all. He done upgraded. Because, yeah, he was married to a black woman before. These are his children. This is his new wife right here. So I'm going to assume that that's her pale hand that was touching him. That's what I'm thinking. Because she's too comfortable, whoever that is next. I'm talking about titty, whatever they said. Titty, flapping titties, whatever the hell.
You guys are so nice. I don't know how
hence the reason why we work with the best in the business. The Jimmy Jammers and Terry Lewis, the Babyfaces, the Diane Warrens, the Walter Afanasius, the Mariah Careys, you know what I'm saying? The Brian McKnights. That's the caliber of artists and producer that we work with, simply because that's the caliber of artists that we relate to. We can't really relate to somebody that just wrote songs for Shakespeare, their man. Like if Shakespeare had another girlfriend, she probably could have wrote to the songs that Shakespeare did. But anyway, it's all good. She did good for that time, and I truly appreciate it. But now y'all know the story. So y'all can go back and say, or There you go. All right. Jana, how you feeling? Are you ready to rock out?
Yo, I'm ready to rock out.
And then look at them all skinning and grinning with him. Red flag. The new wifey, she just there for the money. We already know what it is, what time it is. And I hope she siphons everything out of your bald hot dog headed ass. Now, what's his star sign? I need to know. July 29th. Oh, Lord, we got a Leo in our hands. Oh, my goodness. What is our... Brandy's an Aquarius, I believe. Brandy is an Aquarius, I believe. Yep, she's an Aquarius. All right. So we got an Aquarius and a Leo. That was never, ever going to work. But also, she's young. Or was young at the time. Oh, boy. Nathan Morris, what's your star sign? Because you follow him too damn much. Gemini, oh, whatever. You don't live up to your star sign. Sean, what's his last name? I know he got a podcast now, okay? We got a Libra on our hands. Is it Libra? Oh, no. I think he's a Virgo. Virgo or Libra? Virgo or Libra? I don't know. When it gets close to the... Yeah, he's a Libra, of course. All right, y'all. I'm going to read a few comments before we get back to Brandy's story. And I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Oh, yeah, sorry, y'all. I missed a lot of comments. I don't know why the comments are not refreshing here. I got to figure that out. Shauna, hey, sis. You said he knows why. That's why he immediately went to his side. Yep. Sophie, you said I can separate and delete them from my playlist or throw their movie DVD away. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Like, I'm really appalled. This is disgusting behavior. I honestly did not know it went that deep because, you know, it was a few years ago. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was just like, oh, okay, they got beef. But now that I do, you know, these live streams, I actually watched the whole thing and I'm like, oh, hell no. Elle, you said I don't know these people from a can of paint. You don't know Boyz II Men, sis? Sis, you don't know Boyz II Men, Motown Fit. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. Splitting down the middle doesn't always work. He needed to acknowledge that. And that's the thing. Like, I don't like his approach in the whole situation. I'm not saying that he was wrong because that's the way. No, I am saying he's wrong in how he approached her. But I'm just saying the way they wanted to do the splits. Yeah, you do it a way that was traditional to you. She does it in a new way. Why don't you collaborate together? Be like, hey, okay, actually, we prefer to do it this way. Can you guys just do this? And you probably could have done an extra song with her and be like, okay, this song, you can do this. Like, there's no collaboration. There's no understanding. It's basically like, how dare you, woman, talk to me? Who are you? Red flag. I don't like that. You don't even want to hear her. You dismissed her. Didn't even try to hear where she was coming from. That's a problem. And then they want us to believe that he did not do that to Brandy. Mind you, Candy is of age at the time that he's dealing with her. Brandy was not. So this is how I know she's telling the whole truth about that whole situation. So if you said they're going to put negative energy in your brain like P. Diddy, R. Kelly, and all of them, once he did with Mariah, I stopped and story came out. And also he said he worked with Mariah Carey, but remember, when they worked with Mariah on One Sweet Day, she was still under Columbia Records, if I'm not mistaken, and under Tommy Mottola. That was a whole other situation going on. So he's talking about, oh, we worked with the greats. We did it. How do we know that she had a positive experience working with you? We don't know. I mean, I know we saw the video and stuff like that, but we don't know, right? And she was forced to. Jewel, hey, sis, you said Candy, I fly above. Yup. You said back in my day, we did it different. Not the grandpa emoji. All right, let's get to Brandy's story, y'all. It's going to be real sad, y'all. Some girl, you said, I don't even know anything about Boyz II Men. Why is he talking about Candy? What is his career? Some girl, you and Elle, I already know what generation we dealing with here. But even if you guys don't know who they are, I know they're old school. So I'm going to give y'all a pass. Because I'm like, how y'all not know Boyz II Men? Do you guys even know All For One? If you don't know who All For One is, wrap this up. We're going to wrap this stream up because I'm going to have to educate y'all. Boyz II Men was one of the top groups in the 90s. They were actually signed, or discovered by New Edition. I think it was Michael Belvins is his name? Michael. Was it Michael in New Edition or Ralph? No, it wasn't Ralph. It was the one that the business guy in the New Edition movie. I remember I watched it. I believe it was Michael from New Edition who discovered, because what they did is they would sing in Philly. They're from Philly. And one day New Edition had a concert, I think, in Philly, and then they sang outside of New Edition's bus, and then he got them signed. Y'all let me know if I'm wrong with the New Edition member, but anyways, they were signed, and that's why they said in Motown Philly, it would say four guys, one is a singer, and they walked to me and they said, I said, what's your name? Boyz II Men. Hey, you know what I'm saying? And then and then look, and then they said, look what we can do, blah blah blah. Dum 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 da da, boom 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 da da, da ya ya ya. Anyways, their harmonies are crisp. Like, they have the best harmonies, in my opinion, of boy groups or male groups in that time. During that time, they had them and All For One. They could go head for head. All For One had harmonies, y'all. All For One, they wasn't aesthetically pleasing, but the harmonies, if y'all listen to the All For One album, oh Lord, That album still slaps. You know what? My allegiance goes to All For One. All For One, Guy. There was another group. What's that group? As Yet. There was As Yet, All For One, Boyz II Men. All of them groups came out at the same time. Drew Hill. Somebody sleeping in my bed. Okay. Drew Hill. There were a lot of male groups coming around that time, yeah. But I know New Edition they were the pioneers pretty much. And then all the other groups came out afterwards. Right, some girl, No. He said some girl, oh no. Y'all gonna research Boyz II Men. You said, I don't know them outside their name. I can't name a song. That's okay. Well, you ain't gonna name it anyways. We're about to delete they canceled with me anyways. Y'all can just do what y'all want to do. They're done for me. They're canceled. I'm about to delete them off my damn phone. You said the only one I know in Hero Academy. Take 6. Yes, Take 6 was another good one. You're right, sis. Take 6. Oh, Lord. Take 6 was a really great group. There are so many groups. 112. 112 was good. Around that, there were just so many male, like, R&B bands. Yo, what happened to the good R&B bands? What happened to them? Even the girl groups, like, they just disappeared, y'all. We ain't got nothing left. Now it's just individual artists, y'all. Solo artists. It's sad.
She talks about now the age gap, the maturity gap, the manipulation. And as an adult who has done the work, Brandy shares that she actually feels that she was taken advantage of.
100% she was.
Her saying that has sparked quite a bit of controversy. You have some people saying, oh yes, he was an adult, she was a child, period. Others are saying she should have known, or she has a body count, or she's trying to go back and rewrite history, or where are her parents? So I want to know where you stand. We're going to have some panelists to join us, but very importantly, I want you all to stay active in the chat.
All right, I'm going to tell y'all right now where I stand. She was manipulated. I did ask where her parents, because I believe that they were definitely responsible to protect her from him. The industry was very predatory towards her, and that he knew what he was doing as a grown-ass man. Red flag. All of it red flags. At 21 years old, I remember being 21, and I would never imagine even thinking about entertaining a younger man. It would just not cross my mind. And we're old enough. If you are 21 and older, you know. You know right from wrong. You know. So let's not even try to make it seem like he didn't know or he was young himself. No, he was 21 years old. 21. I remember being 21. I know. Way back in the day. In the olden days. I could put the grandma emoji for my ass. I was 21 in 2005. No, wait. 2005 was 19. I lied. 21 in 2007, I believe. Hold on. Y'all, I got to keep my age away. 2004, 18. 2005, 19. 6, 7. Yeah. 2007, I was 21. I'm old, y'all. I'm an ancient one right here. I remember I was working. I was also attending school. I was attending classes. I knew what I was doing at that age. My frontal lobe might not have been developed, but I knew damn well dating somebody younger. First of all, I was never attracted to that. That's not my style. Red flag. And second of all, it would repel me. But he knew what he was doing. Let's not get it twisted. For all the, that doesn't mean it was right.
And please go ahead. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. I'm very excited right here, now, if you will, and answer your question. Is she fast or was she groomed? So make sure you listen.
She's not fast
ask your
at
question. But without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get this started with our first panel guest, the Kempire. Come on up to the stage, please, sir.
Oh, shout out to him.
I'm fantastic. How are they for having me?
Thank you for being here. Now, for those of you who don't know, I don't know where you've been, Kempire is a pop culture icon. You can get all of your pop culture. He has some political news as well. He's interviewed some of the greats, including Brandy. Oh, yes, he's interviewed Brandy himself several times. Haven't you interviewed Oprah Winfrey?
I have.
Good morning.
Shout out to the brother.
So you're following him, but please give the folks a bit of an intro as we get ready to get into this conversation.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I loved having you on our medical hour a couple of weeks ago, talking about all the things. You're so intelligent. You know, I love smart people. And when we can talk about pop culture and smart things, I love it. And I love that we're going to have this conversation today about Brandy's book and how vulnerable she was in this book, especially about her relationship with Wanya Morris.
Oh,
and
Lord.
it's interesting to see how people's trauma are reacting to her trauma. Some people are seeing themselves in her, or seeing themselves in her, but reacting in a very negative way towards her experience. And it's part of the reason why I think a lot of people, both men and women, don't come forward, or some of them don't even realize that they were traumatized.
Absolutely. And that's the point. And if you don't realize it, or if you normalize it, then you're able to tell yourself, hey, I'm not a victim, but then you never do anything to course correct, which is what she describes in the book that she's actually done.
Yeah.
And so the whole book so far is just really amazing. But specifically in this chapter, Broken Hearted, as you know, she opens up sharing that she was only 15 years old when she met Wanya.
Yeah.
And beyond just being 15, she was actually a fan. He was her favorite singer in Boyz II Men. And so she describes what sounds like a bit of a crush. So already you have a bit of a power dynamic. He had already been very famous, had already been world renowned, and she was there writing her, with some of her first hits. And in that opening scene, when she talks about how her mother, Miss Sonia Norwood, goes to her and she has set up a surprise with him on the phone. And he has even stated that she was like his little protege.
Yeah.
Again, that dynamic, right? And he would take her flowers and he would do all these things and he would build her up. So
that's very inappropriate, yo. Red flag. It's very extremely inappropriate for the simple fact that first his mom connected her to him. Why? I need to know. I don't know what she said in the book about her mama, but I don't think her mama gets dragged enough, in my opinion. Like I said, to me, she reminds me of Matthew Knowles. So to me, it seems as if there was a lot of you can have a crush on someone. That's not the problem. But the problem is that the adult in the situation is supposed to be the one to set up that boundary. Why are you bringing flowers to a young woman, a teenager, a young girl? Sorry, I didn't mean to call her woman. A young girl, teenager. That's number one. Number two, yes, there was imbalance of power because she's 15. Remember, when Moesha was when she was, I think, 18. When she was 15, wasn't she on Thea? I used to watch that show, y'all. I love that show. Remember that show on BET? It was Thea. Listen, I know some of y'all don't know Boyz II Men. You damn sure probably don't even know Thea. Oh Lord, we gotta give y'all a whole history lesson. But for now, we just gonna go through, take a walk down with us down memory lane. I believe that's when she was on Thea. That was when she was with Jason Weaver. That little boy, I forgot his name. Is that Marcus Polk? I don't remember. But yeah, I used to love this show. This was one of my favorite TV shows to watch. And I think she was around that age. Let's see, Brandy Thea. How old was she? She must have been hold on. Thea started in 1993. Brandy was born in 1979. So we're going to do the math right now. We taking out the calculators. Y'all know I can't do mental math for nothing. So she was 14, 15. Yep, around that time. That's when she came out with the song, her first album, Brandy. One of my favorite albums. Again, Brandy's a pioneer, y'all. We got to hit the Brandy case study, y'all. We must hit the Brandy case study. That's when she came out. Around that time with this album. So around the teenage years, 14, 15. So she wasn't as big as we know her now, because now we know Brandy as a major artist, major singer, but she was still working her way into the industry. She was still fresh. Let me see when her first album came out. So that's why he took advantage of her, and that's why her mom was all prepared for her to meet him, because he was a bigger star. Brandy's first album. Let me see when it came out. Oops, I wrote it wrong. Her first album came out in her debut album. Hold on, let's see when it came out. 1994. So that was a year after Thea. Mind you, she was 14 in Thea, 15 here when her first album came out. And that's when he decided that, they decided for her to work with him. And Broken Hearted was on her first album. Let me see the album track. Hold on. Brandy's first album. Let's see the tracks on her first album. We just gonna have to go to Wikipedia. I ain't got time for all this. Of looking. Hold on. Where's the first? Let's see what songs were on there. Moving On, Baby, Best Friend, I Wanna Be Down. Yep. It was on this album. So they collaborated, and it would have been great to have, like, think about it this way, like, she's a new artist. She's not from the industry, because I remember I think her dad was a pastor, I believe, and her mom, what was her mom doing? Let's see her mom's background. Her mom was, let's see what she was doing. Yo, that stuff be scaring me when it does the validations. So I'm like, what is it going to do? Is this going to be a malware? Hold on. Let's go here. I think they're from Mississippi, and I don't remember, but I don't remember what she was doing prior, but they're not from the industry. They're not industry folks. They're just regular folks, right? And Brandy didn't have those connections. So having someone from Boyz II Men, especially in the genre of R&B, singing on your record, that's a big deal, especially for a debut album. It's major. So this is why I believe he took advantage of her. And I believe everything that she said in the book. And his nasty ass attitude just tells me all that I need to know.
When people have said, and look, I've been fighting for my life and tussling about this. I usually have someone tell me, I asked someone who I know very well, is she fast or was she groomed? She was fast. I said it was a child dating an adult. And this person said it was a singer dating a singer. So what do you think about that? Being 15 and meeting this man at 21, about the power dynamic, that gap?
Yeah.
Excuse me, before you jump in on it, Dr. Free, we also have Dr. Ebony here as well, and Jetty joining us also.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and call them up as I have you, Kempire, answer what you think about that, the power dynamic right off the bat, being 15 and 21, her having a schoolgirl crush.
Yeah, I had to reread it again today because I know a lot of people are going to pick apart her story. A lot of people have just seen little parts of what is said in Broken Hearted. Broken Hearted chapter is extended. It's a very long chapter. And if you don't read the context, you're automatically just going to assume a lot just from the headlines. And a lot of people will not do their research in regards to what Wanya said in 2 different interviews where he basically told on himself.
We don't need, this is the thing. We do not need any evidence for this. This is a clear case closed situation. 15, 21, case closed. Red flag. Why do we even need, we need the evidence. Maybe she 14, 15 years old versus a 21-year-old. Where in this lifetime is that even a thought? How do we even justify a 21-year-old being able to be in a relationship with a 15-year-old and saying that she wanted him to be her boyfriend? Red flag. And even if she did, she doesn't have that mind to even know what that comes with, but he did. So why is this even a conversation? Oh, because we like to protect abusers. Our community likes to protect the people that they think are are like untouchable. I done told y'all, I love Boyz II Men. Imagine if I was like, well, that was a long time ago and I'm still going to listen. No! Scrub it off my damn phone. Matter of fact, y'all think I'm joking. Y'all think I'm playing. All these songs right here. Delete. Where we at? Remove from this playlist. Hello. Removed. Remove from this playlist. We gonna do it right now. We ain't got time for all these damn games. Sorry, Mariah. Love the song? Sorry. Remove. On Bended Knee. Motown Philly. Gone. Hey Lover. One of my favorite songs. Gone. If You Leave Me Now. Nope. Gone. All of it gone. Water Runs Dry. Gone. Oh, y'all gonna go through this with me. The Color of Love. Gone. One of my favorite songs. 4 Seasons of Loneliness. Gone. Loved it. Song for Mama. Love that song on Mother's Day. Gone. Red flag. I'll sing another song to my damn mama. More Than You'll Ever Know. I love that song. With Charlie. What's his name again? Charlie, whatever his damn name is. Sorry. I'll still listen to Charlie. I ain't listening to y'all asses. Pass You By. Bye. I'll pass you by. Let It Snow. One of my favorite songs. But now we got Brian McKnight on there. I forgot to delete that one. Gone. Doing just fine. I told y'all that was my anthem, my breakup anthem. I love that song. Even when I'm not broken up, I just love that song. It's a really good vocal song. Gone. Y'all see this? None to be found. Very easy. I am not going to glorify somebody. Why? They are human. And humans are wrong. And we need to stop thinking that celebrities are somehow so above us. Because if that was a 21-year-old talking to your daughter, would you think she's fast? Or would you try to get him locked up? If it was, what's his face working at Burger King, would you think the same thing? Yeah. Okay. But because it's Wanye. That's the problem. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this is even a conversation. There's no conversation. Case closed.
Regards to when that relationship started. And the brokenhearted chapter, I think people, if they read it, they will understand how she was groomed. She doesn't use that word specifically, but if you read between the lines, it's very clear that's what happened. From the very beginning, before they got romantically involved, like, as you mentioned, he's bringing her flowers. He's showering her with compliments about her talent, wanting to bring her on tour. And one of the things that Wanye has said multiple times is that, oh, but I was young too. He was 22 years old. However, he also was very much at this particular point established in the industry. He was Wanye Morris of Boys to Men.
Right. A very huge life experience gap.
Yeah.
Dr. Ebony, Miss J. Dr. Ebony, I'm so happy you were able to make it. I know that your time might be a little bit in and out, but I'm so excited, Dr. Ebony. And I was talking about this show last night on Funky Dineva Live, and he was like, wait, which Dr. Ebony do you have? And I told him, and he's like, wait, what's Instagram handle? And I told him, he said, that's my therapist. He said in front of everybody, his entire audience, so no violation of privacy. But that was just so exciting because I did not know. And so welcome, Dr. Ebony. If you can introduce yourself, please, as we continue this conversation.
Welcome all these people.
Or was she groomed?
Thank you so much. I'd love to hear Kempaya's perspective on the whole thing. But I'm Dr. Ebony, y'all. I'm a licensed psychologist. A lot of my work centers around working with and supporting Black women who have experienced trauma, a lot of interpersonal trauma, a lot of trauma in the workplace, race-based trauma. And so we can't leave this type of conversation out of all of that, because this is what happens to so many women. And then they go on to their workplaces, they go on to their relationships, and this just compiles. It really makes more complex what they are experiencing. So I think I was like, I gotta be here because this conversation is needed and I need to be a part of it, especially as a psychologist. But I completely agree with Kempaya. And we can get into this. I don't know.
Go ahead.
So in my work, we know there's a such thing as adultification of Black girls. Absolutely. Adultification of Black girls, meaning that Black girls are adultified at a rate that is increased that above their peers, meaning their white peers. So they are made to reap the consequences of their actions in a way that is much more severe than their white counterparts. And so if there is something that's happening in school, they are held at a much more accountable rate. If there is something that happens to them, they are held responsible for that.
So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that right now quickly because I know of time. I'm trying to keep time in mind. Shout out to Dr. Ebony. I'm glad that she brought these the intersections into the conversation. Love that. I think this is a shout out to Queen who sent me this video. Or was it you? I don't know who sent me the video. Whoever sent it to me. Shout out to you guys because this is a really great video. We didn't even hit the 10-minute mark and I'm already thoroughly pleased with what I'm hearing. Now, I want to mention that, yes, there's definitely, like, we all know, like, the racial element of why they see, the adultification of Black girls versus white girls or their counterparts, right? But I think it's also another point of the conversation is that white young white girls, or even older white women, they are always seen as little girls needing to be protected. You have how old is Taylor Swift's ass? Taylor Swift is a perfect example of that, y'all. A very perfect example. Taylor Swift. How old is she? She's 36 years old. How old was she when she worked with John Mayer? She was, how was she? She was 19. And people were talking about he's a manipulator. He took advantage of her. He groomed. Well, they didn't say groom because she's 19. But they said he took advantage of her. And I have not heard anyone. I mean, I'm not in those spaces. But as far as I know, the consensus is that this was wrong. He was too old to be around her like that. But notice, she was 19. Brandy was 15. And people are having these stupid asinine arguments about saying she was fast. So they will never, ever see us as little girls. That's the sad part about it. She's 15 and they already see her as a grown woman, as if she has the autonomy and the mindset to think as a grown woman. If you compare a 15-year-old to a 21-year-old woman, let's remove Wanye from the situation just really quickly, because he's saying, oh, I was young at the time too. A 15-year-old, go hang out with your 15-year-old niece and you tell me the mindset. Red flag. I can't even be around them that long. I'll be like, all right, you go hang out with your little cousins. I remember when I used to hang out with my little cousins, I couldn't be around them that long. I'm like, oh Lord, the conversations are so useless right now. Like, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. I love them. We could hang out, we could kick it, but I'm too old. It was more of like, okay, you my little cousin, I'm gonna holler at you, take care of you, whatever, but there's no substance in the conversation. Because I'm in a different mind frame. I'm in a different frame of mind. I'm 21. Or I was 21. The things that 15-year-olds are talking about, I could never relate to. And not only that, but I see them as children. To me. They're young. These are kids. So why is it as a society, as a collective in the community, in our community, because I'm part of the community too, that we can see a 15-year-old as a grown woman? And it's all about social conditioning. We are seen as women from the time that we're young. And she mentioned that. We are not given grace like everybody else. And not only that, but we're expected to act like a woman. Expected to cook, clean, do chores. You know, I was lucky I didn't have to. Thank goodness for that. But at the same time, there was an expectation that was a little higher for my sister and I versus my brothers. And it still is till this day when it comes to my mom. My dad wasn't like that, which is very interesting, quite interesting. My mom kept the patriarchy going, whereas my dad, he was not like that. Interesting, right? But point of the matter is that we are seen in society and in our households as women. And again, it ties back to, y'all already know what it ties back to. You already working, already doing womanly things. You already doing mommy duties as a 9-year-old. Red flag. You're supposed to be having fun. And that is why, one of the reasons why they can protect and see the young girls we're going to use young white girls as little girls, because they are expected to be little girls. They don't have these type of responsibilities put on them. Some of us were 9 years old, providing for the entire family, taking care of the whole family, holding it down, babysitting your brother, taking meat out the fridge, cooking for your younger siblings, taking care of them. You would have won while your parents was out there working. Whereas little Susie and little Becky, they could go to play outside and in the library. They could be outside at all types of times. They're seen as little girls. We're not. We're women from the time that we are, from the time you're cognizant enough to do your own damn laundry. From the time you grow your breasts and your titties, that's when you a woman. Period. In our community. Now, continuing on. I wanted to add that to the conversation because it's interesting how people look at Taylor Swift still, and that's why she still talks like an immature little girl. She's still singing about teeny bopper stuff because they see her as a little girl. Mind you, she's 36 years old. Red flag. And then you'll have another 36-year-old black woman and they expect you to be like so above it. You can't be talking about that. You would never see a 36-year-old grown-ass black singer singing about teenage damn love stories. It just doesn't work like that. We always got to talk about, oh, my BB, my this, my that, my ass, my whatever, my pussy wet, my da-da. That's what we do. That's what it is. Or if you're a singer, obviously if you're single, you're talking about other stuff. But you would never be able to see a 36-year-old black woman singing the way that Taylor Swift does about teenage love stories. Come on.
So we call that being adultified. Then you got this thing called parentified, where they are then made to be parents of themselves and of their siblings. Because we know that that's what happens when you are born in a family where you have to help and the parents may not be fully capable financially or emotionally. So when we talk about Brandy and we talk about what was happening, Brandy was completely adultified. I will see even black women say in comments, oh, she knew exactly what was happening because the industry positioned her in a way that we saw her as older than we are, even though we were peers at the time. Yes. So even if we were 14 at the same time that Brandy was 14, we saw her as a much more mature teenager than we were. And that's because that's the industry's purpose. The industry adultifies black women and black girls at a much more higher rate than we would see as those people we were going to middle school and high school with. So when we talk about, oh, they were just singers, when you say that, that's exactly the impact that they wanted to happen. You see her as an adult rather than as a child. Because in order to sell records, she has to be an adult. You don't want to see her as a teen bop sensation. You don't want to see her as a gimmick. You want to see her as an adult, and that was the purpose. And that's how she was positioned. So when you think about that, and you think about how you even remember a Brandy, a Monica, a Beyonce.
I was just about to say Monica. Who, Lord? I did not know Monica was around the same age as Brandy. For the longest time, I thought she was grown as hell. As a kid, I thought Monica was grown. And the way that they positioned them was as if they were like adults. And they were teenagers. When she did Miss Thing, when her album came out, Don't Take It Personal, I thought she was like in her teens, like late teens, 20s. She was only like 15, 14 if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, when did Miss Thing come out? Don't Take It Personal. Hold on, Miss Thing, Monica. When did her album come out? That came out 1995. Okay, was she born the same year as Brandy? She was born 1980, a year after Brandy. So Monica was 15 years old when Miss Thing came out, y'all. Don't take it personal. Let's go sit. Let's look at the record, y'all. Here, this is a 15-year-old, y'all. She had the whole press and curl, everything. Beyonce too. Yep. For the longest time, I thought she was older, and she had such a mature air to her. Why? Because she was forced to be mature, adult. That's how she ended up with a Jay-Z. We didn't even finish the case study yet. We're going to get to it when we get to that. So it's like, you know, you have all these young girls that we used to look up to, and little did we know they were being adultified while we were being adultified in real time. Singing like Monica, singing like Brandy. I was singing The Boy Is Mine at, like, hold on, that song came out 1998. I was a kid. I was like in middle school talking about The Boy Is Mine. I'm sorry, me and my friend used to have the back and forth. I used to be Brandy, she's Monica. We used to interchange. When Maya came out with that song, It's All About Me. It's all about me, 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 me. That song, remember that? Up jumps my butt, look in my eyes, looking at my thighs. See my body left to the right, whatever she said. You know this pussy's tight. 15, she was singing that song. Hold on, how old was Maya? It's All About Me. Mind you, I was in middle school singing that, y'all, with my friends. How old was Maya when she did that video? Look at this. Look at this, y'all. I cook your dinner. I wash your clothes. Baby, hell no, that's not the way it goes. It's all about me tonight. Yeah, I can't stop loving you because you're still my boo. You're still my boo. But you got to see tonight's all about me. Then she said, are you going to get up? Get it up. Up jumps my butt. N-word what? N-word what? Look at your eyes. Looking at my thighs. Now swing my body right to left. Left to right. You know this ish is tight. But she was pointing at her thing. My bad. I thought she said my. Now just look at my body, and hold me just like a man should, like an N-word should. Baby, you got to see tonight's all about me. Maya was singing that at, when did that song come out? That song came out in 1998. It was recorded in 1997. And Maya was, I think she's born 1979. So she's same age as Brandy. So let's do the math, y'all. 1997. 1979. She was 18. Okay, we'll give her that. At least she was able still talking like that. And we was all singing it in middle school. Just remember that. But Brandy was singing, sitting up in my room, brokenhearted, best friend, all those other songs. 15 years old. Monica, don't take it personal. What was it called? What's the song? I just want to go back to being the same. I forgot that song's name. But anyways, yeah. Before You Walk Out of My Life. 15. All right, let's continue watching, y'all. And I'm going to read the comments, too.
Yes. You see them as adults. You never, ever, ever see them as girls. And this makes it much more permissible for men to see them that way as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in this book, Brandy actually says that we say boys will be boys, even for grown adult men, but for the girls, oh, she's just being fast, or she knew better. And I'm telling you, Dr. Ebony, like I was telling Kempire, I am shocked that even people in my family circles, people whose opinions I have historically respected, when they say things like, oh, she knew, she's just trying to rewrite history. Where was her mama? Her mama knew. The blame is on everyone. If there's blame to be given, it's been placed firmly on Brandy. And that's why I am very pleased with her for writing this book, because I know it couldn't have been easy. Miss Jetty McCrae, y'all. This is Miss Jetty McCrae. She has a bachelor's in psychology, and she is a pop culture expert.
Shout out to Jetty. But Jetty, your camera was moving all over. I was very distracted, but we're having a serious conversation. That's why I didn't say nothing about you. But you can't just be hopping online and moving your camera like this. It's very distracting.
Even before I started watching you, my sister has been watching you for years. She got I didn't even know YouTube existed. And so she has been the one who's kind of directed me. And so, Miss Jetty, welcome. What do you think about the adultification of children? And as we were just sharing, Brandy was 15 years old. He was 21, Wanye was, when they first met. She was a fan. He was her favorite singer. She described a girlhood crush. He, took her flowers. He was there for her 16th birthday, in the book. And the Boys to Men actually surprised her by singing to her. Now, if you're there on her 16th birthday and you're a full-grown man, that already should tell you something. But please let us know, give it a little intro, Miss Jetty, or just dive right in and tell me what you think about the adultification and sexualization of Black girls specifically.
Hello, my name is Jetty McCrae. I have a bachelor's in psychology, and I'm a writer and an editor. My last article was published in the St. Petersburg Times. And what I think about this subject is that, unfortunately, the industry does not accommodate the child. The child has to accommodate the industry and function as an adult, even though the child is actually not an adult. And unfortunately, the shortage of childhood has been going on a very long time. Even with the clothes, children's clothes are just smaller versions of adult clothes.
She ain't lying. So let me tell you, I live near a school. And when I see them young girls, what they're wearing, I feel like a auntie for real. Cause I be like, girl, you ain't got no clothes on. Like, put some shirt on. I be wanting to go up to them and be like, here, baby, put my sweater on. It's cold outside. What are you doing with this tank top? That's how they dress. I think I said it in a live stream about when I went to Sephora around Christmas time, because I like to go around Christmas time, see what sales they got going on or whatever to get my skincare products and whatnot. And I saw a whole bunch of little girls in there. I said, red flag, where your parents at? Only one had her parent with them. The rest of them were by themselves. And I was like, hold up, y'all, because let me tell y'all, I don't like me shopping with little children like that, because they be all touching everything, always yappy. And I'm like, look, I'm trying to get to this. They standing in front. They have no type of situational awareness. They will stand in front of whatever you're trying to get to. And I'm like, I'm trying to reach over, but I don't want to be rude with my black ass hand. But I'm just like, can y'all move over? I'm trying to find a polite way to say, move your ass to the left, please, without sounding like a damn Karen. But they're just like all over there. They go to the mall. They wear like very, very like revealing things. And I'm not saying we didn't either, but it's definitely now I see what my mom and them was talking about when we was younger. I'll say that. But yeah, they don't have the clothes for them. And it's like, and then now, like, you even see young girls with lace fronts. We're going to get to that when we get to Coco Gauff. And we might have to do a two-part tomorrow. We're going to definitely do a part 2. Coco Gauff, That whole situation with the natural hair. You see young girls at school wearing full lace fronts with eyelashes and everything. Well, I remember when I was coming up, I wore sew-ins at 15 years old. I was wearing like I had tracks, and then I wore sew-ins, and then I had makeup. I wore, I got my contact lenses when I was 16, but I was working, so I was able to do that. But yeah, I started wearing makeup when I was like 14. When I went into high school, my mom let me wear makeup, and my mom was pretty free with it. She didn't really care about us wearing makeup. She just didn't like us wearing mini skirts. But like, yeah, and that's what it is. You seem like you're an adult, but you're really not. You're just a kid. But then again, like when she said, and I didn't want to interrupt it at that part, when she said boys will be boys, that's what she was learning at home. Because remember, Brandy was feeding her entire family for years. Sonia was her manager. I don't think Sonia had managed anyone else at that point. Brandy was her first the first child she managed, just like Matthew Knowles. That's why I said she's like Matthew Knowles. Seriously. So you had Sonia, who was her manager, her mother. And look at her mom and how she treats Ray J versus how she treats Brandy. You will see that's why Ray J is the way that he is because of how he was raised. And also the mindset of his mama. And now I can see why Brandy ended up with a Wanye. It's not hard to see that. And honestly, what's Sonia Norwood's sign? Lord, we forgot. I forgot the damn check. She is a Sagittarius. Okay. Oh, Lord. But she's from that generation. And that's why Brandy, I remember when she got pregnant. I was very disappointed. I ain't gonna lie. When she got pregnant, because I just didn't understand. For me, Brandy was like, to be honest with you, Monica would have been the type of girl you would expect to get pregnant. Not saying it was right, but when you look at them and how people pitted them against each other, it was like Monica was the ghetto one. She was from Atlanta. She had the attitude. She's the one that you'd expect to get pregnant and do all that, but not Brandy. Brandy was the angelic one. But however, they still adultified her. And when she got pregnant with that random ass producer, I couldn't, I was young at the time, so it's not like I could peep anything, right? I just remember feeling disappointed because in my mind, I was like, who's this guy? Because I remember watching her reality show with that guy. We might have to go through that if we do a case study on Brandy with that guy. And I was just like, ew. To me, I was like, she could do so much better. But then now, in hindsight, when you see her life and how she was raised and how they made her literally work for the family for the longest, then you will see why she wanted to escape through that. Why she wanted to just go rogue, like a Halle Bailey. You got a Brandy. And then you got a, who else was young when they got, when they had their first child? There were a lot of, I'm trying to think. I can't think right now on the top of my head. But it's the self-sabotage. And that's how you could see how she ended up with that guy. And how she ended up getting pregnant. And then, it took her time to recover from that career hit, right? So anyways, let's continue, y'all. There's a lot of nuances to this conversation, and I'm glad that we're having it.
And so when you have a culture.
Oh, and I'm gonna read some comments after we get to the 15-minute mark.
That's skewing towards promoting adulthood. The thing that happened to Brandy, unfortunately, is what happens every day.
It's true. And when you're bringing up clothes, and since we're talking about the industry, I'll even mention Destiny's Child. Mm-hmm. Those girls were young. But when I tell you they had on good old low-cut clothes and they were made to look flirtatious and even sexy as children, and I'm not trying to take that and translate it into what actions were actually happening as far as them in relationships and sexuality. I'll leave that alone. But just to your point, even the way young girls are presented.
And then also, who was the one designing their clothes? It was Beyonce's mother, Tina. Just remember that.
Presented in an adult fashion, which sometimes in this patriarchal society makes you think, are they trying to make it okay for the girls to be looked at as sex symbols? And with that, I want to get into this clip right here. And Kim Pyre, you already alluded to it. When Wanye of Boyz II Men was on The Breakfast Club back in 2014, he was talking about his relationship with Brandy. Now, during the time of their actual relationship, we were all made to think that they saved themselves until they were 18 before they were intimate. But here he actually reveals that she was 16. He said 16 or 17. But then Kempire, as you said, he made some other comments. Shador, could you bring up that clip? We might start and stop it. Let's bring up that Breakfast Club clip from 2014 when Wanye was explaining his relationship.
She was really young when y'all did.
Yeah, she was. Not that young. Not
jail baby.
No, I'm saying. But you know, that's why I stopped it. Hold on. That's why I stopped it and said that she wasn't that young. Because I don't want y'all to think Boyz II Men was no.
She said she was,
I was young too.
She said she was 15 and she had to keep it a secret.
No, see, we did the thing. We did the thing when she was like 16, 17, around that time, you know.
So you were still a boy too.
I wasn't old. I wasn't like 38 years old and nothing like that. I was old enough to she was old enough to get it.
She was
what did he say? What did he say?
You know,
so you were still a boy too.
I wasn't old. I wasn't like 38 years old and nothing like that. I was old enough to she was old enough to get it.
Red flag. Hold up a second, y'all. Hold on. We gotta go back here quickly.
Young,
But here he made some clip from 2014 when Wanye was explaining his relationship.
She was really young when y'all did.
Yeah, she was. Not that young.
So notice, Charlamagne said she was really young when, and Charlamagne's another one, but this is not about him today. But she was really young when y'all dated, and he said not that young. So listen to him try to rationalize this and try to come out as if this was acceptable and appropriate. Mind you, this man has young daughters right now. Ask a Wanye or a Jay-Z if they would let their daughters date a 21-year-old man, and I can guarantee you they wouldn't. Red flag. But yet, why was it okay and acceptable when you dated a 15 to 16-year-old? Jay-Z allegedly, Wanye, he said it out his mouth. That's not alleged. So now, here we go. Look at his kids, y'all. Hold on. He has 4 sons and 2 daughters. Let's see how old his kids are. Can we get that? Can we get that? Hold on. I'm trying to see his children's ages. I don't know if we can get their ages. But anyways, they're young. And how old is Blue Ivy? I'm curious. She's 14. Oh, just about the same. Oh, she's prime and ready. And I don't want her to ever go through that. But it's so interesting that when Jay-Z was doing it, it was fine. When Wanye is doing it, oh, they're of age. But let their daughters, you ask them if their daughters would they be able to date a 21-year-old, and you're going to see how quickly that turns around. So it's very, the fact that he's rationalizing is sick. It's sickening. All these years, he could have came out and said, you know what? It was wrong of me to do that, to be honest with you. I'll take accountability. Nope, no accountability.
Not jail baby. No, I'm saying. But you know, that's why I stopped it. Hold on. That's why I stopped it and said that she wasn't that young.
Man, what is the giggling for? It's just so odd, y'all. Anyway.
What y'all think Boyz II Men was no.
I was young too.
She said she was 15 and she had to keep it a secret.
See, we did the thing. We did the thing when she was like 16, 17, around that time, you know.
So you were still a boy too.
I wasn't old. I wasn't like 38 years old, nothing like that. I was old enough to she was old enough to get it.
She was old enough to get it. All right, Kempire, what do you think about that? Now, and what was the point of Wanye saying, wait, like she wasn't that young, and I was young too, and she was old enough to get it. We did the thing.
No, it was Charlamagne who brought up that he was a boy, and then he said, oh, I was young too. And then he tried to say, well, it's not like I was 38 or something, to try to minimize his responsibility. Okay, so by the way, let's use this example. Wanye, and then I'm gonna read y'all comments before we get to Kempire and what his opinion is. When you steal or somebody steals, does it matter if they steal a loaf of bread or if they steal like $5,000? At the end of the day, yes, the one who stole $5,000, of course, you're going to get charged with a higher crime. Like, so maybe larceny or something. I don't know. Whatever they go. I'm not a criminal. I don't know what the sentence is, whatever. The charges are, I should say. Or grand theft. Probably grand theft, not larceny. But after like a certain limit, I think 5,000 is like grand theft. You'll get charged for grand theft. If you steal a loaf of bread, you'll still get charged with theft. Either way, both of these people are thieves. You could try to rationalize and say, well, you know, the loaf of bread was only $3 and $5,000 is, it's going to definitely, the sentencing will be totally different. But at the end of the day, they're both thieves. They stole something that was not theirs. Therefore, they're thieves. So we can play semantics all we want to. You're still a thief. At the end of the day, you stole something. That's the definition of a thief. What is the definition of a predator? A person who ruthlessly exploits others. Let's look at the definition of a groomer. Grooming. Let's look at the definition. Shout out to Metropolitan Police in the UK, Lord. Don't shout you out. I don't know what the hell y'all doing. Never mind. I retract my shout out. Grooming is when a person, does it matter the age? Nope. Builds a relationship with a child, young person, or an adult who's at risk so they can abuse them and manipulate them into doing things. The abuse is usually sexual or financial, but it can also include other illegal acts. Okay, so child. And we're going to take it to the US, y'all, because that's where they were both at that time. What is the definition of a child in the United States of America? A young human, y'all, below the age of puberty or below the legal age of majority. So what is puberty? The period during which adolescents reach sexual maturity and become capable of reproduction. So let's go back again. Below the age of puberty. So she probably was hitting puberty at the time. So she doesn't pass this test, but she passes the second one. Or below the legal age of majority. What is the legal age of majority? Depends on the state. Damn it. Where were they? Mississippi or California? Whatever. We'll put California for now because I don't know where they was living before. 18. Let's see. Where did Brandy live? Where has the singer Brandy lived? Because, you know, people want to play games. So she was born in Macomb, Mississippi. And then let me see when she moved. Hold on, let's go. Oh, I forgot Snoop Dogg's their cousin. Lord, I forgot about that. Okay, blah 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 blah. Yep, relocated to Carson, California, below the age of majority. Red flag, she's a minor. Red flag, you're a groomer. There's no age. Oh, I was in a Peter, I was in 38. It doesn't freaking matter. She was still a child. According to California law, Brandy was a child. Let's even bring it to Mississippi. $21. Boom. Both states. Get out of here. I don't give a damn. If he says, "Oh, I'm not 30. I was a young kid." According to this here, in both Mississippi and California, Wanya, you were a full adult. She wasn't. Case closed. But we didn't need all this evidence. But that's for the boneheads and the chicken heads and anybody else who thinks that this was her being fast and not being groomed. There's no reason at all that we didn't even need to bring out the evidence. But of course, I'm gonna have some not even knuckleheads. Knucklehead is too light to name these type of people. I'm not gonna have some deviant, sick-minded individuals coming in here trying to justify that Wanya was young as well. He was an adult according to the legal laws of California and Mississippi. She was a child. Boom, done. Case closed. Let's read a few comments and we're going to continue, y'all. We might have to continue part 2 tomorrow because this is a long one and I really want to pay attention. So we'll do part 1 here. I'm going to stop it at, because we do got to do other stories, and I really want to take time to do this tomorrow. So we'll stop Brandy's story at 20. Let's stop it at 20 minutes. And then we're going to continue the rest tomorrow. I'm going to dedicate tomorrow to this. That's how important this conversation is, y'all. Let's read a few comments. Devonda, you said this is too normalized in the black community. A lot of black women growing up were touched by family members and treated horribly when they speak out about their sexual abuse. 1 million. I wish I could like that 1,000,000 times. 1,000,000 times. It's very rare to come from a family where they will defend you and protect you. Most of the time, in my experience, it's always hidden. Always. And there's always an excuse made. Oh, he didn't know any better. Oh, he was young. Oh, he didn't know. Or he's so-and-so child. You got to be careful. You don't know what's going to ruffle feathers. Meanwhile, they don't think about how that's going to affect the daughter. Or the son. It could be the son too. But we're talking about young black girls here. So it's very, and I'm so happy these conversations are happening, because then for the next generation, at least we're considering it. These conversations would have never happened when I was young. It was something that was swept under the rug. And I knew it was wrong. You know what's so crazy about it? It's like, there were so many things that I just disagreed with fundamentally, but I couldn't put it together and I couldn't figure out why, but it never made sense to me. Why do boys get to be boys? I used to always argue with my parents about that, especially my mom. My dad actually treated all of us equally, to be quite honest with you. Boys do chores, girls do chores. But it was my mom. She was the one who made my sister and I do laundry. We had, as soon as we got our cycle, it was like, you're going to wash your own stuff. You're going to be in charge of doing your own thing, while she was doing my brother's laundry. And she taught us how to do the laundry. And I was like, well, why aren't my brothers learning? And she was like, oh, well, they're different. And you and your sister, you guys have your cycles now. So you got to wash your own stuff. And I was like, okay, but what's the difference? Like, they're still my age. Like, matter of fact, like, we were all like, I was like, why can't we all do it? Nope. It was just this unfairness. It never sat right with me. And it's not just with that. It was just so many other things. I'm just using a small example. But it never sat right with me. And I used to always argue with my parents, y'all. I used to always argue with their asses. They got tired of my ass. And as soon as I turned 18, that's why I left. I was gone. Because they used to be like, well, as long as you live here, you got to follow the rules. And I said, well, okay. As soon as I turn 18, I'm out. And this is why a lot of young black girls leave the house so early, and people don't understand that. They'll be like, oh, well, wouldn't it make sense for you to stay with your parents so then that way you could save money? No, I want my freedom. I want my independence. This is what happens when you do not protect, like not protect, but you don't, how can I say this? You don't cherish your daughters the same way you cherish your sons. When they start to see the injustices, the dysfunction, it never sat well with me. And of course, my parents are amazing. Don't get me wrong, in the sense of like, they took care of us, they fed us, but that's not all that there is to being parents. And also, you have to also think about it from a perspective of a child at the time. And if I feel like I'm being treated differently, or if I feel like I'm being slighted, or I feel like I need to make my own decisions. I no longer want to be under your control. I don't want to be going to church every Sunday when I don't want to. There were times where I was sick as hell. I had my period, y'all. And at that time when I had my cycle, like, I used to vomit. I had really bad cycles at a young age. Nope, you got to go to church. You got to show up. You got to always be on. You can't be sick. You always have to get good grades. There was too much expectations put on me. And then meanwhile, my brothers could do whatever the hell. It don't matter. I mean, they couldn't do everything, but they definitely had more freedom than we did. So it's like, you see this injustice in the way that you're raised, the expectations that you're expected to, like, that are put on you and placed on you. I'm telling y'all, as soon as I turned 18, I started working at 15. Then I started making my own money. I started having that, the mind going. Then as soon as I turned 18, I listened to my parents, moved. I left the house. I went to family's house in Montreal. I stayed there for like 1.5 years, 2 years, I was out after that. I said, never, ever living with anybody. I just don't like I don't like that. Because I'm the type of person who's going to speak out no matter what. I'm out of here. Gone. Left. And I have been living on my own ever since. And even when I did small spurts living with family, it wasn't because I needed to. It was just more of a mutual beneficial thing. But I've always been able to survive on my own. Best believe that. But the problem, the downside that comes with that is that I was forced to grow up really quickly after that because I wanted to leave the household. And I believe that that's what happened to Brandy too. Because notice, as soon as she became an adult, when did she get pregnant? Hold on, I'm going to read a few of y'all comments as well. But I want to see when she got pregnant, y'all. When was she pregnant? She revealed at 23. 23. So to her, remember, she had just finished Moesha around that time. She wanted to escape. And this is where we get these decisions being made about, like, you know, having babies or, you know, getting into these bad relationships is because you want to escape most of the time. Most of the time, these young girls want to escape, y'all. I'm going to read a few more comments. Thea, she was 13. Thanks, sis, for clarifying that. Mocha Island, hey, sis. Welcome, welcome. You said you're from the B5, B2K generation. Yeah, I mean, I still listen to B2K. B2K was still, that was my generation, well, kind of, because they're my age. That's the funniest thing. Amarion and Lil Fizz and all of them, we're all around the same age. J Boog, they're all 40. Yeah, 40, 41. They're actually older than me. Omarion's older than me. But it's so crazy how he was marketed towards, because when B2K came out, I was 16. Yeah, so I still listen to them, but it wasn't really towards my class. It was more towards the people behind me, the freshmen and the middle schoolers. You said they make it hard. Some girl, you said they make it hard to draw boundaries. My art teacher was about 22. I was 15. We spent a lot of time together and nothing inappropriate. Yes, exactly. That's if somebody really understands and they like, no. They know it's inappropriate. But for men like Wanye, no, they don't care. They're used to being like coddled and no accountability. City Nerd, hey, how are you? You said their union seems like a plot between parents because Boyz II Men first album was 1991. 93 was only 2 years later. They were still learning lessons as well. PR stunt gone wrong. It could be too. You're right. It could have been just like, oh, like, remember when was it Tevin Campbell? No, it wasn't Tevin Campbell. I lied. But there was a singer. There were so many of these type of relationships where it's like they partner together and then they collab and then, yeah. I got to think about it. I don't remember it was Tevin Campbell. It was somebody who did it. I forgot who did it too. Similar situation. Spiritual Gangsta Miss Tonya. I love your name, by the way. I love the handle. Why wasn't her parents saying anything? They knew it's you idolize, there's money. Yeah, they knew it's what you idolize, there is money, fame. We gonna get into that. Oh, we gonna get into that. I really want to do a case study on Brandy. I think Brandy's gonna be after Beyonce, y'all. I think I'm gonna have to make the executive decision. Because from what I believe is that they were just, again, Sonia and Matthew Knowles are not much different. Meaning that they were there around. Mind you, Sonia was there. It's not like she was an absent mother. She was there, present. She saw everything going on. And yet, here we are. How is that even possible? Especially, like, we could say after 18, okay, she can make her own decisions. She's 15, 16. How was she able to make those decisions at that young age? She's a child. So how was she able to date Wanye? It wasn't even in secret. Like, oh, like, we snuck around and my mom didn't know. Nope. I think she knew. She knew everything. Of course she did. She was the one who managed everything. Just say that. You said it was you. Oh, okay, it was you who sent it. All right, thanks, sis. You said this. Oh, yeah, I read that comment. Miri, you said Monica was singing about Before You Walk Out My Life at age 12. What? It was 12? Because I know Miss Thing came out when she was 15. I'm not shocked. And she had a beautiful voice, too. Well, she still has a beautiful voice. Deja Rue, you said, I found it weird in high school. Parents signed off on their daughters bringing a military man into prom or winter formal. Like, she's 16, 17, he's 21. Never found that cute, but it was romanticized. Wow. I didn't even know that that's what was happening in your high school. I'm not surprised, though. I'm not surprised at all. And notice they needed permission to get into the school campus, and parents signed off. They thought it was okay for you to date an older man like that because their generation, it was normalized. And our generation, it was as well. But now we're realizing that it was never supposed to be that way. And I think it's because, you know, again, society has gotten to a place where we can actually see a child for being a child. But at the same time, it's just very sad because I think that at the time there was so much abuse going on, y'all. Like, especially in the industry. I can't even get into it. It's just really sad. It's just very, very sad. But I'm not surprised parents were promoting this. And again, it goes into the whole patriarchy and the system of having your daughter like be with a man to give them a better life. The older man is supposed to be more stable than the men her age or the young boys her age. A lot of parents were selling their daughters to men. We got to be honest, giving their daughters away. So think about it this way. Military man at that time, if he's 21 and she's younger, the parents are thinking more of stability. They're thinking of financially. They don't have to take care of their daughter. They don't have to worry about their daughter. She's going to be taken care of as if she can't take care of herself. Red flag. That was the problem. They don't see you as an independent entity. You always have to be connected to somebody, especially a man. So that's why it was okay for parents to let their daughters be with an older man, because they never saw her as herself, as, you know, an autonomous human being. They saw her as property. So it's like, oh, next to the night, like chattel. I gotta be honest, chattel. Okay, we're gonna give her away. Even the act of marriage, think about it this way. It's like your father gives you away to your husband. He's giving you away. So you go from one household to another, but that doesn't happen with the men or the groom. It's always with the brides, right? So it's like, it's that mindset. And I believe that that's what happened with Sonia and Wanye, because he was more successful than Brandy. He would get her to where she needed to be in her career. He was an R&B singer in part of one of the major groups. Like, Boyz II Men at the time was major. They were on the radio all day long. Like, so it made sense for her to get her daughter to tether herself to him. And that's why it was acceptable at the time, because again, you're thinking about your own best interests, and also she's feeding the family. So yeah, you're gonna try to get money. You said, I know people blame Sonia, but Brandy lived a 2-parent house and nobody had smoke for her father, who didn't protect her either. I actually agree with that. We didn't get on Mr. Willie. Oh, we didn't get on him. Both of the parents are at fault. Thank you for reminding me about that. But I think people just focus on Sonia because she was the manager. But best believe Willie was there too. You're right. So I do need to drag his ass. Where was he? Nowhere. Red flag. He's weak, in my opinion. He just and I never see him. And he's always just like, okay, all right. He's always get along to get along. He's literally like Miss Tina, but the male version. Passive personality. He's very passive, y'all. And this is the reason why, one of the reasons why there's so much going on with Brandy and Ray J. Just craziness. Some girl, you said, still the Canadian school skirts, a culture shock when I see it. My uniform had to be 2 inches below my knee and not tied at all. Oh, yes. Now, I didn't go to school in Canada, but yes, I know about the 2. Remember the finger test? If you ever wore a uniform. So, okay, what happened with, like, so we had the similar thing. So when I was in 6th grade, we were able to wear whatever clothes we wanted to. And then afterwards, I think, you know, there was like, I don't know if there were a lot of dress code violations. So my middle school decided, shout out to Bear Middle School in Sunrise, if you know, you know. They decided to enforce a uniform. uniform, like mandated uniforms, so we could no longer wear, like, we had to wear polo shirts, pleated skirts. It had to be blue. Y'all, it was crazy. My mom was happy. She's like, yeah, I don't have to spend money on school clothes. So every day, like, if your skirt was a little short, they had you stand, and I think it was your middle finger or your two fingers your skirt could not be above that, or else you get called into the office and you'd have to change your clothes, get your parents to bring you a change. It was just crazy. But yeah, I remember those days too, y'all. Oh Lord. But I only had to wear uniforms for 2 years, and then I went to high school right after. You said we ain't heard peeps from Daddy nowhere. No, y'all are right. It's true. And even when I'm talking, I apologize for that, because I'm just focused on Sonia, only for the simple fact that she was Brandy's manager. But don't get it twisted. He's definitely complicit in this, because he didn't speak up either. And that's the problem when you have this kind of dynamic with parents, especially when you have one parent that's more prominent and more assertive, and then the other parents in the background. And he cannot be absolved of any responsibility, because where was he as a father? Red flag. That's why Brandy and Ray J. Well, Brandy's a little better than Ray J. Ray J's running amok. This is why he has a disdain for women. And I'm not saying that he can't be held accountable as an adult, but it has to come from somewhere. And his mother coddled him, and his daddy was just there. There's that. An emotionally unavailable father is just as dangerous as a deadbeat, in my opinion. Just as dangerous as a deadbeat, because you were there and you didn't rise to the occasion to actually be an active participant in your kid's life. You let your wife handle everything. So she can't take all the blame. I gotta be honest. And thank you guys for making me realize that, because I didn't even peep it, because I'm just thinking about Sonia but yeah, she got a whole dad. You old enough to get it? That's the worst red flag. Yup, straight to jail. He been supposed to go to jail. Daniela Renee, hey sis, you said the British always forget. 1, they created Israel. They invaded or colonized every single continent, but all 22 countries. And 3, their monarchy owns 17% of the earth. The hypocrisy is wild. Very. I'm assuming you were commenting on what I said earlier. Extremely, extremely hypocritical, and I agree with you. Sheree, you said, did we talk about the rumors surrounding the pregnancy? Which one? Which pregnancy? And Grace, hey sis. What pregnancy? You talking about whose pregnancy? You gotta let me know whose pregnancy. You said I'm 45 years old, and unfortunately it wasn't so looked down upon to date 6 years older at 17. Yeah, it wasn't. I'm not much younger than you. I'm 40, and it wasn't looked down at all. I remember when I was in high school, girls used to have their boyfriends pick them up from school, because we used to be able to go out of school, like out of campus for lunch. And a lot of the older like alumni, they used to come back on campus to talk to the girls, or a lot of girls had boyfriends in high school. I remember when I was in middle school, there was this girl named Valerie, and she had a boyfriend. I remember she had a boyfriend who was in high school, and she'd be like, yeah, like we go out every Friday. Y'all, like at my middle school, people used to go to parties, high school parties. They used to, get high, drink, all that stuff. Yeah, they used to talk about it at school. Mind you, we were 8th grade. 8th grade girls going to high school parties, y'all, with boyfriends who were like juniors and seniors. Yep. Okay, one more comment, and we're gonna continue, Brandy. Let's just watch 2 more minutes, and then we'll move on to the next stories. That's what happened to Janet Tan and got married early to get away from Joe. Yup, I remember she married that Renee guy, right? No, the DeBarge. Didn't they say she got a secret baby with the DeBarge brother? We might need to do a case study on Janet Jackson. Yeah, she had a secret baby with, I don't know if this rumors or not, but yeah, she was with one of the DeBarge brothers. I don't remember which one she was with. Was it Elle? I don't remember one of them. And then she got with she married Renee after. Yeah. Yep. Because Joe's crazy ass. You said, oh, you're talking about Brandy's pregnancy. Oh, okay, that's what I thought too. Brandy supposedly dated Jay-Z before he was with Beyonce. Oh. What? Hold up. Y'all dropping tea here. What? I never heard that before. Hold on. Google might not have it, but you know what, sis? I'm going to research that, because I still have to do I got many parts to do about the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study. Brandy and Jay-Z. Oh. You see, this is why I like live streams, y'all. In real time. Because sometimes in the videos, I can't see all the comments. Y'all just be coming too quick, and then I got to check. But live streams, I could check right in real time. What you said now, sis? Hold up. Okay, I never heard about this. I would have never even put the two of them together. How did they even end up together? Red flag, that's number 1 and number 2. That would help to explain a lot of what's been going on between Brandy and Beyonce. Because I was like, hold up. It can't just be about because she basically said Beyonce stole her whole stilo. Oh, they took multiple pictures together. Hold up. Sis, shout out to you. Thank you. I did not know this. I had no idea. And this makes sense. Anyways, you know what? We're going to reserve this for the case study. I need to research this. Oh, we are going to research this. What? Y'all, I'm shook right now. I've never heard of this rumor before. How did she? Okay, we gonna get into it, y'all. Oh. He visited her on a set of Moesha. Okay, y'all. Oh, okay, sis. Thank you. And you know what's going to happen? I have a case study about Jay-Z and Beyonce as we speak. It is currently in production. I have to do the second part because whatever part's coming up next is going to be about Foxy, D-Haven. I got to get through all them folks. But we're going to add Brandy to the list because I didn't even know she had to be included. I was going to add her with the Beyonce stuff going on, but we adding Brandy because we got to talk about the whole situation with her and Beyonce. Oh boy. Okay, add Brandy. We'll put that here to Jay-Z, Beyonce. Well, I already was going to add her anyway, but about this thing, I did not know about this. And Beyonce case study. All right, y'all. Oh boy, this is going to be a crazy ass case. I'm trying to wrap it up by beginning of May, guys, so I got to pump out them videos like crazy. I really want to move on to Brandy. Jail. Thank you, sis. Yes. Mo Kylan, you said, yes, that's why Beyonce hid from Brandy at one of her shows. I thought it was because they was beefing because of creative differences, right? So I'm thinking it's because she thought that Beyonce stole her style. I thought that's why they was beefing. I didn't know it was because of this. I think that's one of the reasons. Because it doesn't make sense to me because I don't know Beyonce to be that type of person to hold grudges like that, right? Like usually she's shady and petty and stuff, but then no, I lied because she was like that with Carrie Hilson. I lied, y'all. Okay, anyways, I retract what I just said. But it was just weird that her and Brandy had this weird thing, whereas Brandy and Kelly are pretty cool. So I just thought it was really weird, but now I get it. You said it's interesting and it explains Beyonce's behavior. Yup, that's what she did to Farrah Franklin. It's the exact same situation. They were an item, sis. Girl, you might need to start your own channel. How you drop this big load of tea like this on this beautiful Saturday evening? And supposedly Jay-Z might be Brandy's baby dad. You said I grew up with them. Girl, hold up. But that kid looks just like her dad. You know what? You know what? You dropped all. Okay, let's get back to Brandy's video. You dropping too many things right now, sis. I can't keep up, but this is really good. Thank you so much for this because this will definitely serve in the case study. And thank you for everyone else who has sent me things. Elle, I know you sent me something too. Y'all all be sending me stuff. Queen, Sophie, Audrey, all of y'all be sending me stuff. Ray, sometimes you be sending me stuff too. Thank you, everybody who sends me things because it contributes to the content and the quality. And thank you for dropping because there's some things I don't even know. I didn't know about this. 2 more minutes of this, y'all. We're going to wrap this up tonight and pick it back up tomorrow because I'm going to dedicate time for this one to finish this interview.
And you
In
see,
the
in,
interview, he's like 40. It was like 2014. We did the thing.
and you see in that environment, who was the voice of reason? There was not one voice of reason in the room at all. And we look back on that and we're like, ew. And it's so interesting because he says that in this interview, knowing he said this on a nationally syndicated radio show, only for in 2021 on Instagram Live, he completely says something else.
He does. We're gonna play that one.
Yeah, we only got into a relationship when she was of age, and he really downplayed it. But if you pay attention, I don't consider myself a body language expert officially, but just based off the tonage of his voice and his body language in that video, I could tell that he was trying to justify and try to downplay what really happened there. And that alone for me told me, like, you knew what you were doing at that time. And you're trying to downplay it for us in this world. And a lot of people fell for it. And I think because Brandy told the one lie that really didn't affect anyone but her, told that one lie, people discredit anything else that she says ever. And I don't think that's right, especially when we're talking about what she's talking about.
And then you're talking about having the baby and saying that she was married, but then we find out she wasn't married, which is so funny because fast forward to 2026. Who cares? Dr. Ebony, what do you think about Wanye? She wasn't young. I mean, she was old enough to get it. Like, what are your thoughts when you hear him explain the relationship?
Oh, you're muted, sis.
It's disgusting. That clip is.
Why am I saying it like she can? Like she could hear me.
Here is a grown man still trying to appease his peers. So this is a man who still struggles with his own insecurities, his own inadequacies, and he's still trying to be this masculine man that his peers approve of and accept. Because he's going out of his way to make sure that they laugh, that they find him accepting, and that they find him sort of like worthy of whatever. And I see a lot of things going around threads, and no shade to men, but I see these things going around that men...
No. All shade to men. Not red flag to you, doctor. I respect you. I hold you in high regard and esteem. All of y'all on the panel. Shout out to all of you guys. But no, yes, shade to men. I don't care. Because the men who know, who get it, and the ones who don't. So I don't need to say, not all men. No, I don't do none of that. Especially when it comes to them. I'm sorry. They don't have good PR. And until they prove otherwise, I'm going to say, yes. Don't say no shade to men. Just say men. That's it.
Accepting, and that they find him sort of like worthy of whatever. And I see a lot of things going around threads, and no shade to men, but I see these things going around that men love to receive the approval of other men.
They do.
And this is exactly what Wanye is exhibiting. He wants the approval of his brothers in the room. So he wants to be a bro. He wants to be, it's like a locker room when you're in middle school. And I got a real high school, middle school feel of this interview. You want to be seen as a cool guy. So what that tells me as a psychologist is you struggle with insecurity. So if I was his therapist, I'd say, what is going on there with you? What is going on that you felt like you needed to do that in order?
I think he's short. He gives me the short, like, this picture is wild, y'all. How tall is Wanye? He's giving me Napoleon a little bit. Sorry, y'all, I can't spell it. How tall is he? Not that it matters, but sometimes these short men can have that complex, y'all. Sometimes it can. Oh, that's how you spell his name? Wanye Morris. No, I feel like that's a different guy. Hold on. How tall? I put how tall Wanye is. Wanye Morris, Boys to Men. Let's put Boys to Men. 1.78 meters. What's that? Yeah. Canada, why y'all keep doing that to me? He's 5'8". I knew it. Where there's that personality, there's gotta be a height problem. The insecurity always comes with the height, y'all. It's like a tale as old as time. Napoleon, what they call it, the Napoleon complex. Yeah. And 5'8" is not even that short, but compared to other men, it is seen as short to some people, right? So
to make, like, what was going on for you and what was the process that was behind the scenes for you. So that's the immediate thing that comes to my mind. The other thing is women cannot lie. Men can.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, sis, to interrupt you. I don't really think he's 5'8", y'all, because men be lying on their heights too. Let's put Boys to Men. Let's put a Boys to Men. I need to see them in a picture together. Standing together. Look at that. Hold on. Yeah, you see, he's a shorty, y'all. Look at that. He's the shortest one. That's how I know him and his brother. Hold on. How tall is Nathan? 1.76. How is that possible? Look at that, y'all. They said Nathan's 1.76, Wanye's 1.78. Listen, I'm not trying to be mean, but how is that possible when he's shorter than him? So he's not 1.78, y'all. He done lied. See, this is why you gotta be careful. And there's nothing against short men. Y'all don't know Dom is short. He's short. He's 5'7". But it's like, look at this right here. Look at this right where everybody's taller than me. I'm 5'3". But yeah, look at this right here. They said Nathan is 1.76 and they said Wanye is 1.78. Where? That hat is taller than... So first, he's shorter than what he says he is. That's how I know. It's always the same story. As soon as I hear a man has insecurities, I'm like, how tall he is. How tall is he? That's the first question I ask. First question, how tall is he? Because, you know, to them, that's what it is. For us, it's about our some women, they, you know, if they're not well endowed with the, you know, the breastises and the booty and all that stuff, like, you know, we be feeling like, you know, we feel a little insecure. But them is their height. Just check the height, y'all. That's the fastest way. Continuing, we're gonna do one more minute.
The other thing is, women cannot lie. Men can. Men are excused for the lies that they put out in the world, and women are held and they are hung on the cross for anything that they do. Women are remembered for the lies that they tell, and people are less forgiving of women than they are for men. And I think that's a societal issue. I think we are conditioned to believe that men are going to lie and women are truthful, honest, worthy, pure. So when Brandy told that lie to save her image, whether that was by her mom's doing or her own, right? She did something to protect her image. But not everybody, most people since then have nailed her to the cross for that one lie that she told, but people do not hold men to the same standards. And so when I hear this, I'm like, how in the world are we 20 plus years later still blaming her for what has happened and not yet held a grown man accountable for what he did to a child?
Oh, I can tell you why, sis, and we're going to end the conversation right here and reconvene tomorrow. I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because if we hold Wanye accountable, all of them will have to be held accountable. That's why. They did probably worse than Wanye, and they don't want to be seen as. So then if we hold them accountable or hold Wanye accountable, then they can't get away with it. That's what it is. So then if they come out and say, well, you know, Wanye should go to jail. Wanye needs to go to jail. Then somebody's going to start digging in their closet. That's what that is. But you see, this is the problem with society, is that why can't you be held accountable? You could literally say, I did something wrong back then. Now I know better. And I think he should go to jail. And I should too. What is the problem? There's no problem. Because right is wrong. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. Y'all know when I was young, I stole a magazine from Walmart. Not my best day. I had a friend teach me how to steal a magazine. She was like, "Oh, you just like take out the scan, the code, the barcode." Because at the time, you know, now it's like magazines. Who even buys magazines, right? But at the time, it was like that's all we had. We ain't had no damn social media. We ain't had internet like that. We had the magazines were life. And so I was about 12 years old, and then I went to Walmart. And then I did that with the barcode. I got away with it for a while. I never got caught, but I did it. And today I would still tell you that's wrong. It's stealing. It's not right. I was just lucky I didn't get caught because I know my parents would have had my ass. They would have sent me back to Haiti, y'all. That was the threat. When we were younger, that's the threat. The threat was, my boy tourne Haiti. That means they sending you to Haiti, y'all. That was every Haitian parent's threat. To all of us, they about to send us right back to Haiti. I'm like, I'm not even from Haiti. I'm from Canada. No, they are going to reroute you. The GPS is not gonna go to Canada. It's going right to Haiti, to the motherland. So yeah, so I did that when I was younger. Matter of fact, I went with a group of kids. I remember, y'all, I don't know what was going on at that time. We had no money. It was a group of us, and we swarmed a convenience store. We went in there. Everybody just took a whole bunch and left. When I was a senior in high school, everybody dined and dashed. I didn't do that though. At that point, I was working at that point. So I was like, damn. But if I had to, I had no choice because everybody left. The bill was really high. And then me and my friends were just sitting there like, shit, if we stay here, we gonna have to pay for everybody. I ain't got no money. She ain't got no money. I ain't got no money. So we had to get up. I felt so bad. And I even like left as much as I could on the table. But I had to run. I was like, I ain't paying all that. I ain't got no money. And I had a curfew. My parents were like, you better be on my door. I was like, I gotta haul ass. I gotta go back home. So my point is that all of these incidents I done told y'all about, if somebody came to me and said, kids should get punished for stealing, or there should be some type of punishment for stealing. Imagine if I said, no, it's okay. They were young at the time. They didn't know any better. No, I still think it's wrong. I knew it was wrong and I still did it. I could hold myself accountable. Today it's wrong. Yes, it is wrong. It doesn't matter. Have I learned from it? Absolutely. I don't steal. But did I steal before? Yes. You can call me a thief because I was at that time. I can hold myself accountable to that. But a lot of people, they don't like to look in the mirror and see who they are. They do not want to admit the wrongs. You can easily admit it, Wanye, but nope. You want to still keep that good guy image. And we all know you're not. Especially after how you treated Candy. Now, last story of tonight. And then we're going to wrap it up till tomorrow because it's getting late. I'm going to read a few more comments and then we moving on. But Brandy, part 2 tomorrow. Oh boy, what did I fall upon? And we'll also watch this one too. Shout out to I think Elle sent me this one. And this one too. Because it all ties together. Now let's get to Coco, y'all. We're going to get to our sis, Coco. Coco is our last story of tonight. Did I have another story? Oh, Ari Lennox. Oh. Let's save Ari for tomorrow. I feel like this conversation is better for tomorrow as well because it'll all tie together. We'll do Coco next. All right, I'm going to read a few comments, y'all. And then we added. Oh, I had this one too. Okay, we'll watch a little bit of. Okay, we'll do this one and Coco. Lord, do I have time? 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, just give me 1 more hour of your time, and then we out of here. Wait, what did Mocha say? Did you hear about Farrah and Matthew? No, what y'all? What is going on tonight? What's going on tonight? Farrah and Matthew knows. Girl. Yo, okay, we gonna add this too, sis. Thank you, sis. I did not know about this either. Sometimes it's the key words, y'all. It's the key strokes. Because when I research and I look up these folks, this doesn't come up. You gotta go through stories and stories and stories and stories. Farrah Franklin hints that Beyonce's father, Matthew Knowles, was inappropriate with her while she was in Destiny's Child. I'm not surprised. She damn near looked like Tina. She looked like she could be their daughter. Red flag. Oh, sis, thank you so much. I did not know this either. Y'all just dropping stuff here. Dropping nuggets. I'm going to add this because we got to talk about Matthew and Tina Knowles' divorce. And I got to read her book. And that's going to be in one of the parts coming up. So I will for sure add this to it. Oh, Lord, what is going on? There's so much skeletons coming out. Jumping out. Adi, you said African parents threatened to send you to the village. Yo, I'm telling you, they're all the same. I mean, we do. I claim my African roots. I don't know about some other folks that talk about they not African. I'm like, look, because some people, they say that, and I get it. Like, some people say, well, I'm not, like, they're not from the motherland. They were indigenous to America. And I'm like, well, cut your hair off. It's not going to lie, y'all. This is how you could argue with them. If they say whatever they want to say, well, I don't have African genetics, all I got to say is cut your hair and we going to see the truth. The Negroid gene never lies. It never lies. You ain't got to convince me twice and tell me where I'm from. I know I'm from the motherland. Because look at this right here. This right here just said that we all have, that's one thing we cannot run from. We all share similar genetic makeup. It may not always be the same, but once you know, some people, they could say that, and I'm like, okay, cut the hair. Cut the hair, or if you're wearing like a wig, or take off the wig, all you gotta do is wash your hair. Actually, matter of fact, wash your hair. That's all we gotta do. That's how we gonna see it. The genetics run through. But yeah, they used to threaten us to talk about, we gonna send you to Haiti, dog. One time, what am I? So people were serious, yo. They got the big barrels. If you're from the Caribbean, you know what barrels I'm talking about. Them blue ass barrels. I hate them damn barrels. My aunt used to always ship stuff to Haiti. Ooh. She used to always come to our house, cause a mess, and then ship stuff to Haiti, y'all. Hold up. Blue barrel shipments. Yeah, if you know, you know. Yo, them drums, y'all. These parents were out of control. They used to put clothes in there, act like they was gonna send you to Haiti, y'all. They did not play with us. They did not play with none of us. All right, I'll read one more comment. Do you think you should go to jail now for that, Romy? No, statute of limitations passed. But to be honest with you, though, will I pay it back? Yes, I would pay it back. Whatever the theft was at that time, if they said I need to go to jail now, I mean, it wouldn't make sense, to be quite honest with you, because it was so long ago. But at the same time, like, if that was part of my sentencing, then I would do it. Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't have a problem doing it. And I'll pay my restitution 100%, because I was wrong. So yeah, depends. I'll be like, well, I beg for mercy. Yo, Honor, I took accountability for the magazines I took. I only did it 3 times, y'all, and then I was done. My life of crime was over. It was just I was too stressed. I was so stressed, y'all, and I only did it when I think I did it not with my parents. It would have to be with other people, like when my cousins like took me to Walmart and stuff like that. My life of crime was short-lived. I can't live that life. It's too hard looking over your shoulder all the time. I'm not built for that. And then I knew of a girl who actually went to juvie for like doing like stealing stuff, and then I stopped, and then I was like, yeah, I don't want to go to juvenile detention and stuff. Juvie was a real thing at the time. Yeah, and sometimes they did. Yup, sent you right back home, yo. Sent you right back home. So yeah, let's continue, y'all. Coco, let's do Coco. I think Coco will be our last story, y'all. I don't think I could do any more. This one we'll save for tomorrow. Oh Lord. Oh, this one looks like a crazy one. Okay, Coco Gauff. All right, let's talk about Coco Gauff real quick. So Coco had a magazine cover with, I think it's called Miu Miu. That's what it sounds like. I think that's the name of listen, I don't know the brand. I think I know the brand. Is it a Japanese brand? Hold on. Is it Chinese or Japanese? I know it's Asian, so let's check. Miu Miu. Where's this brand from? Is it where are they from? Oh, Europe. Okay, I don't know. I don't really know them. But yeah, so anyway, she had a whole ad for Miu Miu. And y'all know Coco Gauff. She's like one of the best tennis players out right now. I know like Naomi. Didn't she play with Naomi Osaka? Wait, was it Coco versus Naomi? I think recently, didn't she? Yeah, she beat Naomi. I remember. Or was it, did Naomi beat her? I don't remember, y'all. Yeah, I think Coco beat her, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me check this one out. Who won? Oh, no, I gotta see. I think Coco won. Or who? I don't remember who won. Naomi's backhand and returner lethal. I don't remember. I remember Naomi was crying at one point. I don't remember, y'all. I don't watch tennis like that. But anyway, she's one of them. She's a mega star. She's like Serena in them, right? Now, recently, she did an ad for Miu Miu in her natural hair. Beautiful, by the way. By the way, y'all, when I saw I saw something like I think it was like a title that said like, oh, Coco Gauff faces controversy over her new ad or something like that for Miu Miu. At the time, I didn't know it was about her natural hair because the way the title was just like controversy, blah, blah, blah. There was nothing about her natural hair in the title. So then when I looked at the pictures, I was like, oh, okay, I thought it was going to be about her makeup, y'all. Because I was like, oh, her makeup do look a little light here. Because she because the foundation's like, I was like, oh, maybe they were talking about her makeup. Yeah, because I could see that. I did not know they was talking about her hair. I thought her hair, that was the last thing I even looked at. I didn't even look at her hair. I thought her hair looked fine. I didn't think anything of it. That's how desensitized I am to natural hair. To me, it's like, I didn't even take a second look. I was just looking at her makeup and I was like, oh, maybe people didn't like the way her makeup was because, sometimes like when you have non-black makeup artists, they don't know how to hit the points, right? She's not like made up like, she doesn't have a beat face like how the youngest be saying. So I thought that's what the issue was. Little did I know it was about her hair. So remember, we had a conversation about natural hair about 2 weeks ago about the sis who went off and talked about how natural, like people put more effort into their ways of their natural hair. And this is exactly why we have these conversations. Because why does her having her natural hair out, her own hair, which is, to be honest with you, her hair lays way flatter than mine. Y'all, if I could get my hair, my natural, not with, even with locks, but without locks, like my loose natural hair, if I could even get it to lay like that, that's a win. In my mind, I'm like, how she get it that flat? But yet, mind you, people are saying she didn't slick it back enough. I'm like, that's slick. That's how you know they don't wear their natural hair out. Red flag. Let me tell y'all something. This is how you know the real ones versus the ones who act like they wear their natural hair. The ones who are always the loudest about, oh, why didn't she slick it back? Why didn't she do? They're not using their real hair texture. They're not. Because anyone with any type 4 hair will tell you that it is difficult to achieve a look that flat. You know how much you got to manipulate your hair to not frizz up? There's no way my hair could have done, it would have defied gravity at this point. My hair could never. I'd have to put some really, really hard gel for it to even, I'm telling you, look at it even now. Like it's still fuzzing up a little bit. And mind you, I washed it yesterday. And I have locks in. Imagine my natural would frizz up. I'd literally have to be between, let me tell you, I'd have to be between the photo shoots. Like if I had to have my hair like that in its natural state, like loose natural without locks, I'd have to wear this in between the shots just to keep it flat. Because as soon as the sun comes out, it's a wrap. As soon as a little wind comes out, the fuzz will come up, the frizz. I'd have to be like this in between. Okay, we took a picture. Okay, can we take a little break? Flatten it. Then take it out. Gel it some more, put some water, flatten it for 10 minutes, and then, okay, we're ready for the next shot. The fact that she could keep it that flat without using, y'all, I always have to use, where are my bobby pins at? I have bobby pins all over the damn house. Why? Because it doesn't lay flat. It will never lay flat. That's just not how my hair rolls. My hair likes to just go up. It just likes to be static, like Albert Einstein. It just likes to go up. It loves to go up, and it shrinks. So the fact that she could get her hair, this to me is a win. That's slick enough. But then you're dealing with the baby hair brigade. And they're not using their real hair texture to do it. That is why it's easy for them to talk about, oh, she couldn't slick it back. Because they don't understand how hard it is to achieve this look. It is not easy for the natural girlies, okay? So, well, for us, I should say, because I'm a natural girl too. So now let's watch the whole controversy here, because I gave y'all a background.
And I'm like, yo, this was the thing that really, really bothered me. It was black people. Black people. Same with Coco Gauff, same with Gabby Douglas. And then it dawned on me. Perhaps here's the disease, because I do think it is a sickness. You are so connected to Pam, Oliver, or Gabby Douglas, or you're connected, Coco Gauff is you, that when you see somebody presenting in a way that you yourself would not present, you're concerned that they will think that that's you.
We're ready. We're prepared.
Wait, hold on. Before we get to sis, I want to see the news headline. Lord, that picture will never. I can't believe that picture even exists, y'all. I'm still floored about Beyonce and not Beyonce, Brandy and Jay-Z. I'm still floored about that, y'all. I'm still floored. Okay, so what was we looking at now? Y'all, I done forgot. Oh yeah, Coco. Okay, let's look at if there's any news headlines from mainstream media. That's what I'm looking for. Are there oh, this is the ad 8 months ago. Okay, this is old. But are there any news headlines? Angela Yee. Okay, there's no news. Okay, cool. She didn't. Okay, Vogue. Okay, that's something different. Okay. All right, let's watch what sis had to say. I had to make sure because the New York Times wrote about it, y'all. It's been, imagine, New York Times. Imagine. Like, it's a big deal here. Hold on, not, oh my God, what is going on here? Not versus Naomi. Here, top stories. Look at this. Us Weekly, MSN, New York Times, Coco Gauff responds to criticism of natural hair in Miu Miu. Imagine. What other race of women have to deal with this? Nobody. Red flag. I never seen, Sabrina Carpenter had to respond over criticism of her natural hair. I've never seen that before. But only us. It's only us. She ends social media hiatus to clap back at critics of her natural hair. Fox News, Lord, we don't have to trust them. But yeah, this is what it is, y'all. All right. So we, the media has picked it up for sure. But either way, it's a conversation that needs to happen. All right, let's continue, y'all.
We're not given to fear. We'll survive.
Okay.
So we started the show talking about Coco Gauff, who did an 8-minute video. And this is a young lady, Coco Gauff, one of the best tennis players in our time today. One of the top ranked women's tennis players in the world. She did an ad campaign for a company called Miu Miu, which I'm not familiar with. I'm not familiar with this Miu Miu.
Me neither.
I think they do handbags and other things. MIU. They do bags on the site. Maybe they do some other things. Okay, so they have some shoes. They have some accessories. Not my brand. Of course, I rock I rock a lot of things. Actually, I don't. Mainly what I'm wearing right now. The global majority. I'll put on. If somebody has it, like Tyler, I'm gonna get one of his shirts he had yesterday. He sent me the link for it. We'll put the link out because I love what his message was yesterday. There's no one way to be black. I was like, okay, Tyler Merritt. So he had that.
Wait, what she said, Tyler Perry? Oh God, sis. Okay, we're gonna listen. We're not discrediting you right now, but you on thin ice with Mr. TP.
We send that to Amina so she could put that on social media, and I'll drop it in the Nubia chat when I finish talking what I'm doing because I'm multitasking. But Amber Cabral has a humaning well, be a good human. I got that sweatshirt. And oftentimes I'll buy.
Sis got ADHD. She sounds mightily like me.
Are on the show, but I'm being very intentional with how I spend my money and with whom. But I'm not familiar with the brand. But I'm happy that Coco Gauff is making more money. Like I think she's one of the highest paid endorsed. And she also has agency. And also watch how her parents are.
Shout out to Coco, by the way.
She's that young lady. She's that person. But and I only know that she was doing this ad because of the backlash. And I was seeing like all these kind of negative things. People compared her to Ruby Bridges. How dare she go out looking like that?
They red flag. What did they say? Hold up. I heard it was on Twitter, y'all. Oh, I don't even have an X account. I don't want to sign up either, y'all. Who gonna take one for the team? Let me stop. I need to see the comments, y'all. I'm sure somebody got it. I need to see. Oh, I spelled natural wrong. Okay. I need to see the comments, y'all. Okay, Essence should have it. Op-ed. Coco Gauff's hair isn't unkept. You're just anti-black. They did it to Blue Ivy, too, speaking of Beyonce. Look at that. What's wrong with her hair? What is wrong with her hair? This is slicked enough. I don't understand. This is slick enough. All right, let's see what sis had to say. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but I'm just really trying to get the comments here. Who said she looked like Ruby Bridges? And what's wrong with Ruby Bridges? Ruby Bridges. Oh, okay. Here, they wrote the comments. All right, here. Okay, so here, somebody wrote they got Coco looking like Ruby Bridges. Do they even know who she is? And what is wrong with Ruby Bridges? It would be an honor for me to be compared to Ruby Bridges. In case you guys don't know who she is, she was I think she was the first young black girl to be let into a school for integration, like when they were integrating black children into predominantly white schools, if I'm not mistaken. She was one of the first. She was the first one to go after Brown versus Board of Education. She was the first one to go into a school, to be to go into an integrated school. Okay, let's look. This is who they're comparing her to, y'all. This beautiful black woman. When she was young, mind you, she was wearing her natural hair. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with her hair? Red flag. We have become so used to seeing wigs and weaves on black girls that having the natural hair is seen as it's seen as ancient. It's seen as something of the past, y'all. They talking about Ruby Bridges here, y'all. This is wild. That is so disrespectful on so many levels. Very ignorant. Yep. Ignorant civil rights hair. What does that mean, civil rights hair? I don't understand. That's your hair. What? They feel like, this is the thing I don't understand. It's like there's so many ways to rock natural hair. But again, you're talking to people who have never seen their hair, never touched their hair, never played with their hair. They've never learned to love their hair or who they are as a black woman. So now when you are comparing your hair to civil rights hair can be worn in any era. Any era. It's not just civil rights. But they think that natural hair is only Afro, which makes no sense to me because there's so many styles. It's just ignorance, like I said. Here, natural hair. Black women. Because, we got to put this. Look at that. Styles. Let's put styles. Oh, Lord. Gotta be honest. Okay, here. How many? Is this Afro? No. And even if it was, Afro's still beautiful. But look at this. Look at this. Look at how many styles are here, y'all. Just within the first page. Come on now. Sis done gave us 4 hairstyles here. So I don't understand where this is coming from. But again, there's nothing wrong with having civil rights hair. It's an honor. Because those people ahead of us, they fought for us to be here. For me to be sitting here on a live stream instead of chained somewhere. For me to be able to do what I do on a daily basis and not get harassed. For me to be able to be a productive member of society. For me to be able to get the education that I was able to get. To be able to have the resources that I'm able to get. For me to go to the grocery store. It is an honor to have me to be compared. And for my face and my hair to be compared to somebody in the civil rights era, I take it as an honor. But the fact that they're talking about it negatively while they sit with their Cheetos crusted ass hands on the damn internet, typing that is very disrespectful. Extremely disrespectful to the pioneers ahead of us. Because if it wasn't for the civil rights hair and the civil rights era and the civil rights, everything that happened during that time, there'd be none of us. If you're in North America, including myself. And let's make it very clear. The efforts of Black Americans, not us. My parents was in Haiti. My people was in Haiti. They were the ones who made a way for us here. Gotta make that very clear. Extensively clear. So how dare they talk about Ruby Bridges? Like, that's very ignorant. What is wrong with this generation, y'all? They done lost their ever-loving mind. And who raised you? Imagine saying that. The first thing I want to see is where are your parents at? This is embarrassing. This is an abomination to the race. I need to see who raised these monstrous people. Who raised them? That's the first thing I want to know.
And like I'm seeing the commentary, and I
Oh,
said,
we'll get to Coco's apology. Not apology, but her statement soon.
let me click and see what. And I was trying to find the offense, and I went through the little ad campaign, and I finally landed on what I think was the problem. There's a picture of her. She's in like a field, and she's bending down. I think picking up tennis balls, putting them in a bag. Her hair is parted in the middle, and it's like 2 ponytails, but it's it's neat. And because it wasn't smoothed down, it wasn't gelled down, it was no baby hair, I guess. There was no baby hair. Oh my goodness. She set off the social media people mad about this young lady's hair and saying she looks like Ruby Bridges. I said, what the hell? It was very weird. Very, very weird. But then I remembered some things, and before I get into what I remembered, I'm going to just play 2.5 minutes of Coco Gauff's 8-minute conversation she was having with the world about the problems that people had with her hair. And she was explaining what she shouldn't have had to do. I'm like mad that she...
I would have never explained nothing. If somebody comes and be like, why were Mi's hair all disheveled on the live stream? Because it is, damn it. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. Enjoy the show. Because it's gonna stay like this. And sometimes, I'll do it up or whatever. I'm not apologizing for wearing my hair the way that it grows out of my head. I'm not apologizing for my hair. That's never going to happen, and I wish Coco didn't do it.
Did this because who are these people? But go ahead, Smith, play the clip.
Okay, so I deleted TikTok and Twitter for a month.
Okay, so love you, Karen Hunter. And I know you're going to say some real stuff, but because of time and because we got to get going, I'm going to have to push you to the side because I got something to prove here. Where's Coco's apology right here? I hope it's not 8 minutes. We're not going to watch all 8 minutes, though. Where's she at? Okay, here, let's watch her. Oh, gosh, of course, a puzzle. Dang it, TikTok. Here. Okay, it's a bus. Bye. I'm a human. What? I'm not a human? Okay, hold on. Oh, Dalmatian. Oh, cute. What? Not the... How's... Red flag. How am I not... Y'all see me doing it, right? Okay, here we go. So annoying. All right, here we go. We're not going to watch 8 minutes of it. We'll just watch some of it.
Shoot in my parents' backyard. The creative concept that was sent over, which I'm so lucky to be working with Mimu. So I want to say thank you to Mimu for giving me the opportunity to promote the bag because I think it's such a great bag. But the creative concept for the bag was to show how it can be used kind of in everyday scenarios, but to find like not obnoxious, but like a quirky kind of object to put in the bag to show how much the bag can carry. And obviously, because I'm a tennis player, my social content person suggested to use tennis balls. And I was like, yes, let's use that. That's great. We also shot some shoots because I like to crochet. We also shot some photos of me using the bag to carry my yarn and crocheting. So I sent the photos we took the photos. Oh, I don't know. Am I going out of order? I did my hair and makeup for dinner that day because I was going to dinner after I did the photos. So I did my hair and my makeup. That's exactly how my hair and my makeup looked for dinner. And I went to my parents' house. We shot the stuff. She sent over the photos to me. I picked the ones that I liked. And out of the photos that I liked, she then sent them over to Mimu. And they picked the top ones out of the ones that I liked. And we posted. Also, for people who didn't like, quote unquote, like the outfit, first of all, it's Mimu. That's their aesthetic. I love the Mimu aesthetic. So
girl, there was nothing wrong with your outfit. There was nothing wrong with your outfit. There was nothing wrong with you. Oh, shoot. It's my bad, y'all. There was nothing wrong with you. There was nothing wrong with your outfit. Matter of fact, I didn't know it was at your parents' place. It's a very beautiful backyard.
And yeah, we took the photos. And like I said, the concept was everyday, like using the bag every day. So I did my everyday hair and makeup because that's what was said to do. I personally don't like to slick back my hair super sleek because it does damage my hair. I do play tennis, so most of the times where I'm wearing it a bun, I choose to allow my hair to be a present in this 4C self because I do have 4C hair and I don't want it to be super slick back because it's just not good for my hair, and so that's how I do my hair. I went to dinner with my friends, like I said, later that day. My friends complimented my makeup and said
how old are you, Coco? Coco, I have a feeling she's very young. Sorry, I don't know her age, this young lady's age. Coco Gauff, how old are you, sis? 22, that's why. And she's a Pisces, okay. But she's 22, so that's why she's over-explaining everything. Sis, You ain't even got it. I'm not even gonna play, not because I don't want to hear what you have to say, but because you don't even need to explain yourself. There was nothing wrong with how you looked. There was nothing wrong with your hair. The people that you are, the people who are talking and who are upset with you, they are insecure in themselves. That's it. That's all. They hate themselves. Pretty much. That's it. Because the fact that they can look at your hair and call it Ruby Bridges just lets me know all that I need to know about this conversation. The fact that you can look at natural hair and call it civil rights hair lets me know all that I need to know about your mindset in that conversation. So we already know that there's a lot of ignorance going on. But for me, it's exactly that. It's not only ignorance, but it's self-hate. So that's why they want you to slick it back, because that's not their hair type. That, again, most of the people that are saying this, they do not wear their natural hair, because anybody with any type of type 4 hair knows that the slick back is not impossible, but it takes a lot of manipulation. Let's watch in real time somebody slick back some 4C hair. Let's see. Slick back ponytail. Okay, we're going to find it. Let's find it, y'all. 4C hair. Natural hair. We got to make sure that it's natural. Okay, here. This one right here. Let's see how... Why they got music?
Slick back my type.
Damn it, they got music. Okay, we're going to see her slick it back, y'all. Let's see the process. Let's see all the work she got to do, y'all, to slick it back. Look at this. Look at how much manipulation. Look at this, y'all. Look at how much manipulation. Look at the boar bristle brush. Look at that. Look at how much she got to do. And then, mind you, she could get it slicked down. And then I can guarantee you that in a few hours, a few minutes, you gotta, like I said, you gotta keep putting that right back. The hair is, you gotta put that right back all the time. Trust and believe me. The baby hair is not going, especially with the weather. I don't know, where does Coco live? I'm gonna tell you where she lives. Where does Coco Gauff live? If she lives in a hot ass state, forget it. She lives in Florida. Good luck with the slick back in Florida. Good luck with the slick back in Florida. How hot is it in Florida right now as we speak? Weather in Delray. Ain't that she from Delray Beach, Florida? It is, well, let's check it. 72 degrees, y'all. What's the humidity? 64%. Red flag. How you supposed to keep your hair like that? And then I'm going to show y'all the weather in where I'm living right now, Victoria. Let's look at the weather forecast, y'all. Victoria, not Florida. BC, Lord. Here, for us right now, it is 49. Celsius is 9 degrees. Humidity, 92%. How are we supposed to keep that slick back with 92% humidity, precipitation? And mind you, in Florida, the heat is hot. It's hot as hell. It's humid. It's wet. You're not going to be able to keep that damn slick back. Please. All right, I'm going to read a few comments. Wait, there's one more slick back I need to see. And then we going to wrap up. We're going to watch one more video. We're wrapping this right up. Here, let's see how this does it. I hope they don't have music. Why they always got music, damn it? Okay, here. Look at this. Everybody doing the same thing. Everybody's doing the same thing. You got to break it into sections because our hair is so thick. Look at that. All that gel. All that gel. Look at how much manipulation she has to do to her hair to get it slicked back, y'all. Look at that. Look at all that gel in your hair. Look at that. Do you know how much time it's going to take you to do that? And how much effort? And again, even if you put all that effort out, you go out into the elements of the earth. If it's a windy day, even a little bit of wind, it don't matter how great your gel is. Even a little bit of precipitation, rain, humidity, you're going to sweat that right out. How do I know? And that's with anything, even with a lace front. How many times have you seen people wigs lift? In real time, you can see that. You can see it lift. Ooh. Like Voldemort. Just like, oh, sorry, Darth Vader. Like, okay, all right. But then they want to act like it's so easy. And mind you, photo shoots are hours. It's not just like, oh, 30 minutes, you go. Because these people, again, I'm sorry I'm talking so much because I'm pissed. And I'm about to read some comments before we get to another slick back video. The reason I'm so angry about this is because I know they're not natural. That's why I'm pissed off, because how dare you tell her how to wear her hair and you don't even know how to wear your own hair. Anyone with any type of sense with natural hair, if you have natural hair, you know damn well, if you're going to do a photo shoot for that long of a period of time, there's no way you can keep that hairstyle down. And also, on top of that, she's very active. So she's right. If she's moving around during the photo shoot, she's picking up tennis balls, they're having her move all types of way, that's going to be sweated out with a wig. So it's so funny that they can't understand that concept with natural hair. But when you ask them, oh, hey, you got to slip, you got to wear your gel, you got to put the gel down and put the baby hairs and all that stuff, it's still going to lift anyways. Y'all should have seen my hair when I was in Korea. When I had to wear for my wedding, because I wore, I had a, what did I have? I had a frontal. Yeah, I did. She sewed in my hair. Like, she sewed it in. It wasn't a lace front, actually. She sewed in. I had a sew in, sorry. And then I couldn't do a leave out because I didn't want her to press my hair at all, because Korea is very hot. To be honest with you, I should have worn my natural hair at the wedding, but it was just way too hot. It was monsoon season. It was rainy. And I was like, yo, if I wear my regular natural hair out, there's no way I could keep this style. And especially because it's my wedding, I needed something quick, fast. I was like, okay, do the sewing. Do the frontal. She put the frontal in though. Y'all, that thing only held up. It held on for dear life the day of my wedding. I'm so happy it lasted. The day after my wedding, I had to take it all off. Lifting. Everything was lifting. Edges, everything. It was too hot. Way too damn hot. And then it was raining there's no way. There was no way. So you could only do it like those slick backs. I can already tell you only doing it for dinner or for a short event. There's no way you're doing it for a photo shoot, y'all. I'm gonna read some comments. Some girl, you said, I'm on the side of TikTok where 4B, 4C crochet styles are trending. People love their hair, but they want to wear it out without the responsibility and knotting involved with their actual hair. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with wearing your hair in different styles. I think the problem is, though, that people do not allow for other women to wear their hair naturally. And I think that's the whole entire conversation, to be quite honest with you. It's like they will demonize someone who wears their hair natural, say it's nappy, it's undone, it's not, can't you do your hair? Why didn't you brush your hair? You need to get a perm. I remember when I went natural, one guy told me I needed to get a perm. He's like, oh, you need to get a perm. Mind you, I had just gone natural. And I was like, no, I'm not getting a perm. But it's just ingrained, right, that her hair's not done, and it's done fine. And I actually love crochet. Crochet is a nice protective style. You said, look, you can't wear braids either way. People out here projecting their insecurity onto others. Bingo. Calling those styles civil rights hair is crazy. As if rocking plaits is a crime or a shame. Deja vu. I agree. And it's so crazy that they're saying that, because I'm like, that civil rights hair is our hair. Like, what are we talking about here? What is this, revolution? I'm wearing revolution hair? Like, what does that mean? It's the hair that grows out of our scalp. Like, it's like there's no pride at all, y'all. No pride at all. Oh, you said Ruby Bridges is alive. Yeah, she is. She's not even that old, y'all. She's in her 70s. That's wild, right? Like, they make it seem like it was so long ago. Ruby Bridges is like 74, I think, or something like that. They're always making black hair political. Why can't it just be hair? It's grace. And that's the thing. Like, I wish it could be. I think it will get to that point when we just accept to love our hair, no matter how it is. And we accept the fact that, you know, our hair is just so versatile. And I get it, you know, there's a lot of social conditioning that happened with it, and I understand that too. But then there's a point where it's like within our community, and I think that's the bad part. Like, if I heard it from a white person, I don't give what the fuck. But when you hear it from a black person, it's like, damn, you don't even understand us. Like I can't even wear my hair within my own community. And I'm not talking about me personally speaking, because thank goodness I'm around people who celebrate natural hair, right? But when you think of a Coco Gauff, and she just accomplished something really great. She's like, you know, how many times did we complain as black women that there's less representation for dark-skinned Black women, especially in advertisements, especially in the media. And then we have Coco Gauff representing. Matter of fact, what's her background? I don't even know her background, y'all. I just know that she's a tennis star. Hold on, what's her background? Where's she from? Let's see, where's Coco from? Coco Gauff. Coco Gauff. Jean-Christophe Forel. Oh, that's her coach. Okay. She was born in West Boca. Okay. Yeah, she's from Florida, y'all. She is from Florida. Where are her parents from? That's what I need to know. But either way, oh, damn. Okay, so her father played basketball at Georgia State University. Oh, her parents are very educated. That's what's up. Yeah, so it's like, you know, they're both from Delray Beach, Florida. Yeah, so to me, it's like we always talk about representation. We always talk about Black women and how our, you know, how we're not celebrated in the media and how, you know, we need more Black women at the forefront. And then you have this young Black woman who's not only a super talented tennis player, but she's also very beautiful, and she is gracing the cover of Miu Miu. Let's check Miu Miu, y'all. Let's check their website. Let's see how many other Black models or black people that they have representing their brand. Look at that. Non-Black. Okay. Let's get to it. Oh, they have nice Black. Asian. Let's get to it. We got to be honest with this. Okay, that's it. And their brand is very basic, y'all. So this is their website. I think it's an Asian brand. I believe it is. It must be. I think it is. I think that's where I saw. Where they from? Hold on. Oh, they're part of the Prada group, right? So it's a luxury on top of that. It's luxury handbags. How much them bags is? Okay, there we go. We got a Black model here. But again, natural hair. And it's like, this is what I'm saying here. It's like we don't have much representation, and when we do, and it's in our natural state, people have a problem with it. That's a problem. This is the part of the conversation. Stunning in her natural hair and how she looks. Very confident, right? And it looks like this whole aesthetic is the natural style. So I think that that's why they wanted her to wear her natural hair, which makes sense because it fits the brand. It fits the brand. But unfortunately, you know, we can be our own worst enemy. And it's so crazy because we were talking about that when the whole conversation with that sis and how people were like up in arms about what she said. And then now look at what's going on. That's exactly what she was talking about. We'll watch one more video. My sleek hair bun routine. Let's see how long sis takes, y'all. And she has type 4 hair, but it looks like 4AB probably. That's what hold on. Okay, we're gonna see you put your.
I don't know. Yeah,
okay, let's see how much you do.
Every time
I think she has 4. Yeah, she definitely has type 4 hair.
So the thing is, it's not like the products are what make my hair curly or anything. That's my hair texture, and because of my hair density, it's very easy for me to do this style. So I'm not even going to come here and lie and say that this is the product. But then there are some gels that I would use over other gels. So this gel right here, I swear by.
Never worked for my hair. Just letting y'all know I tried this one, the blue one.
It is very nice. It actually helps my hair clump very well. And then there's this butter that I use. I custom made it. I made some mixtures. So
look at all she has to do to her hair, y'all.
My hair routine so that my hair is shinier, it's clumped.
Okay, we're gonna fast forward a little bit. So let's see how she slick it back, y'all. See, look at that. She has to put all that product on her hair. And that's what people don't want to talk about in these conversations. We don't just wake up like this. Like it's a method. Like there's a method to it. There's a method. There's a way you detangle, the way that you apply tons of product. And that's why a lot of us have buildup because of this, these slick backs. Look at that. And mind you, she has to do it on wet hair. And actually wet hair is more prone to breakage. Hello. Because it's in its weakest state when it's wet. So this is why we need to have these conversations. It wouldn't have made sense for her to have a slick back. Look at that. All that gel, y'all. All that gel. And then tension on your hair. because then you gotta tie it back. Here you go. And then, yeah, that's all you gotta do. There you go. So, yeah, all that product. She put a lot of product in her hair, y'all. All right, let's watch one more video. This one right here, and then we wrapping it right up. I'll read a few comments, and then we out of here, y'all. Oh, I made it just in time. Yay.
Over 13 years with my salon, with my best friend. Oftentimes when I'm live streaming, I always get asked questions from parents that want to know if I am someone that does children's hair. And about, I would say like 5 years ago, I made the conscious decision to stop doing children's hair. And when people ask me why, I always give them the reason, you know, some of my worst experiences doing hair was with children, and that is very much true. But I think in light of this conversation about natural hair, and how people are prioritizing their wigs and less with their natural hair and things like that, it reminded me that the real reason why I decided to stop doing children's hair is because your kids don't like their natural hair. And I don't mean that in like a judgmental way. As someone that literally just specializes in just natural hair, I don't do silk presses, I don't do hair addition. Like, I work with the hair that you walk in with, and you walk out with the hair that you walked in with. I do not like coming to work and seeing my clients unhappy with their hair or unhappy with their experience with me and their natural hair. So we tailor and cater our salon to people who like our work, people who like their natural hair, who are comfortable with wearing natural hairstyles. But when a lot of you parents are bringing your children in either because you're fans of me or because you want to encourage your child to like their natural hair, I can't make your child like their natural hair. And it's funny because me and my best friend were like driving home from work, and we saw these middle schoolers get off the school bus, and all of the little girls were either in boho box braids, knee-length braids, or they were wearing wigs.
That's wild, y'all. Like, to me, it's wild. Little girls are wearing wigs, yo. That's crazy because back in my day, but honestly, like when I was younger, it was like you either had your hair, us it was relaxers. It was like everyone had a perm. It was like relaxers. That was the style. Either you had a relaxer, box braids, yes, they were a thing. Always braids, cornrows, like the Alicia Keys cornrows. I remember they were popular at a time. And box braids, but never wigs. Wigs were not a thing. Like, and we had sew-ins. Yeah, we got sew-ins and tape-ins. Not tape-in, glued hair. You can glue your hair too. But that wasn't when we were younger. That was when I was in high school, I was able to do those styles. But wigs, yeah, it's so wild, right? And lashes, no lashes. Only for like prom or like special occasions. But most of us did not wear that, and we didn't wear full faces of makeup like that. I mean, we did, but like not the kind of makeup they have now. That's so crazy. And again, it leads to the conversation of the adultification of young Black girls, because now they look like grown women. They don't look much different, because if you're wearing wigs in middle school, at school. So if we have young Black girls wearing wigs, and you know what? I'll keep this for tomorrow's conversation. If we have young Black girls wearing wigs at school and looking like grown-ass women, then again, like, there's no hope. I mean, there was always the adultification of Black girls. We just heard about Brandy from the 90s. But now it's like the continuation of that. They're never going to be seen as children. Already you got a grown woman's hairstyle. So again, more conversations need to happen. Let's continue watching.
Two daughters.
Oh, this was 60 minutes too? Okay, we got to speed this right up. Oh, sorry, y'all. I didn't know it was going to take that long. Hold on. Speed it up. Sorry, sir. And I shout out to the brother. I like him. I follow him.
Wigs. These are children that are 12, 13, 14. They are in wigs. We only saw one little girl with just her natural hair. Y'all are on this app outraged over barrettes for 11-year-old girls.
Barrettes?
But we turn a blind eye to 12 and 13-year-olds in wigs. And then when your daughter comes in and I see her natural hair, I'm excited because I'm like, oh, this beautiful little girl with this beautiful head of hair. And then I go and I slay natural hair just like I always do. And as I see the little girl turn to the mirror, I see her overcome with worry. I see her overcome with anxiety. And then I see her tearing up. And then I ask her what's wrong. And she tells me, I don't like it. Then I ask, well, what don't you like about it? Because she showed me a picture, like, you picked this out. She's like, I don't know, I just don't like it. Then I go back and look at the source picture, the inspiration. And of course, the style she's looking at is a style of hair edition. She likes the style. She just doesn't like the style on her natural hair. And she's crying because she's looking at it. She doesn't like her shrinkage. She doesn't like her texture. She doesn't like her density. And then she's asking me to take the style down and do something else. And then I'm asking her, well, what other styles do you want? And then she's looking at pictures, and all the pictures of styles that she's looking at are pictures with matte hair edition. And I'm trying to get to the reasoning behind what we can do to make this work. And then I realize there's nothing I can do. Because you have not sat down and done the work for your daughter. You have not led by example for your daughter. And now your daughter is sitting in my chair, and she's crying, and she feels insecure, and she doesn't feel pretty or beautiful because she doesn't have extensions in her hair. She doesn't have hair addition to make her hair look like something else. I don't come to work to have clients feel unhappy with their hair, to not feel beautiful about themselves. I come to work to see my clients excited about their natural hair, love their natural hair, love their experience, love getting to healthy hair, love seeing where their hair started from and where it's going. But being in situations like that shit fucking hurts. I feel hopeless, useless, and powerless because I know as soon as she leaves my chair, she's going to go back to the boho. And then when she can't get the boho, maybe alopecia, maybe her hair is too damaged, maybe it's too thin, then she's going to start wearing the wigs too. And then she's going to end up living in a wig just like everyone else. And it's not going to be because she has the choice to, because she wants to switch it up. It's going to be because that's the only option for her. I was considering becoming a trichologist early on in my career. It just seemed like something good to have under my belt in terms of a certification and just elevating my level of hair care. Then I decided not to, because most trichologists are dealing with women who are experiencing severe hair loss, hair issues, scalp issues, and a lot of times there's no guarantee being able to fix a lot of these women's situations. When I encounter clients who have seen trichologists, yeah, they might have made minimal improvements with their situation, but it's not worth all the time, money, and investment that they put into it. I want to keep my clients from ending up in those positions, ending up in those situations, if possible. Genetics is its own situation, but the reason why it's easy for me to go to work and invest the time and care that I do with each of my clients' hair, like my client today, his service took 6 hours. Yeah, I was tired at the end of it, but I don't know, while I'm in it, I'm fully invested. Because that person's there to really ensure that their hair is properly taken care of. But what happens when you have clients who aren't able to appreciate what you do for them? Not because you're not a good stylist, not because you don't do good work, not because you're not knowledgeable. All the book knowledge, all the experience, all the insight, none of this shit fucking matters when the client is sitting in my chair and she's crying, not because I did something wrong, but because she's not happy with how she looks. And it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with how she views and feels about herself. This conversation or this discourse around natural hair is really that deep. It's not just about y'all. To be honest, for some of you, it's a lost cause because y'all aren't even listening to what's being said. But y'all should, because y'all have daughters, y'all have children, y'all have sons, and y'all aren't teaching them how to love and appreciate natural beauty of a Black woman because you're not showing that to them.
A lot of folks don't love them.
Okay, and we're gonna pause it here, y'all, because I'm gonna continue the conversation tomorrow. I'm going to continue it tomorrow along with Brandy. So whatever you saw in the thumbnail, best believe we're going to address it tomorrow. If I haven't gotten to a part of the video of where, whatever I put on the thumbnail, part 2 will be tomorrow. I'm going to read a few comments and then we out of here, y'all. We are out of here. I got to keep up with the time. Who's Claudette Colvin? My bad, it was Claudette Colvin. Oh, that's what's... Hold on, let me see who's Claudette Colvin. Oh, okay, you're talking about the political stuff here. Okay, yeah. It starts at home, 100%. Hold on, let me find out who Claudette Colvin is. Because I feel like I should know her. Oh, her. Yeah, she passed away recently. Yeah, she just passed away like this year. Yeah, I remember her. Yeah. Yep, she was the one who refused to give up her seat. So I believe she did it before Rosa Parks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I knew the name rang a bell. Shout out to sis and rest in peace to her. Yeah, it's just very sad, y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna read a few more comments and then we out of here. Calling. Yup. Yo, I still can't believe the civil rights hair. That's so disrespectful, y'all. L, you said, how do black people in Florida wear their hair out in that weather though? They don't. If I got any Floridians in the chat, I don't know. I haven't been to Florida in a minute, but some of them do. I know one of my friends, she wears her hair. She does she blows her hair out, so she does blowouts. But most people keep their hair in braids, wigs and weaves. Florida, yeah, Florida, South Florida. I don't know about other parts of Florida, but I know South Florida, they always get their hair done. Like, girls do not wear their natural hair out. I don't know if that's changed, but I know for sure, like when I was growing up, it was definitely there's definitely extensions and stuff. And as far as I know now, it still is that way. I remember one of my cousins just recently went natural, and yeah, but she was wearing a lot of like extensions, wigs, weaves, and all that. It's too hot. And I don't even know how they wear lace fronts in Florida too. Hold on, let's check Florida styles real quick. Really quick. South Florida, natural hair. In South Florida. I should put Fort Lauderdale or Miami. Girl, I can't. That's how you know I'm done. Okay, natural hair. Hairstyles. Why I put natural hair? Hairstyles, South Florida. Black hairstyles. But yeah, that's how we used to do our hair, like just always done. Yeah, look at that, y'all. Some people got locks. Most people wear braids. But these are not even Floridians. What the? Chill. Let's look at a hairdresser. Okay, here. This is, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna pick one that was right by. Yo, this is crazy. This is not even far from my house. That's wild. From my old house. Okay, so here, let's see a hairstylist in TikTok. Here, yeah, that's how they wear their hair, y'all.
Client got a relaxer. Pixie cut and
mostly relaxers too, yeah. Not the music, y'all. Yeah, this was in Pembroke Pines. So this is in Fort Lauderdale, y'all. It's not far from where I used to live. And then, yeah, these finger waves coming back? What is going on, y'all? I feel like I'm in the 90s. What is that? Oh, finger waves have made a comeback. Finger waves. I remember everybody used to get finger waves, y'all. Finger waves were a thing back. Oh, this is, did I hit the wrong thing? Yeah, it's finger waves. Damn, everybody getting the finger waves. But yeah, where is this at? But yeah, they wear their hair like this, blown out and stuff like that. And then mostly wigs and lace fronts and yeah, frontals and stuff like that. Half wigs sometimes, but it's very hot, y'all. Florida is disgusting in the summer. Like in the spring, summer, it's always freaking hot, man. You said my hair is a little longer than bra strap length, and it wasn't easy when it was shorter either. It's not. It's never easy, y'all. It's never easy. I don't know why people think hair is easy. Like hair, any type of hair has to be like to give it the care that it needs. It takes time and maintenance. You said you used Cantu products. I love Cantu. Cantu is my thing. Some girl, you said it's a parenting problem. 100% it's a parenting problem. And the problem also is that the sad part about it is that a lot of the mothers do not even love themselves either. And when I say love themselves, I mean like fully accept who they are, who as Black women. There, like I said before, there's nothing wrong with wearing wigs, weaves to change up your style. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem, and that's the reason why the conversation is happening, is that people are hiding their hair and never, ever, ever showing their real hair. Not only that, but they're not taking care of the hair underneath. And I think that's the conversation. And so when your child sees you always wearing, and sometimes it's not even you. It could be like, you know, my mom was natural, but it's peer pressure. Everybody around me had a perm, so I felt like I had to do it. And other children made fun of me because I had beady beats, nappy hair. That's it. So you can conform and be, you know, fit in with everyone. And then sometimes your mother, or your mother, aunts, whoever, they're the ones who keep up with the social conditioning. Your hair's not done. So even if my mom, she could have told me you should love your natural hair. My mom's been natural since I was young, since I could remember. I don't ever remember. I've never seen my mom with a relaxer ever. And so, but she's one woman. But then, you know, other women around her may not feel the same way that she does. And they might be like, well, you know, her hair is too difficult, or da-da. You know, people say stuff, right? Or they'll say like, oh, why is your hair not done? Why don't you do your hair? That's another problem too. It's like, you know, people could watch me right now and be like, oh, she didn't do her hair today. Oh, why didn't she do her hair? Mind you, Becky could walk outside with a whole messy bun. Nobody says nothing. I don't never see no white girl say her hair's not done. No, to them that's done. Ain't that crazy? But then for you, it's like you have to always perform at a higher level. Notice whenever we have like Coco, for example, Coco Gauff, she wore her hair in a natural ponytail, her natural hair. It wasn't done enough. So we always have to outperform everyone. This is craziness, even with hair and even by our own standards. It's ridiculously mental. It's mental. You can't even walk outside with a messy bun, y'all. You can't even do that. We're always expected to be perfect and on. You're not allowed not, like, there's some people who will probably watch me right now and be like, why didn't she put makeup on her face? Why didn't she put this on her face? Why didn't she do that? Why would you show up on stream without your makeup done? Mind you, there's a whole bunch of girls from other who show up breath stinking and all. I'm not saying that's appropriate because obviously hygiene is a thing. But they show up with like they show up God knows what. God knows how. And nobody's back. You never see in the comments, you need to do your hair. You need to wash your dish. Never. But then with us, it's like, why didn't you do your hair? Why your edges not done? What? It's like this level of perfection that's unattainable. It's really, really, really awful, y'all. Like, we have so much pressure to be a certain way. And even at a young age, the young girls are picking it up. The young children are picking it up. And then they're just starting to internalize it. And so your mother cannot teach you how to love yourself if she can't even teach herself how to love herself. And then not only that, but it's not just your parents' responsibility, because yes, they hold a very large presence in your upbringing to make you love yourself and, you know, teach you that. But then the problem is once you leave your parents' house, you go outdoors, you go to school. Everybody got their hair done. Everybody got their hair laid. Lunch lady got a whole silk press. The principal is wearing a lace front. How are you supposed to feel beautiful? And you're the only one wearing barrettes and cornrows. Or you're the only one wearing them bobos. How? Where everybody around you does not look like you. And then you go home, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful. But then you go to school, no, you're not. That's the problem. Wigs were for old ladies. Yes, sis, they were. Remember when them wigs, them wigs they didn't even have a grid. They had a grid, but it was like them old ass grids. My auntie used to wear a wig. Her wig used to flip backwards. That junk was so funny. Yeah, it was old ladies wearing wigs. Narada has the bare natural hair advice. Oh, the best natural hair advice. She does? Okay, we're going to watch her tomorrow. Wigs were popular in the last 15 years. Yeah, the lace front changed everything. We did not have edge control at all. Yep, you're so right, sis. We did not. We did not have edge control. Nope. There was no slick backs. No, and I think that's why if you're from like around my generation, you said you're 40. Yep. So my generation, millennials, even some Gen Zers and definitely Gen Xers. That's why you won't see us with the slick baby hairs. We ain't have that. We just had the remember that gel? Oh my God, what gel was that? It was like the X. Oh my God, it was the blue gel. Damn, I forgot what that name of the gel was. But yeah, we only had that. And that gel was strong as hell. You couldn't just put it on your hair like that. Devonda, you said I wear wraps and flat iron and roller set. Yeah, and you know what? If it's convenient for you, that's what it is. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I always celebrate anyone, like, how whatever's convenient for you. I even said it 2 weeks ago. Whatever's convenient for you, don't let anyone make you feel like you shouldn't wear your hair a certain way. The only issue though is like when it comes to the self-love part of it, and also like what happened with Coco. Just like anybody could wear it, like you can wear your hair crochet, roller sets, you can wear flat iron, permed, relax, whatever. But the problem is that when somebody shows up like Coco, it's unacceptable. That's the problem. And I think we need to normalize just accepting everyone in different hairstyles, even the lace fronts. Okay, if you want to wear lace fronts, that's your business. But then you can't also come back and tell Coco to wear her hair in a certain way if she wants to wear her hair in its natural state. I think that's the issue for me, is the picking and choosing what's done and what isn't done. Why don't we just say everybody's hair is done no matter how they present? How about that? We start with that. Just like locks, right? There's a whole conversation happening about locks right now where some people are like, oh, I could never do free form. Mind you, there's some women who wear beautiful free form locks. Why isn't that accepted? But then, you know, my locks are accepted when we come from the same family. Locks are locks regardless. At one point, these locks were seen as dirty and unkept. But now it's become normalized. So now, oh, we have to attack freeform girlies. Or we have to attack the wicks, the people with the wicks. Why? Their locks are just as valuable and just as beautiful as the micro locks or whatever locks, traditional locks. It doesn't matter. It's just a celebration of hair, right? Exactly. They chose Rosa to be the face of the boycott. Oh, we all know why though. Never knew it was that deep. Some girl said, I really thought it was about management of people not wanting their hair out, a choice and not self-hate. Nah, it's more than that, sis. It's a lie. It's very deep. Cause some people it's deeper than that. Yeah, some people they don't get it, y'all. And they'll never get it. I left the creamy crack, been 20 years for me on natural. Yep. For me, it's been a long time. Yeah, creamy crack. I don't know. I don't like for me, like, I know some girls get relaxers. For me, I could never, like, it just never worked for me. It never, ever worked. Okay, a few more comments and then we gonna go. Tyra Banks has an episode on that back in the day. Young black girls insecurity with hair and their mother condoning it. Ooh, let's try to find that. Hold on. We gonna look for that for tomorrow. I'm gonna write that down. We'll watch that for tomorrow. Thank you for bringing that up, sis. I'll put it for tomorrow. Mocha, you said, I remember growing up in NYC, I would hear black and Hispanic women say that they would purposely get with certain men so their kids could get that good hair. Yes! 100%. Yes. And they did that on the Tyra Banks show too. Maybe that's the same episode that It's Grace was talking about. I remember watching on the Tyra Banks show, there was a lady who got with a Hispanic man so that her kids could come out with the good hair. But this is the funny thing though, like, genetics are very funny. So even if you get with someone from another race, that doesn't mean that your child is going to come out with the hair that you want. How many biracial children you see crying on the internet talking about their mom hated their hair because it didn't come out like the mixed race hair, the curly loose hair that they saw online? Look at Doja Cat. She crying all the time talking about her 4C hair. Doja Cat, mind you, her dad is South African. Her mother is Jewish. You would have thought she would have came out with the whole curly, like 3C ringlets. Nope. She has kinky, very kinky hair. And that's what it is. And this is why, and even if it's not their child, like let's say their child came out with a looser, that doesn't mean the grandchild is going to. And this is why we need to eradicate that self-hate and just accept different types of forms of hair and learn how to do hair. And I think that's the problem, is no one is introducing the type 4 hair into the conversation when they talk about curls. Hell, till TikTok, if you search curls, natural curls, it only goes down to 3C. It's like 4s don't even exist in that category. That's a problem. So this is another thing too, right? Devonda, you said if you wear a wig, your lace can't show. And why are you not wearing your baby hair? Yep. It's so complicated, y'all. And people don't allow their kids to be different. I can't relate to this because I didn't fit in by choice. I didn't care about my peers, so I can't understand it. And you know what? Like, and I'm glad that you didn't have to fit in, because it's a lonely road, y'all. You could be around a whole bunch of people and you feel so different. It's very isolating. I'm a zillennial. I just missed the natural hair wave, but I'm kind of old enough to know these things. Kids shouldn't be wearing wigs, period. Kids, I've seen lace front wigs on kindergartners. This is getting out of control. Out of control. A mother said she couldn't get her daughter's hair braided, so she put a lace front. Well, we're going to show that tomorrow. It's just really sad, y'all. Hi, bruh. Hey, sis. You said not. Oh, sorry. Hi, bruh. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're not a sis. My bad. Sorry. Sometimes I don't be knowing who's a sis, who's a bro, who's a whatever. Anyways, non-binary doesn't matter. Everybody's welcome. Not gonna lie, as a Gen Z, 3C hair was considered the most desired hair type for wearing their natural hair. The trend of slicking back your hair. Yup. I remember around the natural hair movement, every hair type was celebrated at the beginning, and then all of a sudden, the content creators who became the most popular were the ones with the looser curl texture. And then it started the whole conversation, and then people's hair didn't look like other people's hair, and then people reverted right back to the perms. Yup. Yes, it is the millennials. We're going to talk about that, y'all. It's very sad. Very sad, and it is the millennials. We gotta get our lashings when we deserve it, y'all. I know I be getting on Gen Z, but y'all know it's definitely the millennials holding the line on that one. We gonna talk about it. Oh, you're a sis? Oh, my bad. I saw the man's picture. Listen, sometimes I gotta be careful with that because I don't know who's non-binary, who's whatever. Like, that's what I said. Everybody's, I'm gonna stop saying, because sometimes I feel bad. I'm like, I don't know if it's a sis. Anyways, guys, it was nice catching up with you tonight, man. We're gonna get going tomorrow. I'll come back earlier and we'll finish this whole entire conversation. Have a good night, y'all, and thank you for rocking with me. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.